And the complete opposite of Zeal Esports, as what Asterai said, or they're technically the same. It's Action PH. We got RU, Emin, Georgie, Emotsky, and Tesseract, aka Zero Death Yo. And Asterai, you still have a lot to say about Action PH.
Yeah, to clarify, I did mention it as Action PH being the better team. They had, again, week 1, the perfect run, unbeatable in their group stage, but I gotta say that the teams that they would go up against were kind of down bad at the first week. Second week, it was the complete opposite. Action PH just could not find a victory. They lost to Oasis, they lost to Bren, they lost to a Team Secret, mind you, that was still struggling at that point. And to kind of round all this out, what does this all mean, is that Action PH, when they're dominant, they're incredibly dominant. They've had games where they could just beat out teams 13-3, 13-5, but once I think teams started to figure out the playstyle of Action PH, which is very much gung-ho, the adjustment period just has allowed them to counter Action PH a lot more here. That being said, Action, I think during the week 2 has been trying to transition, to be better and to just figure out how to do things more tactically. And with that being said, again, that just goes in line with how they're gonna try to go up against the Zeal here. Are they gonna try to go for the classical, or will they try to enforce something coming into these playoffs?
Down bad. Asterai pointing that out. I mean, I'm sure you know a thing or two about that. You don't laugh. No, I'm kidding. But yeah, the Action PH, as you mentioned, they did kind of lose a little bit of gas entering the playoffs. They did lose the prior 2 series, if I'm not mistaken, and that adjustment period has been so important for the other teams. Action PH, though, we know how Emin and Georgie can get. We know that we've been touting them, we've been championing them since the beginning of the league, and they honestly have not disappointed. The support system has stepped up too. Everybody is doing as well as they can. But really, I feel like the matchup today, since they're pretty equal on firepower, or at least very slight differences, it comes down to the R&D, to the science, to the the gray matter of it all.
Yeah, the R&D is definitely there because there is one moment in time where they played up against each other. We'll talk about that later on as we hop into the map veto to find out what exactly these teams are going to be playing on. Now, I mentioned that in community circuits, Zeal and Action PH actually met once earlier this year, and the Action PH won that in a 13-9 on Icebox. What we're seeing right now is that we're going to be having Fracture first, followed by Haven, and then Ascent. That's Zeal's pick.
Yeah, I'm thinking. This has got me stumped. I'm looking at the map picks right now. Fracture, I feel like, could really play on the strength of Zeal's, that they love the individual duels. They love the fighting. They love all of that. They love to get down and dirty, but that's also the strength of Action PH. Fracture is also one of those maps where we haven't really seen too much. We've seen it 3 times in the last 2 weeks. Neon has been a pretty popular pick. I'm not entirely sure what Zeal wants to do here, but Haven, I feel like, could be the decider of it all because Fracture can still go in anyone's favor, really.
Yeah, I think if you've watched other regions play this Fracture map, it's all about getting that map control with utilities. I think it's going to be getting map control, but with aggressive rotations for this matchup. Again, Zeal Esports and Action PH are all about that aggression. So we're probably going to be seeing Fracture with a lot of fast movements from either side. We could be, I think, a 10% chance that we could be seeing a Neon here, but most likely no. With that being said, though, I feel like 2 duelists on either side would make the most sense right now because of how at least historically, we have seen these teams perform. With that being said, I think all of these maps still doesn't really favor any team. I think all of these maps just make sense. If it wasn't Fracture, I feel like Icebox would have gotten into the mix. But other than that, I feel like this is still a 50-50, at least in terms of the map veto.
Man, I just got to point out, though, that as an organization, Zeal Esports, this is the first time that they're playing it as a team under Zeal Esports. I mean, as Pirates, I'm pretty sure that they have had experiences. I'm pretty sure that they have scrimmed against a lot of teams on Fracture, and that they have a lot of strategies here. And hopefully we get to see a little bit of that shining light. But since we're already done with the map veto, it's going back to our faces. You know what time it is. It's pizza time. No, it's time for our predictions. And I'm going to start it off with you, Raph. I don't want to start things off here. What's your prediction for this best of 3?
I mean, it's only fitting for a Jet player to be the entry frag. You know, time to deliver a pizza ball. But, oh boy, I love Zeal. I would honestly want to pick Zeal right now. But at the same time, it's the statistics that I'm really looking at. We have to go by the numbers. Logically speaking, the heart wants Zeal. But obviously, I have to go with Action PH on this series. Yep.
Okay, then Asarai.
Dang it, Raph. The hard one, Zeal, and you go Action PH. I think I've already
You
said
the
my
brain.
piece. You used the brain. Yeah. The 6.9 IQ, very nice. All right. For me, I probably have to go for Action PH as well. I feel like this team still has a lot left in the tank. That being said, it is going to be a close match against Zeal, but I feel like Ashan will win this one out.
Well, if there you go. I'm going to say that the deserving team will win this series, but
No, give your prediction. Give your prediction.
No, all right. Give me a second. All right. I'm just weighing the pros and cons here. I'm going for Zeal Esports here.
Fair.
That's what I'm going for here. I want entertaining matches all throughout. I'm going against the grain here, and that's fine and dandy. It's all. I'm just gonna say that I told you so after the series is done. But let's have the players actually tell us what the story is going to happen between their games, because game 1 in this best of 3 series between Zeal and Action PH is about to start, and our casters are ready to deliver that. So you don't touch that, because it's right up next.
Welcome, guys, series number 1, and here we are about to begin in the first day of the playoffs. I'm so excited to be here with you guys. I'm Lestrado, and joining me, you just heard from him in the panel. Of course, Asarai will be your casters here for this first series of the day. We talked about it a little bit more. I didn't get to get my prediction in here. I do think it's going to be Zeal's time to shine. I want to throw that out there. Action PH, they have been a little bit up and down, but if I'm going to be so blunt, I think this is probably going to be one of the closest games that we're going to see across the entire playoffs. Neither of these teams really way up there in terms of the performance as of late, but they definitely have the capacity to be some of the best.
So you're talking about Zeal the deal becomes Zeal is the real deal.
Yes. Okay, we'll go with that. 100%. Yeah, totally.
100%. Yeah. Anyways, on my end here, we did talk about again, back in the panel, how much I think right now Action PH still has that capability to do so, but at least with the current, or with the most recent matches that they had in week 2, it really was feeling a bit more of a downward spiral. That being said, though, week 2 was, I think, somewhat hit with a bit of technical issues here and there, which has resulted in some teams might not have been performing to the most of their extent. So with this one being a new week, a new fresh start, this could be Action PH to bounce back to their week 1 performance where you're undefeated. Georgie and Emma were just the Splash Brothers, as it were, and with all of that, again, I feel like Action PH still has the ability to be that top tier team, but as you mentioned, Zeal is a very capable team to beat them out in this best of 3 as well.
Yeah, well, to you guys who are just tuning in, and maybe if you're watching in on the main channels here on the English streams, of course, make sure to check out the upcoming matches we have for today. Right now, though, it's Zeal versus Action PH. That's what we got on our hands, and this is, of course, the Philippines qualifier. The Philippines playoffs, actually. We're going to get to see who gets closer and closer to that grand prize, and of course to the qualification slot for APAC, which is happening very soon. Now, Asarai, we didn't really get to talk about this a little bit too much last time, or rather throughout the day. Any predictions who you think might be qualifying? Who are your favorites into making it into the APAC?
You know, I was actually asked this when I was streaming a couple of days ago about which teams do they think will be coming from Southeast Asia moving into the APAC qualifiers. And they said like my top 3. Honestly, I feel like Philippines and maybe a little bit of bias here, 2 Filipino teams can definitely come in, with maybe 1 Malaysia/Singapore team. And those 2 Filipino teams that I'm looking at would probably be Oasis Gaming and Now's Esports, with regards, again, to the performance that they've had in group stage. Nothing bad to say about Team Secret, but they haven't been the Team Secret that, you know, we saw as explosive as they were back in Champions. They're still in the, I think, the reforming stage right now, especially with Jeremy. So I think like Oasis and Nows have that time to shine to be the top teams right now in the Philippines.
I'm actually going to go the other way. I do think Team Secret are getting back to their old form. And so I feel like this is a fresh start. The playoffs is going to tell a lot about how Team Secret does going into the rest of this one. If they perform well in their first, series, then there's probably a good chance that they're going to be able to build back into form that we saw them last year. I still think it's very possible, but for the other team I'm looking at, I do think Naos is probably going to be also one of those on the top of the favorites for the Philippines. I do think that they're strong. They have been playing such a complete game, and they've made fans out of everyone, including you and me, and like everybody who's been watching now. As for Zeal and Action PH, there is that potential, there is that talent, but to beat a team like Naos right now, it's just looking very unlikely. But we'll have to see when it plays out in the playoffs itself, because you never know.
Yeah, again, playoffs is a time where magic can actually happen. Teams that we would dub in the playoffs as maybe the underdogs become the teams that were actually undefeated. Teams that we never really saw at the very start of VCT's incorporation becomes the top spot. Cuffing at now is for here. But yeah, it seems like there are factors that could happen which would allow these teams to definitely pop off.
Well, let's go into agent select and see what agents that we will be picking, that the teams will be picking rather here today. And we're going to be seeing Fracture first. It's not the most common pick, but it's starting to emerge a little bit more as a trend here. We saw Action PH find a lot of success.
Ooh.
What I'm interested in here is Zeal. They've actually gotten the Chamber as well here onto Beat. So it's going to be very interesting as Georgie and Beat, they will be squaring off as the Sentinels.
Yeah, Chamber on Georgia. I actually can't remember if he picked us up when they went against Team Secret back in Fracture, because me and my bad memory, right? But this is going to be interesting. I did mention back in the panel that I thought it was going to be 2 duelists, but this could also work out because, again, Chamber works somehow similar to the duelist because of that TP, so you can get very aggressive angles and map control while also pushing forward and stopping lurks with his trademark, which is the trap. So this does allow, again, a lot of space taken and space creation on either side, especially with that breach at the helm as well.
Actually, Georgie has been picking Chamber every single time when they get to Fracture, and it has been working out for them. The last time that they picked it and it just didn't work 100% too well is because that was against Team Secret, when the operator really just wasn't working in the hands of Georgie, and he never really got his hands on it. So we'll see how it plays out today this time as we go into Fracture in the first map. Any expectations, Asarai, for map number 1?
Again, I said my piece about this already. It's gonna revolve around aggressive map control. So with that, let's see how well the defending team starts us off, because you give the start of the Fracture maps or each round to attacking side, and again with that, it would mean that the defenders have to proactively try to get that forward map control so that attackers will not have the leeway that they would want to. It's not your standard unrated or rank where you just go straight A main or B main and hope for the best. They really have to have something set up here, especially up against aggressive controllers like the Viper and the Astro that provide so much map control on either side.
Yeah. Hello, check.
Yeah, you are absolutely back.
A little bit of a technical issue on my end, but yeah, just about to get started with this game itself in a second here, so don't worry about that, ladies and gents. We will be just fixing a couple of technical issues on our end.
Zeal is really good. Expert analysis right there. I am curious that sorry, I just gotta say, I am curious how Fire Cyanogen will start the day off. Again, it's not that I am coaxing, the Fire Cyanogen burn down train or something like that. Looking at the stats itself, there has been times where Fire Cyanogen does bottom frag when he does play on the duelist from time to time, and that has also maybe force the hand of Zeal to adjust and put him on the initiator role. Usually they primarily start with him on the duelist right now. And again, I always have to ask this question with Fire Cyajin in general. Georgia, I think he's much more consistent than Fire Cyajin, but Fire Cyajin I feel is the more explosive player. Is FSJ going to come into this game number 1 hot or cold?
You make a great point there. Fire Cyajin is really just the key player. We've said it time and time again here for Zeal. If he pops off, the rest of Zeal, they pop off too. But when he has a quiet day, it kind of becomes a little bit underwhelming for the rest of this team, which is why I'd really, and it works for Zeal when they're firing on all cylinders, sure, but you really want a more, I'd say, sustainable approach towards the game, which is why I really feel like when it comes to Zeal, they would do better. They would do well. I'd say stop playing around Fire Cyajin too much, given especially because he's not 100% consistent all of the time. I'd play around Fire Cyajin, or I'd play around a duelist or a player given a certain amount of consistency. You talk about players like Dubstep who have been consistently good. You talk about players like, let's say, Georgie, who are consistently on form as well. Some of these top duelists like Envy, or you can play around those guys. But when if you don't have that 100% efficiency in every single match, then it might be better to sort of take a step back, maybe play a little bit more tactically, and try to force mistakes out from the opponents instead of trying to outgun them.
That being said, right, I feel like we always associate Zeal with being the very aggressive team, but I think we also failed to mention that they're actually incredibly defensive with the roster that they have currently right now, especially with Tuge and the newer acquisition of Beats. I think this team has really fleshed themselves or have really rounded themselves out. I think the only problem right now is they still don't know that fully yet, and they haven't really well optimized how well they can cover their back line, as it were. Because again, we saw how Beats was able to perform when they went up against an LFO match or not LFO, I think it was SPE, or was it LFO? But anyways, the match on Split, where they was just able to completely dominate the match with just Beats primarily playing on the chamber. So there is that sparks of well-maintained plays from Zeal here. They don't really have to go gung-ho, balls too deep on sites here. And with all of that, I feel like Zeals right now can really round themselves out as an overall team. I know. I can see your face, Matt. Yeah, because like if you throw the...
You better hope nobody clips that. You better just hope nobody clips
No, because you have to throw the ball far, right? But you don't want to throw it too far that it doesn't go to the hole. If you're gonna like go for a 3-pointer, or
you're just
like...
making it worse at this point. You're just digging yourself into a hole, man.
I'm so sorry. I was trying to make a point here.
Okay. Yeah. Well, point taken.
All right. Sure, buddy.
We are experiencing a little bit of a technical issue on our end, ladies and gents. So please bear with us. We are gonna be getting into the game itself very, very soon. So in the meantime, why don't you all grab a snack? Why don't you all, just have a nice sit down and maybe tune in and just lean back on the couch with your favorite dog. Asarai, I love you, man, but like this is just you're just digging yourself deeper into this hole, and I don't think there's any going back up now. I'd throw you a rope, but I'm happy to watch you there.
Just struggle. It puts the lotion on its skin, or it also gets.
Oh
no.
Okay.
I'm gonna
Right.
stop.
Well, how are you feeling? I heard you had some cupcakes today.
Oh yeah. Went out with Dax and Ray Ray, just for a quick morning breakfast. I mean, obviously breakfast is in the morning.
For breakfast?
No, that was Ray Ray. I ate like a full meal, and I'm pretty good, feeling pretty dandy right about now. So ready to cast the games here. So yeah. How about you?
Very nice. Well, me and Nomad and the others were just waiting for that invite, but it never came. So it's all right.
I'm sorry. We didn't expect you guys to be morning people. So
no, we're not. It's fine. We were up until late, and the fact that just putting it out there, Elden Ring's coming out tonight. You're probably not gonna hear from us for a while. I mean, after this weekend, of course.
Yeah, of course. Work first.
Work for 100%.
Yeah, that's our motto, right? Play hard, or work hard, play harder.
Well, when your work is play, is it even work?
Truth.
Yeah. Well, I'm glad we agree on that answer.
Hey man,
It's gonna be a long day. I just know.
it's 2 series, but it's gonna be a hella long day here. But yeah.
Oh yeah. I'm wondering what's going on. I do want to hear like I'm gonna try to get an update from production and see what's going on.
Yeah, and again to the chat right there, guys. Hi, hello. Shout outs to the English broadcast. We again also have our Filipino broadcast happening on the other side of the streaming platform. So you guys want to check that out, you most definitely can. As Elu is trying to get in contacts with our production, who are actually very, very cool people. So, shout outs to them and for making all of this possible and for inviting us to be the casters here. So, yeah.
Yeah, and this is, by the way, like when it comes to like long talks and just like hanging out like this, yeah, it kind of turns into a little bit of a podcast, doesn't it? But if you want a real podcast, make sure to check out PPGL Cooldown. That's of course happening on the PPGL Facebook page. So we talk about everything VCT Philippines, and you got your host Viminal and Taylor to take care of you there. Have you been a guest on the show yet?
I have not. Have you?
No, I haven't. They haven't.
How dare they?
How dare they? They had Black and Blue on.
What?
Yeah.
Oh, it's okay. Black and blue is cool.
Shout out to Black and Blue, of course.
Yeah.
Who's pretty much got the biggest Napoleon complex in esports. Just kidding. Short kings, let's go. I'm just kidding. We're all short here.
Wait,
he's
Black and
actually
Blue's taller than us? How tall
Wait,
is
no.
Blue?
Black and Blue is not taller than us. I'm like 5'9".
Yeah,
I'm 5'6". I'm 5'7".
You're 5'7"? Dang it! I'm 5'6". All right, I'm the short stack. Oh man.
Short king. No, we're all short kings in the Philippines, bro. Can we just agree that we're all short kings instead? Yeah.
Yeah, true enough.
As long as you're short vertically, it's fine. But we'll go into a break because I think the conversation is starting to take a dangerous turn. We'll come back right here with more of our stuff in the PPGL Illustrated Asteroid. We'll be back in a second.
What told the future? Who knows? I don't do it for the likes, I do it for the love. Do it for the ones who really need a hug because they had it tough. Enough feared, love, and respected. Using words as a weapon. Test and she. Hurry up quick. El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom. Please respect her rule. Hurry up quick. El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Smile in my face, Woody in my place, but act gully on cyberspace. Let's pump brakes, let's be frank. Running after him when you're the chase. You are the catch and he's the net. How quickly do we all forget to honor these small policies, my darling? You are the empress queen. Man, respect or he'll neglect. You are the wind beneath his wings. You are the season, you are the reason why this world can breathe. Giving sons eyes to see and daughters dreams to believe. Anything less than the best for you is high treason, queen. Hurry up quick. El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is a queendom.
I just gotta flex on the lean. I just wanna rap to the beat. I just wanna back, cause I'm mean. I just gotta go back, I'm a freak.
problems, they always on road and they starting. She knows this cause she's the same. She's trying to stop playing games. Move of emotion, they drunk at their problems, they always on road and they starting. She knows this cause she's the same. She's trying to stop playing games. Where the people at, what they really want to know. Who's your lovers and who are your bros? Who are the enemies you don't keep close? Who are the people that you shouldn't know? Where the people at, what they really want to know. Who's your lovers and who are your bros? Who are the enemies you don't keep close? Who are the people that you shouldn't know?
I just gotta flex, flex, flex on the lean. I just wanna rap, rap, rap to the beat. I just wanna back, cause I'm mean. I just gotta go back, I'm a freak. My cheese, my house, my sneakers, my blouse. I just party hard, topping the one in the chart. I've already won, babe, but didn't even start. Flexing on ya, flexing on me, flexing on ya, flexing on me. I just gotta go, but I wanna hold on. I can't let you go, but I gotta stay strong, stay strong.
Unless you heard it from me, then you ain't heard it from me. Got it from me, all the energy extra. You don't wanna see me with the hitters. Generations caught up, look how things will switch. People they're quick, now they wanna move at the bits. Boy wanna go to bitch, now I'm moving. I gotta do what I do. I'm really here on my ones now instead of 4 3s or 2s. And now it's F from Paris. I could have been effing you in Paris. I don't wait for the drop, I just flow from the pot. From me, all the energy extra. You don't wanna see me with the hitters. Generations caught up, look how things will switch. People they're quick, now they wanna move at the bits. Boy wanna go to bitch, nah.
Working a 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars. Taking them chances, making decisions, you know I'm never gonna lie. Till you let go, I'm copying all of them, who you gonna be inside. I cannot fake it, I gotta face it, I gotta do the time. You gotta wait, mate, for a great pay, make sure you're doing your job. Gotta deal with the patience, 200 every occasion. Going to different locations, how they got when I need some direction. Me and Vinci go up every session. Cook it up, yeah, you know it's no pressure. Yeah, you know how we do what we all in. We can slow up and you never catch us. Working a 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars. You know my slimes, they came from the bottom to top. Taking the finest, they tryna find us, boy, I know you with the ops. We not the same, no, you can't compare me, I don't belong in the box. Don't try to play me, no, I'm not friendly, this is everything I got. Ain't no playing around, this is no playground.
Well, welcome back, guys. Here we are, and you're going to be joining us for game number 1. A little bit of a technical hiccup on our end, but we're already ready to go. So we're about to dive into the match very, very soon. Asarai, I'm so excited for it. We are getting closer and closer to the grand finals itself, where we are going to find out which teams are going to be representing the Philippines in the upcoming APAC Challengers here for the first one of the year.
Yeah, exactly. So everything really is on the line. I think scratch from what happened last year, all of the achievements that we've seen from Filipino teams coming into this one, there is, again, a lot more competitors, a lot more players that are also wanting to follow in the footsteps of Team Secret, Team Secret, Oasis, all of those that have competed in Southeast Asia scene. And again, the question now lies at the start of 2022, will we see another Filipino team appear in Masters, second Masters, and then Champions once again? That is like the biggest biggest thing that we can ever achieve and hope to get. And I feel like with what we've seen right now, for sure there is an opportunity for us here.
Yeah, well, we're still just hanging out and waiting for it to start up. But shout out to all of you guys in chat who are, talking about short kings. You know what's up.
Everybody's a king and a queen,
Anyway, you can be a queen or a king, whatever you want, man. It's 100%.
Exactly. Totally.
I don't know how honestly, Asura, I don't know how I feel about this whole calling everybody kings and queens thing. I'm not into oppressing, the common people. I'm not into that. I'm not so sure how I feel about monarchy. There's a reason why England is a constitutional monarchy now and no longer, full-on monarchy. Help me! I'm being oppressed,
dude.
I'm being oppressed.
I think the point therein lies, that in every single person, they're just awesome in their own ends. So
Right.
rather than,
But there's got to be like one guy who's gonna take it way too serious. Gonna be like, haha, I'm a king, peasant.
Thankfully, at least I've never met anyone that has gone to that extreme, but I do love to call everybody kings and queens because they are, you guys are awesome. So.
You're a peasant then.
Hey man, somebody has to be, right? I'm totally fine with that as long as you guys
Somebody
live
has to be oppressor. I'm sorry.
You just called me a commoner,
You're perpetuating you're perpetuating
dude.
broken
You just
system
literally
after
called
that.
me a commoner, dude. Hey, I was just about to explain that as long as you're living your full life, you do you.
Okay, well,
Where's this trend? It's gone. I was gonna talk about how we had the top 8 teams now down to 6, and again, the playoffs is the opportunity or the first chance that some of these teams will be going up against each other, because again, the group stage was separated into Group A and Group B, and with that, we will be seeing teams like NOW's Esports actually find a match against Team Secret, a match against Southville. Now we're going to see Oasis Gaming go up against Zeal Esports and APAC PH. So there is, again, a well mix-up here that is going to happen. Yeah.
Look, man, I just want to point it out that lower half of the bracket, maybe we can show it. Maybe production will be kind enough to help us show the bracket since we're just waiting in the game anyway. But
yeah,
if you guys take a look at the bracket, Team Secret, Southville, and Naos, they're at the bottom half of the bracket.
Yeah.
That's a brutal lower half on the bracket right there. Somebody's going into the lower bracket real quick. So it's either Team Secret, Southville, or Naos, and none of these guys are like, I see these teams as like upper bracket teams, you know what I mean? And
Yeah.
Zeal, APAC PH, and Oasis, they're kind of middling. They're not like, they're good. They're good. They're, really good teams. They've made it into the playoffs, but I don't know. I feel like they got a little bit lucky when it comes to the seeding here in the upper bracket. Because if you look at Zeal, APAC PH, and Oasis, one of these teams are going to go straight into the upper bracket final.
Yeah.
But let's go ahead. I'll show you what I mean, man. Let's look at the bracket itself. In a second when we come back from this break, because I just totally lied to you. We're going to a break itself. When we do return, game number 1 will be starting.
No matter I do what I say now, I'ma go give him something to say now. Got him stuck on my back like a spray ground. See, these don't gotta complain. I'm a shooter, got eyes in my vein. They said that I would never make it. They thought I was crazy. They said I'm insane. Working at 9 to 5, I had to go. Nobody did it right. I had to show 'em how to grind. I had to beat the odds. This is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time. We going up. We headed to Mars. Wasn't too long before I realized a whole lot of truth just realized. Two groups faking the real guys, and both of them plotting on your meal size. Gotta be more, is this real life? Got a bad hand, but I still try. Try and knock me down and I still climb. I can see the promised land right over the hill line. And when I get there, yeah, we all gon' party. Learn how to surf cause the waves is gnarly. Gotta make the bread, gotta bake the barley. But it take a little time, be patient, darling. Working for the people, gotta rake them all in. But sometimes people make you hate your calling. Some people panic when the brakes is stalling. Me, I go to God when my faith is falling. Put it on the tattoos. A righteous man don't know bad news. Found forgiveness for my snafus. Nothing for the pretty girls trying to get a cashew. Bad dude. Sometimes life really suck like a vacuum. The devil I don't ever turn my back to. I just wanna shower love like a bathroom. And be a role model for the black youth. Here you go. Here you go again. Talking all that. What? What are you talking about, man? Wasn't too long before I realized a whole lot of truth just realized. Two groups faking the real guys, and both of them plotting on your meal size. Gotta be more, is this real life? Got a bad hand, but I still try. Trying to knock me down and I still climb. I can see the promise I think I let my guard down. Certain things ain't the same now. Hard to navigate these problems. I'm by myself, you're not around. I tried to open up, it wasn't good enough. Put in my all and got nothing back. Now I'm stuck in the rain, dealing with all this pain. Why you gotta do me like that? Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can get ugly, trust and believe me. Saying to myself, looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back this far from easy. I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know heart turned cold, lost control. Looking at this beautiful distraction. Fell in love with a fatal attraction. I really let my guard down, now relaxing. Why did I open up? She taking way too much. Put in my all and got nothing back. I'm feeling so ashamed, I fell into your game. Why you gotta do me like that? Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can get ugly, trust and believe me. Saying to myself, looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back this far from easy. I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know I've seen your hands. Delilah,
ain't in place. Y'all really testing my patience. Right before I blow up the spot, I had to get back to the basics. What if my talent is wasted? You see, but I'm lacking the placement. Thought since I rap in the basement, but my come up is legend, is greatness. I don't care now, it's pedal to the metal. I can never quit now, I will never settle. Puppet to the game, I'm pulling strings like Geppetto. We in the same game, but I'm on a different level. I passed it. Gotta keep grinding till I'm laid up in the casket. No fake round, but you feeling too plastic. Yeah, y'all feeling too plastic. They say my style crazy, but then it's straight jacket. Wow.
Why you still testing my patience? Trying to turn me into something I ain't trying to be. All the hate is in heavy rotation. You gon' lose yourself, quit testing me.
Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me.
Yeah, guess I know no better. I ain't got no chill, so they call me a devil, I know. Look, I am just a man on a mission. If I want it, then I get it, I go. And if you're trying to test me a beast, you gon' need Liam Neeson. The chance that you taking is flagrant. You're testing your luck. If you think you make it out, then you're sadly mistaken. Careful what you putting your stake in, cause I ain't got no patience and no limitations. You trying to figure me out, and I know I don't make sense, but no one's there when you call like you're trapped in the Matrix. You need to take a break from it. I think you should take 6. Cause yes, I hold a throne and no one else can replace this. The pain will only go deeper the harder you chase it. I'm the greatest that you ever met. It's time that you face it. So tell me,
Why you still testing my patience? Trying to turn me into something I ain't trying to be. All the hate is in heavy rotation. You gon' lose yourself, quit testing me.
Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me.
Yeah. The rise before the fall, the glide before the rule, the eyes that saw the soul, the cheer before the goal. I'm here to let you know. Yeah, I'm here to let you know. Yeah, I sky gaze over my taste. Like Peter, this is my space. I'm spacey, I'm crazy over breakbeats. Space gazing in my safe haven. I make statements that embrace waking. Awaken, I'm woke. Taking the road to pull you ashore. The celestial scope. The stars explore in your inner. The starts at the core. Inner space and more. Your body's a planet for sure. Nurture it with the words I writ. Scribe like highlights. Flying saucer. Supply the order. It's the author. Walking on air. Walking on water. Blending between borders to let you know this is here to support you. The blend. The blend. The blend. The blend. The blend. Yeah. Second verse after the first. Take control with words, roll reverse, the rebirth of verb from inside out, outside in. We control the earth frequency. The heart of the world beats for me. It beats on beat as we breathe deep. Oxygen from trees feed. Gifts in our gift. This right here, proof we exist. Mind state is gravity, the way you uplift. Across seas swift, water quench thirst. There's a shift. Set sail like shit to find other lands. The motherland, sun is planned. With the words I'm writing, I'm fertilizing. The earth to rising, realizing. Global warming and the sea is rising. Pollution the planet needs metabolizing. full of fire like a dragon fighting, creating hot springs when the pressure rising. It's ever rising, but I'm never frightened, cause the days will brighten. Yeah, the blend.
Everywhere I go, the people really wanna know who I is and who I be. They stop and stare when they see me. If I said it once, no need to repeat. Run up on me, watch you fall to your knees. Tip my hat when it's time for the kill. Ain't no beast when you're really real. I am the boss, I am the dawn. I am the one they call Lucky Charm. Got my own shit, I don't need your farm. Life was so hard, it made me weak. Built to last, this girl ain't weak. Sturdy and still when I plant my feet. Got it out the mud, now it's racks in my sleep. Look to God, he supplies my needs. Endless faith is what brought me next level prosperity. Silent power moves is what I'm giving. They love to hate the world they can't live in. Always present for the high roads. Go swim within the deep lows. Low. What told the future? Who knows? I don't do it for the likes, I do it for the love. Do it for the ones who really need a hug, cause they had it tough, never had enough. Feared, loved, and respected. Using words as a weapon. Test and she. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Smile in my face, Woody in my place, but act gully on cyberspace. Let's pump brakes, let's be frank. Running after him when you're the chase. You are the catch and he's the net. How quickly do we all forget to honor these small policies, my darling? You are the empress queen. Man, respect or he'll neglect. You are the wind beneath his wings. You are the season, you are the reason why this world can breathe. Giving sons eyes to see and daughters dreams to believe. Anything less than the best for you is high treason, queen. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is a queendom.
I just gotta flex on the lean. I just wanna rap to the beat. I just wanna back, cause I'm mean. I just gotta go back, I'm a freak. Gotta go. I just wanna rap to the beat.
Move of emotion, they drunk of their problems. They always on road and they starting. She knows this cause she's the same. She's trying to stop playing games. Move of emotion, they drunk of their problems. They always on road and they starting. She knows this cause she's the same. She's trying to stop playing games. Where the people at, what they really want to know. Who's your lovers and who are your bros? Who are the enemies you do keep close? Who are the people that you shouldn't know? Where the people at, what they really want to know. Who's your lovers and who are your bros? Who are the enemies you do keep close? Who are the people that you shouldn't know?
I just gotta flex flex on the lean. I just wanna rap to the beat. I just wanna back, cause I'm mean. I just gotta go back, I'm a freak. Gotta go. I just wanna rap to the beat. The chains, my vest, my watch, my belt, my cheese, my house, my sneakers, my blouse. I just party hard, topping the one in the chart. I've already won, babe, but then you start. Flexing on ya, flexing on me, flexing on ya, flexing on me. I just gotta go, but I wanna hold on. I can't let you go, but I gotta.
And we are back, ready to jump into the game. Apologies for the long technical delay, but we'll delay no further because right now, game number 1 here in the playoffs about to begin. So you're joining us here in the Philippine broadcast, and we're about to kick it off with Zeal versus Action PH. So, Asterai, let's go ahead and dive into the game. We'll be starting any second now, I've just been told. And so I'm looking forward to starting game number 1.
Exactly. We talked about so much before the long breaks about how Action PH, at least on my end, are the team to definitely beat at this one. But Fracture is definitely going to be a toss-up of 50-50 at that point. And with all of that, let's get to it. Yeah, Fracture the map.
Yeah, I'll go into Fracture itself. Here we are. We find ourselves in the game. We have Action PH starting out on the defending side. Of course, Zeal starting on attack right now. First time we're going to see beats on this chamber, so it should be interesting to say the least.
Well, he did play chamber back on splits, but I don't know how efficient they are on Fracture here. That being said, though, it does allow for Beats to express his aggressiveness a bit more since he has been playing a lot more defensive agents, defensive sentinels at that point. You know, with Chamber, there always is that point where you do have that teleport of his to get more aggressive map control and then just put yourself back up. So it gives them some form of scouting here as well because they don't have any scouting initiators like the Sky or the Sova. So it really is going to give Zeals here a really good idea of where the defenders could be. So Beats could be pushing somewhere on Arcade, on Dish, and that allows Zeal, to the rest of the team to just figure out what they have to do next. So it could be something, but the same could be said with Action PH. That is the same composition as the Zeal team.
Yeah, they're going to have to rely a lot on their, inner game sense and game knowledge and, their own particular brand of shot calling because, there's not, like you said, Asterai, there's just not a lot of information gathering agents on the field right now. You don't really have much to go off of. So I'm a little bit surprised by this. I would have liked to see a Sova, something, maybe even a KO, a Sky would have been decent, but it seems like these guys, they don't want to go for the straight up, initiations. They don't want to go for the slow, steady pace. Rather go for the full on head on approach towards the game and, go for the executes and, the fighting.
Yeah, and to get bro, right? Totally, right? It's all about fighting. It's a deep dive into that. If you think about it, initiators like the Sova and the Sky with these type of compositions, for example, you remove the breach, doesn't really complement the style of which the aggression is going to be placed. Yeah, sure, you'd probably like to have a recon dart or something to pulse opponents nearby, but there's so many angles on site specifically that you can just bypass with like smokes and then you will not be spotted by that recon dart, by that dog. And there's so many angles where there's not enough time as you're pushing in with those utilities that you're gonna get much value. But what you will get value on is excuse me, if you have a fault line somewhere, even if you don't know they're there, at least you know that if someone was there, they'll be stunned. So it's going to be easier for you. Flashes, I think, are much easier to pop off. If, for example, you're going to go push on B from main, you can flash their site, you can flash on tower, and boom, bada bing, bada bam, bada boom, you got yourself the site, right? And then you have the smokes.
Bing bong.
Isn't that from where was it again? That movie about the emotions. Forgot.
Honestly,
Upside
I don't
Down,
know. I
was
just
it?
remember seeing it on
Can't
TikTok
remember.
and just people in Coney Island just going
Yeah,
all
it's
like,
the
"Bing
imaginary.
bong!"
It's the imaginary elephant. I think Bing Bong. That's his name.
I don't remember. Where's this from again? Anyway,
Upside Down, wasn't it? I'm gonna check real quick.
Was it? Well, if you find out, let me know. Maybe the viewers will know. Anyway,
there you go.
it is
Inside Out.
Thank you,
Thank you.
Naman. Okay, well. We do have another technical
Upside
issue, by the way, so we'll have to hang out and join our podcast for a little bit longer. Yeah.
At least we
Podcast
are
time.
seeing, what Fracture looks like. This is like what the main hub of something Radianite farming.
Right.
Yeah, Haven is like
It looks like a mine.
it is. It is.
It looks like a mine. Is it a radianite? So what is the background? Is this a radianite mine?
This is the thing I like about Riot in general is that they don't really tell you. You just have to search. I think this is like a port for mining Radianite, and then if you play in the game and you actually turn on your sounds, you will hear like announcers coming in. So we have like what do you say it, like package coming from or delivery coming from ... stuff like that. I don't really listen to it that hang on, evacuation protocol emergency. Okay, so it is kind of something like
an
that.
evacuation protocol of my own in a little while, so I'm hoping we get this game started.
Well, that kind of sucks for casters, right? Less talking, more doing.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
Man, our observers are kind of harsh right now. All right, okay.
I know.
They're kind of nasty.
Yeah. It's like, Asura, there's a reason why they don't put us together too much anymore.
That is true. I haven't seen your beautiful mug in a while, brother.
We haven't casted together in a minute. So.
Yeah, in a hot minute. Yeah.
Oh dear. Okay, well.
What is this? Keep it secret. Keep it safe. Isn't that what Gandalf said to Frodo when he gave him the One Ring? Keep it secret. Keep it safe.
Yes, good eye, Asarai. Props to you, man. I can't believe you spotted that. Good stuff, dude.
Yeah, I've watched Lord of the Rings,
I watch
good
it
chunk
like
now.
every year, the extended version at least once a year.
Gosh, you can go through all of that. I mean, it's a masterpiece.
It's
but
so good.
4 hours is whew. I mean,
So
12
there are
hours.
certain pieces of
actually.
media that I'll do every year or every other year. I will play
True.
Pokemon Yellow every other year. I will watch Lord of the Rings every year. I will watch The Godfather every few years.
I did say to myself that I am trying to watch more like top movies.
Yeah.
And one of those in my list is The Godfather, and I have not watched
You have to see
the
it.
trilogy.
You have
yet.
to see
I
it.
really have to. Yeah, I have watched Silence of the Lamb. I have never watched that.
That's a good one. I love that one.
Yeah, it really was. It really was.
Did you know that the name Clarice wasn't really in existence? It wasn't really. I don't think it existed up until Silence of the Lambs.
Really?
Yeah.
Dr. Lecter. Dr. Lecter. Sorry, for those who just
She's a
have not watched.
redneck now. What have you done?
That's her, dude. That is Jodie
She is, though.
Foster's
Yeah, she
tone
does sound like that.
on that.
No,
What do
I mean
mean?
you're close. You just made her a little too redneck.
Yeah, I'm sorry, dude. I'm from the Philippines. I have never gone and I've done that accent, so I try to do my best impression.
Have you ever been to the States?
Once in Vegas for a tech convention.
Oh, the one place you go to in the States is Vegas.
For a tech convention.
That is so you, Asa, right? Why am I not surprised?
It's so me. What?
I'm just surprised you didn't come back married. That's all I want to say.
Well, I mean, you never know. What they say. What stays in Vegas? What happens in Vegas
What
stays in
happens
Vegas. There you
stays in Vegas.
go. Yeah. So you never know. Maybe there's a Mrs. Asra.
Yeah, maybe you
somewhere out
brought
there.
back a couple of things though. I don't know.
Oh, okay. Yeah, like good memories.
Yeah, okay.
Of the tech convention. Legit. If you guys if you guys like, what is it? Google, what was that? CES. There you go. That's the tech convention I went to. ROG's there, so our sponsor. So hello. Yeah, I remember when I went there, they had like a super big booth, and they're just showcasing all of their nifty little laptops and everything. That was back in like 2019.
Right.
Yeah.
So we have people in chat asking what's going on. So apparently we have a technical issue again. One of the players seems to have dropped out. Trying to get them back into the game.
Yeah. Trying to teleport them back to where they belong. In Fracture. Well,
I do think that if there's one, I'm thinking one of the number one movies I think that you should see. Obviously, Pulp Fiction, but
that's on my list for sure.
Oh, you gotta see it. It's super good. I love anything Quentin Tarantino. Oh, there's this one I watched recently that's super good. It's called Seven Psychopaths.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, check it out. It's super good. Seven Psychopaths.
Yeah,
it's the one with Christopher Walken's in it, and that's the movie with the scene where he goes like, put up your guns, put your hands up, and he has a gun, and he's like, no.
All right, I'll definitely give it a try.
I don't want to. Yeah,
I'll definitely give it a try. Yeah,
anything with Christopher Walken, because I love Christopher Walken. This is one he was like, in Pulp Fiction, it was like, this watch. Just look for that watch scene, just that one watch scene. You'll know.
That and what's the one with Brad Pitt and the what's in the box?
That's Seven.
There you go. Yeah, there's so many movies. Because, not gonna lie, I am really into animation, so I watch more animation than I do with like live movies.
I'm watching a new anime that's like super good.
Oh, do tell.
The Restaurant from Another World.
That just popped it. Like, there's a anime that I also saw. I think Roman bathhouse designer, was it, gets teleported into a Japanese bathhouse, and he's like, what is this amazing contraption? Because he was from the time of Rome, right? And they have like those marble bathhouses, and he sees the modern bathhouse of Japanese people, and he wants to incorporate that to his.
Yeah. I talked about that. Those called Romane something, the Latin sounding. That was interesting too. I want to watch that. Oh, by the way, we have to mention there are technical issues happening, so feel free to come back. Just check, hang out and say hi. We are doing fine. Thank you for asking, chat.
Yeah. What's your favorite pancit canton flavor? That is
sweet and spicy.
Ooh. Yeah. I mean, sweet and spicy with does that also have already the calamansi flavor on it, or is that like
No.
Oh, okay. It has like before. I remember I like it like with calamansi and spicy if there is. I remember I just put like maybe hot sauce if there
What
wasn't.
is your go-to gaming meal?
Whey protein.
Wait, no. Hey man, like I'm on that whey protein stuff right now too.
Oh yeah, dude.
Ask,
oh hell yeah.
I'm drinking this brand called Whale because it's really yummy.
Mine is I think Active Nutrition. Yeah.
Yeah, my friend who is a nutritionist tells me to switch and get
Whale,
a different one. I forgot the name.
Okay.
I'm Whale, WHEYL. That's what I'm using now.
Yeah, I saw that one. They have like incredible amount of place, but I think my go-to gaming food, not drink, probably has to be Jamaican patties.
Dude, I have not had a Jamaican patty in like forever.
I have like
the last time I had a Jamaican patty, but I would like watch like all the movies because we'd go to like the Rockwell Cinema, and then they'd have right beside it the Jamaican patty.
Here it is. Okay, we're good.
Oh, we're going into the game, guys. Do it. Oh.
I can already feel the SpongeBob hyperventilating. Horny.
Hear that sound? That's me slapping myself into the game. Let's go, guys. Game number 1, Action PH versus Zeal. We're about to start it off right here, and you're joining us in Philippines broadcast the English broadcast of the Philippines, VCT, and we're starting off with Fire Cygen getting a pick off onto Georgie. Is it me or do I not hear the game sounds?
Yeah, same here. But it's all right. It'll be fine. But like I mentioned, very aggressive map control, as you can see. They did get the pick off of Georgie because he wanted to get that map control. I think Zeal was banking on that fact. So that's why they triple stacked it. Eman still finds a pick. Whatever happens there, I believe Zeal should be able to take the A site, which does leave Eman to hold on by his own. But Beats opens up.
Yeah, that's a great couple entries right there by Beats. Even though he is on the Sentinel role, very much comfortable right here. But oh, there we go. That's the game sounds I'm hearing right now. Fantastic as we go into this retake. 2v4, very much doable. Ryu just gets around the corner, taking down one right before he gets stunned up. Another stun should be coming in just a second, though. This is the aftershock that they will be deploying. That's going to be another kill from Modzki. Suddenly, it's all possible. This is a 2v4, now brought to a 2v2, as Ryu and Modzki looking for the last two players beaten. Cygen, who swings out wide a little bit. Nice right click right there from Beats. And Fire Cygen is able to clean things up. A good attempt on the retake, but the positioning a little bit better from Zeal.
Gotta say, that position for Fire Sergeant is incredibly risky, just because of the fact that because he was smoked off and where the spike was planted and he didn't have any util, he wouldn't really have been able to help Beats out. So Beats being able to do these pop shots was so helpful. Look at that. I think at that point, we just knew that Action PH did not know where Fire Sergeant was. They had an inkling that there was one in A main, but they didn't know if there was one hiding on the site, so they had to slow push it. But again, the in-transition pickoffs that Beats got was really what led them get that round.
Now it's the anti-eco. This is something that Georgie loves doing. He loves playing aggressive with this. Never mind. I was looking at Beats. Sorry, that was a little bit of my bad on that one. But I was about to say Georgie loves to play aggressive on the on the defensive side, but never mind. They're going into the A site instead, rather grouping up all of their forces here. They haven't found a pick just yet, especially not with that Marshall, so it should be interesting as it's a good gamble right now for the defensive side. At PPH have actually made a good read. They've spotted out nobody just yet. I think they must have just seen the corner of Emma, goes around the bench. Nice landing as far as Cygen gets two. Beats is right there with a backup and Senior Carl as well. Ryu is only able to get one. A very clean side taken plant from the side of Zeal again.
Or Saiyajin just saying, cool guys, don't look at explosions. Throws out his nade and then just waits for him to get itself a kill. That's unfortunate. That's also the strong point that I was able to experience a couple of days ago when I tried out Chamber again here on Fracture. Literally all you... Okay, still gets it. It's okay, it's okay. I mean, he gets him back.
A little bit too expensive at this point, but... Okay, 2G Monster, he's able to bring it back. If they got one more kill, that would have been, awful bonus round for Zeal Esports, but... Should be alright now as they find the last remaining kills. They will be making Fire Cygen go up on that Vandal though, so it's a sort of semi-buy for Fire Cygen as they want to try the best they can to win this round.
Oh, also, I was about to mention, if you're Chamber on attack, literally cover both flanking positions of defenders, right? So if you push on one side, you can, before the round starts, you can literally just put both of your trademarks on spawn and the spawn across the zip. So with that, you cover all of your flanks already, and I'm not sure if you can smoke that out similar to what you can do with a KJ turret or a KJ alarm bot, but it works really well to handle the flank. And if you're afraid of that long lurk that could come from your opponents, it is very much covered by the Chamber if he stays alive longer in the round.
Going into good opening kill for Fire Cygen. Already this bonus round starting to look expensive. No way to heal right now for the members, for Fire Cygen at least. Senior Carl is going to be playing this angle, waiting around the corner. Spots out Emma, and Emma knows where he is. Pain Shell does come out, forces him out. But there's a couple of players right behind, and Emma doesn't connect on the shot. So Action PH not landing the crucial kills that they need to, especially on those aggressive pushes. Now it's brought to a 3v5. This bonus round looking less of a bonus already for Zeal as they might take it in this 3v5.
Again, the name of the game is all about that aggression. Oh, the time. Oh, what? No. So you recall, he just misses.
Go back. Oh!
He doesn't know. He's going to get stabbed or just
One enemy remaining.
There it is.
Okay.
Yeah. Anyways, I was going to mention, as defenders of Fracture, you can't really just passively allow opponents to come into the site because you see already the threat of what an Astra and Breach can do if you stay on that teeny tiny site, whether on A or B. You get sucked off by the gravity well, or you get stunned off of your brains out by the fault line. So you kind of don't want to be playing in that interval or in that location because it's just no bueno for you.
Do better. Ooh, that's a good shot from Georgie, but not too consequential at this point as a bonus round. You know, Zeal's going to throw as much as they can into getting this rifle out of the hands of Georgie because it's a bonus round. They're going to have money anyway. Lots out one. A lot of damage to the wall. Georgie making it so expensive here. They won the round anyway. 4 kills right now. They're unable to take him. He wants to hold on to this rifle until the end.
And with good intention, he can probably drop it to somebody, get the orb, and then have his ultimate if he wants to go that route, just in case. You know, a couple of highlight clips here for Georgie, but again, these frags just, it's not yet enough, especially when Action PH will be forced to go for this weaker buy coming into round number 4. The question now lies, how aggressive will they be? And where are they going to put their monies at on this weaker buy? For now, that you can see RU is just gonna clip himself at the back of A here. He does have his utility, but again, the same issue will come into pass once Zeal set their sights on the A site. They're gonna wait for these smokes, and then they're just gonna throw their utilities. RU's gonna get flushed out, and then that's just gonna allow Zeal, to go into the site pretty much undeterred.
The economy of Zeal after winning that bonus round is starting to balloon a little bit. But oh, no stopper, straight up lands nicely onto Eman. That's already a kill that they managed to find. Eman doing great. Sorry, Farsigen rather finding Eman, and to be brought to a 3v5 right here. Nobody else onto the site, so it should be clean for this post plant. Let's see how they set up. This Cosmic Divide will give them a little bit more security. Georgie will have to push through it. Sees the barrel of the gun peeking from the tip. And that's going to be enough to help him find that pick-off. Upgrades to a rifle on Modsky's side. They're going to find another one before the stun comes out, but the refrag is good from 2. Modsky finding Craigie. Can be another one, 2v2. Doable for either side right now. Who's going to land the shot? Sirodetio gets one, but Carl closes out both.
We definitely need a nice little quick pick on how fast Senior Carl's flick was there. Almost a round win there for Action PH. It seems like every round they're just barely getting an opportunity to clutch it out. But again, being forced to play for post plant is not the best of scenarios for them. As I mentioned, it really makes it easy for the attackers just to isolate the site because of the agents that they have. As long as you have those couple of crowd controls to flush out the sites, there's very little that you have to really peak once you start attacking it. But now, here we go. This is the buy run as it were. Georgie will have his ultimate, but he still decides to play with the Vandal. I think this is a smart decision. You don't want to use a sniper when everything is very, very fast and very aggressive from the attackers. So you want to play it nice and spray heavy.
Oh, that's a good 1-2 combination right there from Action PH on the defensive side.
Okay.
Right there.
Just a bit of a hold here for Zeal. This is what we're talking about, man. The more aggressive take. They can't really just stay on the site itself because it doesn't really give you that many defensive options, as it were. Now, Georgie holding on Heaven here because he does have the TP is fine. But again, as you hold on Heaven, there is some angles where you will have to wide swing, but he's better than me. He knows where these tight little angles are, and it allows him just to hold it off. 1 versus 3. Could have gotten the third one, and Craigies is starting to come alive. He is trapped, though. 1 versus 3. They know where he is, and he will have to deal with the rest of the defenders as they come rushing in, excuse me. 1 by 1 they go, but Eman finally finds one, and Action PH finally on the board here, either.
Well, speaking of rationing, They will have to do some because the economy in Zeal not exactly the healthiest right now. So it's a matter of what we're going to buy. It's looking like it's going to be a quasi-buy for these guys as first round finally comes in for Action PH. And it was this nice defensive setup that they actually did get a big victory on towards that A site. Craig, yes, making an argument that could have been a close one. It was definitely a close round, but in the end, Zeal going to take a loss on that one as we get into the next one. These quasi-buys pretty much very dangerous for Zeal right now as they make their push towards Dish this time. This is very much typical of Zeal to go quite aggressive and to control Dish early. This is something that they like to do. And this time they're going to get away with it. Nobody really challenging on the other side. So Zeal, they're going to go back and they're going to play somewhere else. They're going to try to rotate towards that B side.
You want to play? Let's play.
Zeal just went straight to the zipline area, still going for A main because Agent somehow has actually crept himself up onto the A site. You mentioned how Zeal wants to go for that dish. They made a lot of noise, which allowed Agent just to sneak his way through. Now Eman is going to stop him in transition, but his ultimate finds absolutely nothing. He is very near though. He will have to react to this quickly enough as he is taking some pseudo damage from that Viper Spit, low enough that he actually goes down, and Motsky and Seer Death will have to manage this one through. It seems like they might not be able to do it. Zerdethio goes down, and Zeal's another point on the board.
Yeah, that's a hard reset for Zeal as they do take another loss. They will have, I'd say, a fair bit of money. And just like I said, man, the quasi-buys have been so dangerous to Zeal. Doesn't matter what gun they have in their hands, whether it's a Sheriff, whether it's a Vandal. They're making it happen. And I'm happy, Asura, that we're seeing another resurgence of the Vandal coming back into play. Like, for a long time last year, everybody was just playing with Phantoms. I'm sure some people still prefer it, but it's nice that people are going back to the Vandals.
Yeah. Wishes Gaming is not going to agree with you. If I remember correctly, and watching all their matches,
they do
like...
five Phantoms. Yeah.
Yeah. They're what you call, do you call them the Phantom Thieves? Because they, you know, steal your life away.
Phantom Menace.
Ready.
Ah, dang, yeah, that's a good one.
But Senior Carl opening up the round with a pick-off. And it's an eco round here. Action PH, they're gonna be happy. This is the same thing they did last round, and a couple of rounds ago. Zeal, they fall for it again, but not too hard this time because they only lose one. So it's a little bit of progress for the side of Action PH, but nothing too much to write home about. Zeal will still be happy to take this one and work their way towards the B site right now. Farsigen and Craigie, they're able to get a couple of picks in between them. Nice shot from Motsky. Stunner, not he lands it. Farsigen responds. And that's going to be the round cleaned up by Farsigen. A triple kill for him on this anti-eco, and Zeal, they're looking pretty good again, Asarai, with 3 people staying alive. And look at the economy starting to balloon right now.
A while ago, on those 5 rounds that we started with, they actually had pretty terrible economy, even if they started winning, because they did lose a lot of their players just hunting people like Georgie and whatnot. But it is working right now. Fire's Agent has been just the guy that just traverses through utility. Again, because there is no proper sentinel aside from the chamber, there really is a lot of avenues where Fire Agent's aggression actually allows him to get past through. You saw here about 10 seconds, 20 seconds before they started going for the B side, he was already at the defender's spawn, and APH just don't know about it because, again, they have to take map control together unless they want to risk the fact of the 1v1s. There's nothing APH can really do other than the fact to just get information aggressively or play retake and hope that they can actually win the retake against Zeal, which they haven't really done so far.
Oh, look at this. Aryu trying to get a little inquisitive, trying to push up close. Will be forced back. Satchel charge to escape, but still Agent catches him off. And that's going to be another kill. Zerdethio looking to capitalize, but Motsky is able to get a double right now. Suddenly, how has everybody found their way into Dish as Motsky finds the third and dishes out the pain onto Zeal?
Well, you know what they say. Revenge is a dish best cold served. Oh, wait. What? Served best cold.
So close, Asarai. So close. You almost had it. That was almost cool.
Oh. Yeah, you know what? That's my trademark. I'm almost cool. That's about it. But spotted him. Oh, okay. Well,
I have the spike.
You know, it's all good. 14 seconds. He can't possibly get this, right?
10
No
seconds
way, not
left.
He
unless
has to
wins
drop
this
in.
duel. Oh my god, so close. He almost had the crosshair placement as well, but Georgie does actually take this one. Second round from Action PH, but it wasn't convincing. It wasn't clean. It came down to the timing. Action PH cutting off Zeal mid-rotation here towards the dish area. And although Fire Saijin was able to get a couple right there, it still wasn't enough because the rest of the members started to funnel their way into dish. And look at this. Modski going huge with a big
Spike
triple.
down A. One enemy remaining.
I can see why Modski was able to pop off there. You know, aside from him just being a good shot, right? Zeal just probably didn't expect like a fourth man to stay in that interval. They were like, yeah, guys, we got this already. We can start pushing out to the side. No way they have another one. Just marking us right as they try to rush right into it. Anyways, attackers are setting up the ultimate already. Counter rolling Thunder. So it really is the roles of the Thunder as of now. But they have still yet to actually fling the side. Georgie finds one, and the defenders are starting to ramp up into this one. Elu, as the 3 versus 5 commences. Georgie is still holding the side, but Beats and Craigie somehow squeeze their way. The nade will be used to delay, but attackers still have a good control of this one, but they still have yet to plant down that spike.
Nice try.
And, with all that, seems like it shouldn't be for APH here. Emon has already showed his presence on Heaven here. Beat is down to 39. He is really in a cheeky spot, but look at that crossfire. Works out. Beat somehow manages to still survive through the snake bite, and Senior Carl finds the last kill. APH, they're somehow managing in these very, very rough rounds, but they still get it regardless.
It's another great round for the side of Zeal. Right, let's take a look at this. Action PH making... They're starting the rounds off really well here, Astray. They're getting, you know, picks. They're doing decently. And I'm just a little bit concerned about the attacking side on Action PH. It's not convincing at all. Georgie's really doing the bulk of the work. Oh. Ooh, close. Far side, and they're ready for the aggression, though. You know, this aggression on the defensive side is so well understood and read by Zeal. At this point in the game, they're just so ready for anything that Action PH throws their way. That's another triple kill for Fire Saijin. So I'm gonna say it now, Asterai. We said this on the desk earlier on. When Fire Saijin is hot, the rest of the team is hot. And look, he's just gotten a 4K. Again, he can be getting the ace, but the... Oh! No, don't do it. Oh, wait. Oh, the satchel.
He has a Spectre in hand. Can't handle that long range. He's already gotten tagged as well. He'll take the slower pace there, though, for Emon, but he was feeling it. Somehow feeling it. But yeah, you were talking about Fire Saijin just heating up, and when he does, Zeal looks nigh unstoppable.
That is another 4K from Far Saijin. The showstopper should be online any second now. He's just been getting gold kills round after round. It's so hard to stop him when he's like this. And this is sort of like so typical Zeal, where it's like live by the sword, die by the sword. And Far Saijin is the blade.
That works.
You know what they say? The unseen blade is the deadliest.
That's Zed.
Exactly. Oh, that's a good flash. That opens stuff up. Fire Saijin doesn't know that Modski and Georgie are actually doubling up. But speaking of the double up, a double kill for Craigies, as again, they're not expecting the multi-stack from the attackers, which still allows APH a fair amount of manpower as they barrel their way onto the B site. Tuge is holding the lurk. He's about to get swung by Emon, so we'll see how that goes. The timing is almost perfect, and Ryu gets the trade regardless. 2 versus 2 to remain. And the clock has started ticking down.
That was a great off angle. Could have gotten 2, but just the timing was a little awkward. Barrel of the gun peeking out. It's enough for Senior Carl to get us into a 1v1. Now, Craigie S does have Rolling Thunder. Should be enough. As on the ropes, Craigie S will find Ryu and hang him on it. It's 9-2. Action PH cannot get a single round. Well, they can. They've gotten 2, but man, have been so unable to get 2 in a row because Action PH, man, their aggression has become a little bit red at this point, honestly, Asura.
It has been, but I'm gonna point out, I think the bigger factor here is Zeal just commits to the trades, right?
You want to play? Let's play.
The encounter points that they have had every single round just has a lot more players than Action PH, I'm pretty sure, were realizing. Action PH, they get trades. The problem is, they just don't know how many people they have to trade against. Oh, yeah.
Going straight onto the site right here. Fireside doesn't manage to hit that, but Emma and Modski are going to work together hand in hand. Upgrade available. The tour de force for George is able to get another one. It's looking like it could be a 93 scoreline. Craigie S, the last one remaining. 1v2. They know he's on site with the spike. He has to cross if he wants to get it back. Craigie S will win another one. Needs the ace. Needs the ace to complete this.
Modski trying to read the rotation, but because he can't hear anything, he's going to have to guess if Craigie actually goes for B, but he's going for the next step. He's actually moving across the zip because now Craigie is thinking his opponent's going to come through his left, right? And if he plays this correctly, Modski should be able to creep his way up. The question lies, who gets who first? The timing is going to be crucial here, and Craigie, oh, he's planted it out in the open. Modski's going to probably think he's going to be on the side. This is perfect for Craigie right now. Oh man, the tension, Ilu, I am feeling it here. So he's going to smoke himself off. But unless Craigie hears the tap, he's not going to commit to the fight. He can't also go fault line into this. Oh, no timing! Oh! He's got it! Oh! No!
By the hair of his skinny chin, they steal that round away. But my God. Asura, what's so concerned? Let's take a little bit of a closer look at that, man, because that... I thought Craigie had it. I thought the ace was his. It just came down to that smoke, that tiny outplay. What a round right here. But I do want to point something out, Asura. It feels like every round that Action PH win is a round that they have to fight tooth and nail for. It's like even if they are pretty much comfortable on Fracture, it's not the same thing because Zeal, they're happily taking clean rounds out. But Action PH, even the easier rounds, I'd say, the half buys, the bonus rounds, Action PH are struggling on it.
Oh, that's aggressive from Georgie, but he does get caught off. And yeah, I get your point there. There really is, I think, that element that Zeal just fights better at this point. But again, I feel like it is partially to how Fracture just is all about that map control, and arguably attackers do have that first shot in a sense. In any case though, we still have to see how Zeals will manage this one. They will be encountering somehow the first issues that Action PH did went through, but Sean has very little rounds to give up at this point. Beats is still going to be holding the cross. They already know he's somehow on generator here, but the spike cannot get planted. So it's either they rotate out or they try to catch Beats, and he is still full on HP. So they got to be careful at this interaction.
Still very much doable, especially now that Georgie's quite low on HP. And you know, Beats with this pistol in his hand, one shot could be the difference. One shot might just be all he needs.
Spike planted.
Spike's gone in the completely other side though, on the complete other side. And he's gonna have to make that long rotation to it, see what he can do. Beats in a 1v2 for this pistol round. Zeal would love this pistol, and this will help them truly secure the half, and maybe even the game.
There's no TPs for Georgie. He's actually just left it off. So it's gonna be just wide peaks. There's two bullets on this Headhunter, and let's see if he gets those heads. Swaps out to the pistol, but Georgie's faster on the pull. And that is Action PH wiggling one out in the attacking side pistol.
it's going to be a little bit of room to breathe, but not much.
That's a good
If they can win the bonus round, if they can get a couple more in, build up that momentum that we know Action PH has in them, then this might just be a game on our hands here. But if Zeal steal it away, if they win one more, they're in double digits. It's already danger territory here for Zeal, for Action PH rather. They cannot afford to make mistakes on the Action PH side. So they're going to be trying to group up their forces here, try to make an aggressive push. Look at how far Zeal is going on this. Is a triple push right behind them. This could be dangerous if they slow down too much.
Emma could get caught here as well. Beats how much effective is your Headhunter. Not really that much, but now that does give some information about what is happening here. Serapdethio just about to get swung, and he's like 40 HP, but he has tagged up the rest of the Zeal squad. They will be able to pick up some weapons, but again, this is just Zeal's frantically trying to outpace their opponents. Now we're left to fire Sage. He does have a Sheriff in hand, and he finds a couple of heads here. 1 versus 3. They have a rough idea where he's going to be sneaking out to, and it's all about the rough patches, the rough shots on the Sheriff. Sneaks one through. Georgie just barely misses and hits the body, but Georgie hits the head.
Yeah, Farsighting almost had the right timing on him, but in the end, it's still a decent eco round for Zeal as they get a couple. Now, Action PH only having Georgie on the rifle, so they're going to have him on a hero buy. Even full armor, so they really know that they need this round. They know that their chances are decent at it, so they want to force it out as much as they can within reason so that they can hope to take this one away.
I want to see how aggressive Zeal do things on their defending side. So there's a double swing right now from both Fire Sage and Beats, and that's going to be the catch-off onto Emma, who got a bit too frisky on that point. There's the White Wings, no flashes, no utility whatsoever. It's all about the crossfire, and look at how much Zeal just, again, win out the trade. Motsuki and Georgie will be going for the pinch on the A site. There's nothing left there but just the utilities, but that might be enough, actually. As they transition in, they will have some smokes from Motsuki, but I don't know how effective that will be moving forward.
Yeah, this is the difference between the teams right now. Bonus round for bonus round. Zeal looks like they have a better grip on it. So, right now, it's 2v4. Spike has yet to be placed, has yet to be planted, and so it's going to be a little bit of time before they finally make their decision, because there is a little bit of time to play with. They got 47 seconds. And so, Zeal, happy to stall, happy to wait as long as they can. Far back is where they want to be. Like this angle right now, good selection. And Beats, that one jump peek gave them so much information. Really good timing as well. And the gravity well that it gets around the corner anyway. Spike will go down. They'll be happy to play for retake here.
Oh, that was smart. Yeah, good thing to plant on top of the site so they don't get flushed out by the aftershock. Now the problem lies that an A side is very risky just to play the post plant, because as they push it, the post planters are actually the better of the angler takers, because everything is just so awkward on that A site. You see how far forward Motsuki had to peek out, and as soon as he dies, there's no crossfire from Georgie, because A main is just at an interval or at a position where he just can't refrag for his teammate there, and it made it very easy for Zeal to retake that side. A little bit rough around the edges because Georgie's just a crack shot, but regardless, they had more bodies to throw than what Georgie could manage.
Yeah, definitely. They used the numbers completely to their advantage. Really well played there by Zeal. And yet again, they emerge. Now they get double digits, and it's starting to be danger territory right now for Action PH. And even though Georgie is basically playing out of his mind, Georgie can't do it alone. He's at 19 kills right now. Only person above him is Farsighting, who is 21. And you know what we say about Farsighting, right? Once he goes hot, man, this guy goes super instinct, ultra instinct.
Really, is that God Goku, as it were.
With Fire Saiyan, bro.
Yeah.
Super Fire Saiyan.
Kriggy's getting the cross here on Arcade. See if he can fight this cabinet. Oh, not gonna happen. Georgie finds the head first. The counter flashes for a bit of that reaction, but Tuget just cannot manage all of these blinds that are going against him. Look at Singer Carl with his cheeky little angle. It still gets flushed out in the end. We're back once again with Beats holding, trying to manage this, but the bubbles on this smoke doesn't allow for really much. And Georgie slowly creeping up. Now, if Beats just holds a little bit further here, Georgie should be able to catch it.
It's a shame you had to die.
There you go.
But you are not part
It's
of
a
the
really good round from Georgie. And it's really just the Georgie Fireside show right now that we're watching. Look at that, 22 kills. Georgie just came back, and now he's at 23 with another 4K. They're just really showing each other up. It's a master class from these two players right now. One the Rogue, one the Sentinel. But this game definitely still hanging in the balance, and both of these players weighing down each of their respective sides as much as they possibly can.
As much as they can, as you were mentioning. APH is slowly coming back into this, but Emon, he has just been caught a lot more than he gets the catch off himself. Modski gets another, but I don't think they know. Now they do know the Fireside is there, but he is actually getting supplemented by Craigies, flashing out of nowhere, and he's blinded the rest of the APH squad. Modski's the only one to remain. 4 bullets and a dream. A little bit confuddled there, but now they know where the last player is huddled over. And Modski's gonna have to go above and beyond to keep his team afloat. Zeal, not really at a match point, but they're damn near close to it. Elo Tuga Monster. I love to see if he gets the kill here at long range with the frenzy. That would be absolutely nuts.
He's like, nah. I've got a frenzy. I'm not gonna fight that. And that's the right choice, man. Big respect. A lot of players in the 3v1, they take that fight, dude. But this guy, respect. Tuge knows better. He's got the discipline.
I don't know, man. I would have
30 seconds left.
He knew that he was tagged.
I know you would have tried to take that fight.
Man, if that happened for Tuge, he was like, oh, Tuge's so good. I mean, he is, but he would have been even better if he got that kill with the frenzy.
Oh. Well, there's 15 seconds. I don't think he's going to get this.
He's going to have to run in, and that's going to alert Craigies of what's about to come, right?
He's going to be able to walk on. It's free. It's a free sight. Ooh, sees it. Okay, and I guess the body shot with the Sheriff is just enough to take him out.
Oh no. Yeah. Well, if as we see here, as Zeal is risking the biscuit to get this map control, so is Illustrado's pet puppy.
Sorry, my dog was biting my internet cable.
Yeah, I was talking about it with the chat. I was talking about it with the chat where, you know how Zeal risks the biscuit with getting that map control? I also saw how Biscuit risks biting off your land table.
Yeah, he would have been disowned so quick.
No, it was just
risk,
joking,
Biscuit.
guys.
You don't want to play this game with me. But here's the pistol round for Action PH. A couple rounds away for Zeal to seal the game. To Zeal the game. I'm gonna stop making that pun. It's just not funny anymore. But there is still 5 rifles on the Zeal side, so let's see what they can manage to do here. 4 sheriffs in the hands of Action PH. Well, technically 5 since they do have Georgie on the chamber.
I think APH has yet to fully utilize Zero Death Yo. It feels like they haven't. I would really love to see some metrics on how many fault lines have we seen in this game, but with op shots like that, it's good. Georgie, I think, has gravitated a lot of the members right now to the B site. Rolling Thunder, 4 Rolling Thunder will be used here. That stuns them. How well is the defender on the site? Actually not as good because nobody's there. So it's a free take.
That actually goes against them because they did sort of stun their own team here. But there is a Viper Spit that has been deployed. They do plant it underneath. So this is actually a pretty decent chance for Action PH. But Emon has a showstopper, could be crucial up against that Viper Spit. They're taking their time because they know that they have a chance. They know that they have the time to play with here. Satchel charges do come out and Tuge is able to find one in it. That's the showstopper, as Emon finds him with the showstopper, but Craigie is able to trade him so immediately. With a sense of urgency now, they've now buried their way onto the site. Far side has to look for a couple more, wins the duel. Gets out of the stun, but doesn't make it in time. It's in time for Zero Death Yo to capitalize on it, and I think he's won it. I think Zero Death Yo's done it. He has with a triple kill clutch, and that's a really great clutch brought to you by the Republic of Gamers.
Oh my goodness, that was so good. He was on the site with the rest of the team, and somehow, some way, he actually sneaks his way through Sands. That is incredible. Now, Emon, yeah, there we go. So with Emon's ultimate there, I think we saw immediately how Zero Deathio was slowly creeping up. He was under drop, picks up a weapon, and starts coming in from right behind. I honestly thought that was going to be Craigy's to flush him out, as he was technically doing the same thing as a retaker, but one step up from Zero Deathio. Now, that does stave him away from match point, which gives APH a bit more time, and also the reset on economy for Zeal's here. Zeal's, on the other hand, have a few set numbers on the B site. But again, Action PH, I think they're starting to figure out that they have to take this a bit slower, and look at how many bodies they have just coming out of Arcade.
Farsigen yet again, this time finding Georgie getting the better of his counterpart on the other team. Brady winds up one
Spike
only.
down, B.
Emon responds with another good attempt right there, but they do get onto the site. Plant should be coming in any second now. They fall back, Zeal. They're happy to give up control. They want to swing out wide, but it's a great flash that blinds them in their Carl, and Emon taking the kill for free. But Luke responds with one, can't get another. Emon still alive with the triple kill.
Rather expensive round, but still very much doable. Farsigen now has his own showstopper. Can rip one out if he wants to, and make it stink up on the side a little bit more. Not gonna happen this time. Yeah, it is 8 HP, 1 HP, just one bullet. And there you go.
1 HP, 1 bullet. And RU is able to clean up their round 8 to 11 now, and Zeal, they are, well, the lead is starting to shrink a tiny bit here. Not too much for concern for Zeal.
Spike down. Spike planted.
I did not expect that was how they actually played that, just a straight up walk up, right? But it works. I also gotta say, that was a nifty little use of your opponent's Viper wall against them. I saw Tuga just hiding behind it and baited his own teammate so that he would have maybe positional unawareness from his opponents, which is good. In any case here, as I mentioned, Ilu, I really feel like this composition from both sides, since it is a mirror comp, just really allows you flexibility on attack, because you can see how much the defenders have to stay on the site, because they just have to, unless every single round will be retake rounds. It has allowed Action PH much more bodies to throw at single defenders at single points of interaction here.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, Asteray. And on top of that, it's just that they have so much utility to clear out sites. But before we talk about that any further, a couple of kills now coming in. Action PH have found their way into a little bit of an advantage this round. 2 players now down for Zeal. And yeah, just going back to what you were saying earlier, a lot of it being about the utility. They don't have that much information, sure, but when you have this much utility to clear out a site, man, it's gonna make your life a lot easier. Oh, Showstopper now deployed onto the site, whips a little bit onto Senior Carl. The crazy ass for the defense, only able to get 1. Senior Carl is able to get 1 as Modski is the last one standing in a 1v2.
He does have the spike though, so he can run. Yeah, I'm pretty sure he knows already Senior Carl and Beats are there. Now, the question now lies, how quickly will these 2 defenders rotate? Not quickly enough. They're actually still on the B side itself. They might know. They should know that he's going to be rotating. But it is going to be that 3 versus, or the 2 versus 1. And as that Headhunter gets flopped, that will be Modski also putting down the spike. Does he have time though? Oh, it's going to be close. No way, he actually risked it. Oh. Was he slowed enough that he couldn't get to the side in time?
Yeah, I think so.
Oh,
it came down to a fraction of a second. He just didn't get it, but well played though. With that fault line, I have to give props, man. These flashes and these stuns, Craigy S is playing amazing. We talk about Farsigen a lot. We talk about Georgie a lot, but man, Craigy has been putting up so many great setups for his team, whether it's the flashes, whether it's the support with the fault lines. Amazing play right here from Craigy's.
I gotta say though, I feel like one of the sins for APH now, how they're not able to optimize the rounds. Oh, Georgie! Nah, no damage, no dice. Just
I thought he had it. I thought he had
it. Same. Anyways, Ilu, I think the reason as well how APH are somehow not getting these rounds, even if they should, it feels like they're overcommitting to Emon's showstopper. But he doesn't really get the proper information or the kills, which gives APH, I think, a false sense of security as they come into the A side.
Well, Zinyer, Carl, and Beach, they're holding that side.
One enemy remaining.
Firmly grasping
Spike
it as
down
Beach
A.
gets another. And even on this lesser buy, Zeal is able to find a 3v1. Only Georgie, and if there's anyone who can bail his team out, it's got to be this man, Georgie, but he has too much, it's too tall of a task. The spike is dropped, he's stunned up, he is pretty much all done. The aftershock even comes out. They know.
They just throw everything at Georgie here, and his pop shots are making it even easier for them to figure out where he's now looking at. As he jumps through, that is just about that. Zeal Esports, well, they seal the deal on game number 1, 13-8. Pretty respectable finish on that. Talked about how they might be hot and cold, but they came into this one blazing in game number 1 either.
Yeah, indeed. Two players that stood out, particularly for me, it was Craigie S and Fire Cyjin. Definitely the performance we wanted to see from them, so big props to those guys. If there's anything that Zeal needs right now, and it's a win like that, and winning the first game in the playoffs, that's going to be a big boost to your morale and your self-esteem.
Oh, hell yeah. That was such a good performance from Zeal. Again, I was, I was skeptical at some points, but that's how you kind of have to be as, an analyst and whatnot. But they definitely brought their A game to the table, and definitely Kraigie's, at the same time, as you mentioned, was just playing out of his mind. His utility usage right here really outpaced the opposition, and that's how Fire Sage was able to get through. Kraigie's was just loud and banging everywhere on Fracture, and even though it should have been a whole moment here for Akshan PH, it was not enough. Now you're seeing the stats. Georgie was lurking for the most part. He got a couple of good kills, but the problem now lies that I think Akshan PH, or rather Zeal, snuff out that Georgie would always play lurk and just open stuff up from his teammates afar, and they just adjusted to it.
Yeah, really well played. As you saw at the top of the scoreboard right there, the two, I'd say, star players from these two teams basically neck and neck, even though it was 13-8. I do have to bring it to the attacking side of an Action PH though. It just looked so uninspired. It looked a lot flat to me for Action PH, and even though their defensive side was pretty decent, this goes to show that obviously when it comes to the attack, there's a lot of work that needs to be done for Action PH.
And they were mounting that comeback, but again, the boost of the first half for Zeal was so good. Look at how just they annihilate the defense here of Akshan PH. Modeski, on the other hand, here we just see a couple of highlights from him, but for the most part, it really was good map control overall for Zeal. And Fire Cyjin, he was so aggressive and so quick to get that map control. Again, he just was at spawn for multiple times, and Akshan just never really finding that timing, that jive, just to get through. In any case, you got a 1 point on the board for Zeal. It is a double elimination, a double round robin, so even if APH do get plopped down to the lower brackets, they still can play through the lower brackets and manage their way through. But the starting game on Fracture, not really what I was expecting, when me and the others were talking about this in the time.
Yeah, I think I was the only one who predicted Zeal, honestly, and it feels good to be right about this so far. I do think that they met their condition, though, that Fire Cyjin has been unlocked. But we'll talk about this a little bit later on, though. We do have to take a short break to prepare for game number 2. But when we do return, it's gonna be the second game of this series in the playoffs. Again, this is Illustrado and Asrai. We're your casters here right now. We'll be back in a second for VCTPH playoffs.
Unless you heard it from me, then you ain't heard it from me. Got it from me, all the energy extra. You don't want to see me with the hitters. Generations caught up, look how things will switch. People they're quick, now they want to move at the bits. Boy wanna go to him, bitch, nah. Now I'm moving. I gotta do what I do. I'm really here on my ones now instead of 4 3s or 2s. And now it's F from Paris. I could have been effing you in Paris. I don't wait for the drop. I just flow from the pop.
to go and feed the gods. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars. Taking them chances, making decisions, you know I'm never gonna lie. Till you let go, I'm copying all of them, who you gonna be inside. I cannot fake it, I gotta face it, I gotta do the time. You gotta wait, make for a great pay, make sure you're doing your job. Gotta deal with the patience, 200 every occasion. Going to different locations, how they got when I need some direction. Me and Vinci go up every session. Cook it up, yeah, you know it's no pressure. Yeah, you know how we do it, we all in. We can slow up and you never catch us. Working in 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the gods. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars. You know my slimes, they came from the bottom to top. They can define us, they tryna find us. Boy, I know you with the ops. We're not the same, no, you can't compare me. I don't belong in the box. Don't try to play me, no, I'm not friendly. This is everything I got. Ain't no playing around, this is no playground. It no matter, I do what I say now. I'ma go give them something to say now. Got them stuck on my back like a spray ground. CZs don't gotta complain. I'm a shooter, got eyes in my vein. They said that I would never make it, they thought I was crazy. They said I'm insane. Working in 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the gods. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars.
Undefined for life.
Welcome back, guys. There you go. Now I'm facing Elo. It feels like we were like fighting a while ago. I don't know, man. Maybe we're having LQs, you know, or CQs, caster quarrels. But now we're good. Now I'm facing it. I can see your beautiful face and everything. Anyways, welcome back, guys. Game number 1 just ended between Action PH and Zeal Esports. And Zeal coming out of the woodwork, just swinging the axe, Elu. Whew. Yeah, guys, I'm black and blue.
A little bit of an apology, guys. A little bit of a technical issue on my end. But yeah, one thing I did want to point out is Zeal, they did just look so much cleaner, even when it came to their own eco rounds, when it came to the force buys and the quasi buys, whatever. When it was rounds and they had an advantage, they knew how to pull themselves back. I think a lot of their success came from knowing how the offensive side of Action PH would go. They were just so shut out and quite predictable a lot of the time. And I do have to give props to Zeal, and especially players like Farsight and Craigie S, who had an amazing blowout of a performance in map number 1.
Yeah, you mentioned talking about how well they played that second half when Zeal was on the defending side. I also want to say how well they've prepared or have just created optimal space a lot of the rounds in the first half when they were attacking. As I mentioned, you know, before we got into the break, how Fire Sagen would just get picks or would just be able to thread through the defense of Action PH, and then Action was like, what are we supposed to do now when Fire Sagen has got her spawn? He just basically cut the map in half and have cut off the rotation of Action PH. I think at some point there as well, Action PH might not have been as comfortable with the map itself. Granted, our viewers would probably know this if they watched the match that they had with Team Secret, that they won that with what, 13-6 if I'm not mistaken against TS. But you could also argue that TS wasn't feeling themselves during that day, so it turned more into a slog gunfest where Georgie reigns king in those kind of intervals, rather than, you know, how well you can get that map control. And as I mentioned on Fracture, it is going to be all about that aggressive map rotations, and Zeal were always on top for the most part in those rounds. That being said, though, Fracture is a different map compared to the second and third that we have, where Action PH has played it multiple times. So I think that if Action can bring it back with these two maps, I'm pretty sure they can.
Yeah, Hello. It is, of course, just another sort of delay that we're having. I think a little bit of a tech issue once more. So we'll be getting into the game very, very shortly. We'll have to clarify what exactly is happening though with our production and see what is happening exactly. So I'll try to find out and get back to you guys.
Yeah, so again, we are just waiting. It's all right. We're good. I'm happy just to wait with my Brody here. It's always nice to just chat with Ilu as he does. But again, there is still so much more to look forward to for today, guys. So after we do finish this first series, if it does go to a game, if this ended game 2 or if it pushes to game 3, we will be seeing Team Secret later on up against Southbuilt. And I have put a lot of I wanted to like be part of the panel for that because it is also an interesting talking point at how Team Secret and Southbit are arguably, when we started again week 1, supposedly the 2 strongest teams, but have had a very rough going when the tournament itself has started, right? With Team Secret and Southbuilt all losing a lot of, if not all of their matches from week 1. I think Team Secret and SBA as well were slowly bouncing back on week 2. So there really is so many questions left to be answered there, especially for those who have been loyally following these particular teams. But we'll talk about that later on as Agent Select is pushing through, guys. We'll see how this Haven map is gonna pan out between APH and ZLS.
Yeah. I have just found out that we are going into Agent Select. So yeah, now we're going to be diving into the map itself. And let's see what we got here right now. We got the double initiator coming from Action PH. So nothing too crazy. Eman going to be on that Sky. Fireside, that's interesting to me. Fireside is going to be on the initiator here as well as Beats.
Yeah.
This is definitely, I think, a different face that we are seeing from them. I don't think we've seen this lineup being played by them.
We actually have. I can't remember which team it is again. I'm sorry, my memory is really bad. But Zeal does use this when Fireside Agent isn't feeling hot. Putting that to the equation, though, he was really good on Fracture. But I think right now, they like the cleanliness of Senior Carl's entry fragment rather than Fireside Agent. Senior Carl is a crack shot, but he's very, very methodical when he pushes to the side. Fireside Agent, to his name, is a firecracker. So I think right now Zeal is looking for more composure. And not gonna lie, Fireside Agent's Sky is pretty scary as well. So even if you put him on a non-duelist, if you put him on somebody like with a Flasher Agent, I think it still works.
Absolutely. And, you know, we've seen players pop off even if they are on flashers, even if they are on utility agents. So, just like Envy, just like Wild Oreo, you know, the Oasis players, basically. And a lot of other players can pop off. You know, you talk about even in the EU scene, players like Nats who play Sentinel and just that are absolutely crazy. So, I wouldn't be surprised to see that this would fit totally fine here. But, however, this is Haven. And so a lot of it is going to come down to their individual playmaking ability. This is a very aimy map. A lot of long range, a lot of headshot angles, a lot of duels that can be taken early on at the very, very beginning. So I'm very much looking forward to seeing how this goes for both of these teams.
Yeah, I get the point where you're going with this. There really is nothing much to Haven other than just rotations, push, and how well your aim is, compared to other maps that you can find more ways than one to attack a site. In Haven, it's just how well can you set up your utilities on the site itself, which allows you for much easier taking of it. That being said, though, I do find it a little bit weird that Modsky is playing this Cypher, but he could be taking a page out of the book of Dispenser where, you know, he just holds the hard lurk with a camera. It's much better. You can push as a 5-man on any position that you want and just plop out your camera every now and then to spot if there is someone lurking, rather than actually one particular person just holding the lurk. And to be honest, that makes a lot of sense. Modsky has been performing quite well for this APH squad. I do mention always Georgie and Eman, excuse me, but he's also been, I think, one of the pillars for this team. Modski always has been that one player that just is always there and is very incredibly consistent. So with that being said, we are going to go into the game now and see how this unravels.
Well, let's take a look. It's going to be Zeal on the, if I'm not mistaken, on the attacking side. Am I getting that right? No, sorry. Zeal's on the defensive side and Action PH on the attack. And of course, we're going to start it off with the technical pause. There's just no other way to do it.
Yeah, it is what it is, right? That's a card we are dealt with. Yeah. But don't worry. I believe in the heart of the cards, the power of friendship and all that. Might draw myself a Swords of Revealing Light and just lock this moment forever.
You have activated my trap card. We were very clearly not the cool guys in high school.
Hey man, when you bring in a deck and that deck beats everyone else's deck, you're the cool guy.
Fair enough, but that was in grade 3. It was in grade school.
Oh yeah, dude, I was beating high school students when I was in grade school.
Oh wow,
with,
look at you.
With cards, all right, not physically.
You're a regular Yugi Moto.
Yeah, hell yeah. Okay, round is now about to begin. And we'll see who takes the first draw of kills, as it seems like APH getting that aggressive map control already. Georgie spotting out the utility outside of garage there. Actually opens stuff up. I'm actually wondering why that alarm ball was so close to the opening that anybody could just see it. But in any case, APH looking to go for that B hit.
Yeah, well, it's an opening right here that they're gonna go. They love this B side here. And they're gonna find nobody really inside of it. They're gonna be able to get this plant for free. But there is a lot of utility right now. Oh, okay. Blindly through the smoke, Farsigen does find Emman, so that's a little bit of good news for them. Trying to find the ghost desperately. That's a very risky move, but he gets out anyway. Tempting fate. But it's gonna be the push here coming from Georgie. Ooh, spots to get Monster around the corner. Senor Carl with the shorty. Now they want to push further. Good flash, but he blinds himself. He blinds his teammate. Still gets the kill, though. It's only a half blind in the end as Modski is able to find another one through the smoke here. But the defuse comes in anyway, and that's Zeal. Not a clean round, and Farsigen gets another one. It's 4 kills, but Zeal gets it in the end.
Man, the patch before for Sky, that would have been like 2 more before he gets, or maybe even 1 more before he gets his ult charge up. Now Farsigen almost doing the same thing, but that clutch was, honestly, I wouldn't even say it a clutch. I think it was just a really good retake round for Zeal. They just flush out the entirety of the site. APH, I felt like they didn't really have anything set and planned for the post-ban in terms of the util, so they were banking on the fact that they could just hit their shots. Supposedly, it was supposed to be Georgie getting a lot more value off of his lurk on Garage, but somehow, some way, he just does not find it. Zero Deathyo sneaks right through the back of it, but he can't really sneak through anything because both links are actually locked down and loaded. So again, it's all about how quickly they can manage the close quarter fights. All their opponents on the defense are rocking Spectres. This is going to be terrible for APH, but at least they get the flank down.
Ooh, good flash. Craigy's able to get that kill right there, but still have 4 more to find. As remaining members do come through, the flank comes into play as Stuget cleans it up with a stinger. Aryu gets spotted out, can't get that kill. Gets a dink though, so decent damage. I guess that he will be forced to buy new armor. But in the end, ultimately, it does not matter. Zeal gets a very clean anti-eco round, and a nice bonus round will be in tow for them. They'll have basically everything coming into their gun round.
Yeah, told you, man. Farsigen, he's a cracker. When he plays that, when he plays this Sky.
I don't think that I don't think that means what you think it means. But
really,
I think you mean.
Okay.
Yeah, don't say that. That's
okay. He's a cracker.
He's a firecracker. Yeah.
He's a firecracker. There you go.
Okay.
Okay. Perfect. Amazing. Fantastic. Good. Shotgun? Oh no. Okay. Never mind. Just a slow hold here. Again, this is like the optimal defense lineup that you would want to have if you're on Haven, right? As long as you have Astra and Killjoy, there literally is so much map control you can go because you can leave certain utilities at points of the map and get so much information out of it. Oh, I like how they're selling the fact that Fire Agent's still at A-Long, but APH kind of snuffed it out. Good shot there from Zero.
Yeah, good shot to open things. Oh, flash. Okay, good flash anyway. Even though one gets blinded up, still managed to find Fire Cyajin.
Oh, Georgie again. Sneaky boy. Boop. Gets the shot. Dashes right in. That's going to open up more opportunities here for APH as the whole squad of Zeal, Kriggy and Beats, are just hovering on this A side. They're going to push forward. But other than that, they are trapped here. If they find Zero, he is actually 50 HP, so maybe they can find a pick. But as they hear the spike being planted down, see how this goes. Pop shot, pop shot. Beats, flash burst. Good stuff. There it is. Wow. They even saved the Vandal. And Georgie cannot flank hard enough, so they'll be able to at least pick this up. But other than that, I don't think they'll manage anything else.
Okay. Wow. Oh, I thought he was gonna land that shot with the Marshall, but in the end, it's Action PH coming out with a decent gun round. They only lose one gun, so they'll be happy with it. Doesn't matter, it's a round that Zeal are happy to throw away considering how clean their anti-eco was. They'll be able to have everything in their hands right now. I do surmise that it's going to be a full buy, complete utility for the side of Zeal. I take that back. Senior Carl is actually going to be sitting low on money, so he will be on a Guardian.
I mean, he plays Operator, so Guardian is kind of like that. I mean, it's a DMR. That's basically it, right? And again, it's a good weapon because all walls become bangable with that Guardian, especially the mid box on C. You can plop through that better than what you can with the Vandal and the Phantom.
I've never wanted to be a wall until I casted with you, Asarai. But I'm just, you know.
Did you want it to be an Ascent wall or a Haven wall?
Oh well, I'm not sure what to say to that. But oh, Ascent wall, 100%, 100% Ascent wall. But we'll go ahead and move on as we do go towards that C side. Full execution does come through. They find him in the smoke. Still gets one though before he does drop down. Motsky, really clean entries from him. Georgie finds yet again another one. This will be Zeal on the back foot now as they find 2v4. I was going to say 5. 2v4. And long rotate now begins for the side of Action PH for Zeal.
Are they even going to know that Georgie's on top of the site here? How quick? How confident are they? So they're just gonna try to scan things. They don't have a Sova, so they're all going into this one blind.
One enemy remaining.
Nice little pop shot or pop flash right through there. But Zero Deathio already holding the lurk. That's gonna accelerate APH here. And Zeal, are they down bad in terms of the money department? Well, they are. So save for this particular round.
Enemy. That's another good round. This is looking so much better from Action PH already. They're just looking so much more comfortable. Zeal, however, I don't see signs of them slowing down just yet. And sure, they do lose that gun round, but it's very early on in the game itself. We could be seeing a game number 3 just by how close this is going. Most of these teams are very much capable. That flash did totally go awry. I would have liked to see a little bit more coordination on that. Georgie has to dash out right now. They're going to try to punish him, and he does get punished. That was awkward.
That was so good. I love how he jumped up just so that Senior Carl's aim would just go shot. That is... Yeah, somehow you just gotta treat Valorant not as a tactical shooter, but as an action shooter. And it works. I love it. Oh! That's a tag. That's a beauty.
One enemy remaining. Flawless.
Yeah, indeed.
See, this is what I was hoping to see from Action PH in the previous game. Just the clean anti-equal rounds, just being able to keep everybody alive and build a healthy economy. If never felt like they were able to do that back on Fracture, even though it is a map that they're comfortable on, Action PH. So this is a complete turn around on the side of Action PH as we do start to go into the mid-game right now. Look at this, though. Senor Carl, this is one thing that I really am not too much fond of. Yet again, Senor Carl will be forced onto a lesser buy. Senor Carl, he'll probably be able to get the Blade Storm, sure. But I would have liked to see him use that later on instead of being forced to use it. You know what I mean? Like, he'll have to pick it up instead of already coming into this round with a gun. Instead of maybe using it on an eco round and then giving his chance a better chance of winning the eco. It's just not good decision making, if you ask me.
No, Zeal does call the timeout, so they're probably figuring things on how to optimize this play. Fire Sage and Senior Carl play like a package deal where they're just together when they start making things happen. And, I mean, they have to right now as they try to go for the orb here. The thing is, if Action PH get a sniff of this, they will fight this even if they get flashed. So if Senior Carl smokes this, he will get pop-shotted out of his life. So he's got to be careful. Ooh, oh, okay. He just barely gets through. That is so close. So close.
Oh. Seekers do come through as Farside and finds Georgie.
I've got your
Towards the A
trail.
site. This is really one of the first times we're going to be seeing action on it. How can Zeal hold up? Already gotten towards the back site. Senior Carl swatted mid-air. Eman finds yet again another, and this is looking like Action PH is going to run away with it so far. And Tuge barely peeks out his head until Motsky rips it clean off. Man, Action PH, they're starting to warm up. This is looking deadly for them, as even their economy is very much all the way up there. All of them having so much economy to buy. They are riding sky high. And look at that, swatting Senor Carl out of the air.
I'm really liking this. Not just the execution of APH, but the resurgence of the Cypher for some players. Before, Killjoy was so strong because the lockdown, the nano swarms just provide so much map control. But honestly, you get really good map control as well.
Oh no, it wasn't him. It wasn't him.
Cypher Kicks. Okay.
But still, I think he was also blind though. I think that was still a blind shot as another kill comes through. Okay.
One enemy remaining.
You know, go back into normalcy as Georgie is able to pick up beats. Great DS. Nice tap, but it's all he gets. Action PH managed to keep 3 players alive. And they do get the spike as well. A little bit of a boost to their economy going forward. And Zeal now find themselves 3 rounds down.
As I was saying with the Cypher, again, because he does have that smoke ability, the Cypher Cage, as they try to push in, it does create an extra amount of obscurity for Zeal to try to manage through. And again, because it is that special smoke where people have to go through, if you try to push through that, they will hear you. It is susceptible to maybe getting flashed, and then you can push out as a defender, but the way that APH have been managing this with Modsky, it really does allow them for so much map control. It is amazing how much APH have kind of figured out from the Fracture game to this one. Such a different pace. And there you go. Yeah, as you mentioned, very, very dead.
Wow, great execute. Amazing execute here from Action PH. That was clean as a whistle, man. The way that they use that Cosmic Divide, wait for the timing for the flash to spring through, and they actually even waited for the Trailblazer as well. Fantastically coordinated by Action PH, and that should be another round for them. I don't think Senior Carl and Fireside have anything to say about this. They definitely have to just fall back and save because they've been rocked, man, and this is a completely new phase from Action PH. This is what I wanted to see from them coming into Fracture.
Oh, they definitely heard that.
Last player standing.
Yeah, there it is. Senior Carl. The stick. Okay, gets away.
Oh, the piss, the classic. He takes him out, and that's the.
No, that's the operator. 4,700 down the drain versus a free gun, by the way. That's unfortunate. That was such a. Yeah.
This is the execute that I wanted to go back on. Oh. Disrespect right there. Pulls out the classic. Just the, oh god, style points.
Here, Georgie got into the, I'm feeling the minimum or the maximum distance that he would have just not hit the one-tap headshot with a Phantom. That's literally it.
That's life, man. That's just life in Valorant. Okay, Georgie again. How does he just walk up and get that entry? That's actually ridiculous that he's just allowed to get that close, take a fight, get a kill, dash out. Freebies right now for Action PH. Good counter flashes though, but the backup is really good utility right now.
Right here.
Usage from Action PH to deny the members of Zeal. But Georgie finds another. How does he do it? And sure, they might just be on pistols, but fundamentally speaking, you would never just let them walk into sight for a couple of kills. Seeing a lot of problems here.
I know exactly. Last
Working
player
in the back
standing.
sight, and we'll able to find one and only one.
Turkar got tagged, but it doesn't matter as he hits the head. He is going to expect the C
Spike
push, but the
planted.
spike is all the way on the other side of the world now. So he's going to play at the end, or at ends meet. Oh, nope, there's a trap there. Can he actually updraft forward? Ooh, he's going to get tagged. Yeah, okay. That's the reverse hula hoop not, or the reverse limbo not working for Senior Carl here. But again, I just want to point out, like, how they approach that attack on C, I like it. They don't have to over push on the side itself or the back. Usually when you're on C long, you either have to play C long so you can hold the back of the left side, and you have to push it a little bit more forward so you can spot on logs. And they just keep repeating it, refreshing it, and it works so well because Zero Deathtail plays like an absolute monster as a support for Georgie here.
And hear me out, Asura. I think the reason why Zeal is really struggling on these retakes as well has a lot to do with the fact that they don't have intel. They don't have a Sova. They don't have the Cypher. The most that they have really on their squad is Fire Cyajin, who's usually sitting back and throwing out flashes. And it's not really hard information that he has either. A lot of stuff for an attack, sure, and decent utility for a retake, but no information to go off of it, which is why Action PH, they're so happy to sit back, take the fight, take the site, and then just go back right.
Oh! They did not expect Georgie to have an help there. They just did not. He's been rifling for the latter part of this half, and him using an operator now, even if they're so bumped up in cash, just doesn't make sense to Zeal. So that catch off was merited. No way he actually whiffs that one. Fire Agent's gonna get himself an operator, but he is on the sky. So that's kind of a trade-off, right? He doesn't have his dash anymore. In any case here, they're working quickly so that Fire Agent just does not rotate fast enough to C long to maybe deter them as they try to push in. But this is still a whole of a lot of firepower from APH as they start moving in.
Ooh, okay, that's going to be an opening pick from Tuge. But Georgie responding with, again, another one. Now he's able to secure control of this site. And once more, it's C that has really been the weakness for the side of Zeal. They can't get through, but a couple of ultimates have been deployed. That's the lockdown and the Seekers. Zeal know that they're desperate times right now, so they want to go tooth and nail for this one round that they need. We're trying to get a little bit closer on it. They do still have smokes for RU if he can smoke off long. The flash comes through and the Rolling Thunder will knock him back. Georgie gets flashed off, pulls out the Blade Storm. Will be holding this close angle. Swings out wide, nice right click. Gets around the bend here. It's all up to him right now, but it's Far Cyajin keeping his team alive, looking for Zero Deathtail, and that's a triple kill from Far Cyajin.
They knew Tuge was down already for Zeal, so that was perfect. They had to push out, and using Beats' ultimate to accompany that, the Rolling Thunder, just to get that aggressive map control in C-Long, was very merited from Zeal there. And Fire Sage and just absolute clutcherous. Look at that. He just swings one out, and Zero Deathtail thought that he could get the one-up. Not going to happen this time. That was so clutch from Fire Sage, because that felt like a very unwinnable situation from Zeal, especially the point that supposedly APH had the post plant locked and loaded in that 10th round. That being said, though, Fire Sage, huge win, plus he saves an operator for Senior Carl moving forward.
Yeah, that was massive, but again, it goes back to just like what happened with Fracture, but in reverse, how difficult the rounds have been to get a win on. So right now, it's like Faction PH pulling a reverse card on Zeal. Spike immediately quickly planted towards B. Senior Carl, good pick off. Looks to get another one. Will enter for his team, but Eman lines them all up, and it's going to be RU and Sir Death, yo. He's done. Get the final kills of the round. That's 8 already secured by Action PH. Another reset to Zeal.
Last round before the switch.
Zeal is struggling just to get these rounds, and it's obvious already with that 3-8 standing there. Again, Action PH, all they gotta really do is over-aggress. They do that so well. You know, some teams, they will lose when they over-aggress because they just don't know where to look. The pace of it just catches them off. They're used to a slower style, as it were. But APH is a team that's just bred differently in terms of how fast they can take things. But Senior Carl is already jumped up in. He's trying to outpace the opposition here. You think you can do it fast? I can do it faster than you can as they take down Modeski, which forces APH to already claim the A side. Georgie has yet to find himself a pick. Well, this will be a little bit more difficult, but they're still somehow able to get the A side here.
It's a good response.
Please.
Oh my god. Senior Carl, a little bit more. Get me on here. Okay, Eman shuts it out. With flash as well. Trailblazer coming in. Identifies Craigie. Just getting tagged up. No backup available out in the open. So it will be a 1v2. Duge, he's a monster. Literally, that's his name. But the Sheriff, unable to get it. It's George who actually does line up the shot. 9-3 Action PH. I love what they did, Asarai.
Switching sides.
They ham towards mid. There was a lot of pressure. They go straight and respond by dashing onto that A side. Quick decision making from Action PH nets them another round in the 9-3 half.
I gotta say, that's not easy to do as well. But because of how quickly Georgie can take that map control or that site control, it does allow Action PH more options, right? Or at least if they're forced for that one option just to push on the A side because they're already getting ran down through mid, it at least allows them a more successful take, as it were. And gotta say, so much credits to Georgie here, who is racking up the body count with 15 kills to his name. That being said, though, Senior Carl and Fire Saiyajin, they're working absolutely tooth and nail here to give opportunities for Zeal to make things work. Fire Saiyajin is now going to be the spoil sport, a 2v1. If he can manage this, maybe he can open more things for his team, because it seems like Zeal has slowed the pace down. They've gotten some garage control, and Fire Saiyajin has actually gravitated like 3 people right now, and he's going to go down for it, but now Zeal would know this, and they would be able to take the B side in turn.
And they're going to send a flank coming in. Alarm bot spots him out, sure, but still, they're going to keep their back well guarded right now. They're pushing A link and B link simultaneously. They might be punished for this because it's a little bit too much of an overreach for Zeal, as they aggressively try to go in, but Tuke is able to get 2. That's all she wrote, though, as Action PH finds the double digits. And I'm not so sure I like what happened there. They went over-aggressive towards that B. I can't blame them, though, because they needed it. They needed a little bit more map control. But sending a 2-1 split, not 100% on it.
Yeah, I guess they panicked because they lost Fire Saiyajin, not only because he's a crack shot, but technically he's the only flasher.
This is a nice spot.
No. They have baits, but they still probably need Fire Saiyajin's flashes to supplement the post plan. And that might have just let Zeal just be over aggressive, or they were expecting the APH were still rotating around from sewer to a link, and they thought that they maybe could have gotten the one catch off quickly, but regardless, it still hasn't worked out. Georgie just wins these. No, never mind. He loses that, and Senior Carl even gets a top off onto Fire Saiyajin. That's a great start for Zeal right now.
And Georgie actually got the initial tag too. So bold of Senior Carl to go back and re-peek that, even though he did get tagged, but he knows desperation is in the air. So he knows he needs to take a risk. Risk pays off, though. Now Seaside in contention. They will be trying to execute on it. Here comes a flash. I think a little bit premature on the flash, though, but they do get control over the middle of it. Haven't secured the back just yet, because Modeski is able to clean up one. Here comes the flash comes through. Doesn't exactly do its job, though, but it's enough to find Modeski. Craig ES does drop as well. And it's now a 2v3 here. Spike should be flying.
One enemy remaining.
That shock dart is delaying them somehow. Zerodethio sneaks one in.
Spike
But
planted.
the cross is covered by all of the defenders, to be honest, or all of the attackers. And Senior Carl picks up a nice little 3-piece. Not Chicken Joy, sadly, but it's a body count, so we'll accept it.
Don't
That
you
was-
start, Asterai. Okay, to be fair, I actually did. I know this is the most Filipino thing, but I literally just had Chicken Joy for breakfast. And it was
Spicy
the
or
best thing.
original?
100% spicy all day, every day.
Yeah.
And then I got
That's
the
why
new
we're
chicken sandwich, the
co-casters.
spicy chicken sandwich.
Oh yeah, there
so
you go.
good.
There you go.
Did you know that the new spicy chicken sandwich, you can order a dip with it now? I'm just
I
saying,
did.
there's a garlic sauce dip you can get.
This is
It's
from
so
Jollibee.
good. Yeah, I'm not even kidding.
Yeah, I'm not kidding as well. Also, not really a hack, but more of a tip. And as we're starting the game, I'm just gonna finish this off for Jollibee. Order more spicy chicken because for some reason they have more thigh parts there.
Yeah, 100%. 100%. Anyway,
less.
okay, now we know. But it's an eco round, it's fine. It's an eco round.
Okay, we're good.
Because whenever I order spicy chicken, I
One
ask for
enemy
thigh part,
remaining.
like pork or dark meat, and they have it.
Yeah, Giorgio. Oh my god,
What a
maybe he
shot.
can get more damage. Nah, not enough. I thought it was gonna be the second one. I was preemptively excited, but it still gets the one kill. It's fine.
That's a nice shot, though, at the end of it. So, Filipino things aside, we're gonna put the Jollibee away for a minute as
Yeah.
Action PH on the double digits, looking to secure their 11th. It is the bonus round for Zeal.
Yeah.
They want to win this bonus round because they are down by a lot. Down by 5 to be specific. So they will be forcing on a couple of the players here. Beats and Senior Carl being on this battle means one thing. They really want to commit and they really want to take these fights. But look at this aggression in Garage coming out right now. Not going to be spotting anybody just yet. It's aimed towards rather that they will be looking to find themselves in. As some information comes through, Georgie spots him boosting up on top of it, knows he's in a little bit of a dangerous spot, so he dashes out, but Senior Carl does drop on the other side.
Oh, Zero actually peeked the angle on A long and spotted Senior Carl lurking.
Oh my god, his
That's,
name just made sense right now. It's not Zerodethio, it's Zerodethio.
Yeah, dude, that was like I noticed that.
Dude, I just got it now, alright?
Oh,
So like,
no.
Time to hunt.
Yeah, because he spelled it S-I-R-O. You know what? I get it. My name's Asterai, you know, so I kind of feel his vibe.
want to
Using
find
Cosmic
it.
Divide to separate the rest of the site here. Really huge swing right now from AP. Excuse me, for Zeal. But oh wow, this camera just gives them all the information. They can't still push through, so that's the bad thing. But Georgie is already on the hard lurk here for APH.
they've already set everybody. Oh, the lurk just falls apart. Georgie whiffs completely. Let's be honest, that wasn't the best of shots right now, but Aryu is
player
opening things up. 2 kills from him. How has he done it? Action PH, they take it back. And they win defiantly against the stacked A site. Action PH take it and get their 11th round. They're looking so much better, and at this point, I'm very sure we're getting to game number 3.
Let's look at that replay once
Last
again.
player standing.
Look at how clean that take is. And once again, Elu, it's the smokes, man. The Cypher and the Astra smokes just create some space, right? Get that one extra block off point, and APH are so brave to go for the trades. And the timing, so simultaneous. Not as simultaneous as what we saw with was Oasis Gaming on Icebox, the three-piece kill, but
Yeah.
still a really fantastic retake in the end. Senior Carl, or rather Georgie, holding the high ground here, waiting for the peek out. And has these tiny little angles, so if he sees Senior Carl dropping to the right of him, he is going to get that one. But really good management of the recoil there, as he gets the kill once again. Senior Carl's been winning some of these. It has opened up opportunities right now for Zeal. Still got to be careful because they've only taken down Georgie, but they haven't taken down the utility that APH has used to get control of their own sites.
I wish Jollibee had a 3-piece Chicken Joy. I'm sorry, I just wish.
I mean, they have a 4-piece.
No, but it doesn't come with rice, right?
Yeah, but you're Filipino. You should always have rice on hand.
Yeah, you should have it. It doesn't. Oh my god,
Hot
Oh, it's even from up close. How is he allowed to survive there? Oh, they line up for the
Spike
trap as
down
well.
A.
He plays him like a fiddle.
Oh, okay. They break the trap though. So Beats can at least not get concussed with that tripwire.
30 seconds left.
But they know where he is, right? And right now, he has no idea where the opponents will be. He's going to try to plant it for at least the safest location so that he can have his hands free to manage this Vandal of his. And he does have ultimate. But now, the problem now lies, yeah, they're just throwing everything they have at him. Now they know he's going to be on
Enemy
hell.
remaining.
Oh, he's still good though. The timing? Or he's not going to get hit by this.
Oh, he got hit. He got stunned.
Did he hear? He does.
No, he didn't.
He does know. He don't know. Look, he knows.
He doesn't. Oh my god, he will never know how close he was. He got the knockout, but are you hit perfectly in the corner? Oh wow, just the mind games.
Match point.
I don't think the POV does justice to the audio that you could hear if the opponent drops. I'm pretty sure you could hear the boop of the boots, right? When you get knocked up by the Rolling Thunder. Either that or the Rolling Thunder is so loud that he just could not hear where it was. But that was so
No,
close,
I think it's
man.
because the Rolling Thunder was still ongoing when he booped down.
That's true. That actually is
Because
true.
it wasn't like Rolling Thunder and he was still up in the air and then it finished, you know? He was still up in the air while the Rolling Thunder was going on.
Yeah. Viewers, the only reason why me and Ilu are like in awe right now is because this that never happens. Because nobody uses the breach. You know? In playoffs, everybody uses the breach on PH. Crazy.
4v4. Hunter's Fury comes in. He's gonna be able to just tag up and do a little bit of damage. Not too much kills, right? Oh my god! Senior caught running into Georgie.
Last player
But Eman
standing.
FPS. Eman rather, he's cleaning it up with a triple kill. Great work, and it's over before we could even see it. An amazing retake. Action PH takes game number 2. We're going to the third game, guys, in this best of 3.
Defenders win.
What a game. What a game. Sean PH. Retaliate in turn. We saw the cow. What was that? I think he's like peacocking in the back. Anyways, as I was mentioning, retaliate in turn here for Akshan PH as they just give us a show on Haven. Man, Zeal felt like they were the APH in Fracture. They just did not know how to manage APH at that Haven map, and we are now back to a series or a tied series here. Game 3 is going to dictate who goes up.
Let's take a look at the stats right now. It's Georgie and Farsigen. Yet again, it's the both of these guys at the very top. God forbid they ever form a team together. That would be insane. But again, it's these two players who are some of the best in the country. 17 kills for Georgie, 14 for Farsigen. Absolutely popping off for Zeal in what was a fairly quick game, fairly quick affair here. 13-5 is how it ends. But we are going to be going to game number 3. Action PH making a statement.
And we'll see the highlights here. Just a little highlight recap of what has happened. There is some clean executes here from Akshan PH. I did mention how Zeal seems to struggle in that interval, but their Fracture says otherwise. But their Haven says somehow similar to my guess about what has happened there. APH though, so clean with everything. Even attack on defense, they just know what to do, and their retakes have been incredibly on point, not gonna lie.
A lot of it had to do, I think, with the information asymmetry that we just saw. Action PH always just had all the information to make their tools effective. Meanwhile, Zeal, it felt like they were grasping at straws for each and every single one of these rounds. Very much showing in how the retakes went, always knowing where exactly to take first. And that's the beauty of having the Cypher and the Sova on your team. Really, really well done to these guys.
gotta say, we have Georgie as the top fragger, but I gotta put a lot of emphasis as well to Modeski. That camera play from him, as well as where he sets up his utility, has really just put a halt on Zeal pushing into the sites more cleanly than that, right? If Modeski's on the site, Zeal would probably lose like 1 to 2 players, and that puts him in a disadvantage, and it's happened so many rounds in that Haven map.
Oh, absolutely, you're right there, but we'll stop the analysis for now because we do have to go into a break. When we do come back, though, game number 3 will be coming your way, and it is a great series thus far. 13-8 and now 13-5. We'll find out how the last game goes after this. Don't go anywhere.
Oh man, what you talking about, man? What? You're so crazy, bruh. Wasn't too long before I realized a whole lot of truth just realized. 2 groups faking the real guys, and both of them plotting on your meal size. Gotta be more, is this real life? Got a bad hand, but I still try. Try and knock me down and I still climb. I can see the promised land right over the hill line. And when I get there, yeah, we all gon' party. Learn how to surf cause the waves is gnarly. Gotta make the bread, gotta bake the barley. But it take a little time, be patient, darling. Working for the people, gotta rake them all in. But sometimes people make you hate your calling. Some people panic when the brakes is stalling. Me, I go to God when my faith is falling. Put it on the tattoos. A righteous man don't know bad news. Found forgiveness for my snafus. Nothing for the pretty girls trying to get a cashew. Bad dude. Sometimes life really suck like a vacuum. The devil I don't never turn my back to. I just wanna shower love like a bathroom. And be a role model for the black youth. Oh, here you go. Here you go again. Talking all that. What? What are you talking about, man? Wasn't too long before I realized a whole lot of truth just realized. 2 groups faking the real guys, and both of them plotting on your meal size. Gotta be more, is this real life? Got a bad hand, but I still try. Trying on me down and I still climb. I can see the promised land right over the hill line. And I broke a lot of hearts in my lifetime, thinking that their heart wasn't like mine. Finally got through a lifeline, and I stumbled upon a right mind. Love showed up at the right time. Put her in a white dress, get the white wine. Some people do it for the nighttime, but I'm thinking more, make your life mine. Yeah. Is it possible we could last forever and ever and ever?
Welcome back, inhabitants of Middle Earth, to VCT PH 2022 Stage 1 Playoffs. My name is Asaray. With me now is Illustrado, and we are back to see how game number 3 unfolds. Game number 1, it was, what was it, 13-8? Game number 2, 13-5. And now we're looking at how this Ascent map will unravel.
Yeah, well, both of these teams super comfortable on this map here. Zeal, this used to be one of their absolute best maps. It has been sort of up and down as of the moment, but I'm looking at seeing how Action PH is going to do on this one as well. Honestly, it's a toss-up for me as to who's going to take this. I'm still going to go with my prediction, though, that Zeal are going to be the ones to take this. They are looking like they're on the rise, even though they did kind of get shut down in map number 2. I do feel like they still have it in them. And taking a look at the stats specifically, their ascent is pretty decent. They have like a 63% win rate on it. It's not like the best, but it's definitely one of their more comfortable maps, since their most comfortable map was taken out of the picture, and that was Breeze.
I totally agree. Again, it seems like there are maps here. I honestly feel like map-wise, Akshan PH actually have the advantage, because again, I don't think it's the maps that Zeal has the most trouble with, excluding, of course, Fracture, because I think that's a map that they really prepared on. I think it's more of how cleanly can they finish out games. Because again, when we were in panel with Raph and Nomad, I was talking about how there were a lot of matches where Zeal would end series at like 13-9 with them winning. There was like ones where it was like 13-10. So it really seems like Zeal does have some issues with finishing off matches here. They only had that one 13-1 game against LFO, but I think that was LFO that was really struggling at that one match that they had. With that being said, though, Zeal is proving, at least on the Fracture map, that they have what it takes to clean out more of these matches in a dominant fashion. And the reason why I point this out as well is because I really feel that they have very striking similarities with the Akshan PH team, where Zeal loves to overwhelm the opposition, and if they can't, they seem to struggle when they lose that momentum. And it seems like that is what is happening, at least when we saw on that Haven match, or the Haven map.
Absolutely. Haven was definitely one of the matches where Action PH were quite comfortable taking. You mentioned a great point earlier on, Asarai, especially about Zeal having problems closing out maps. And this has been a problem for them ever since the inception of the team. I feel like ever since the beginning, much to the frustration of the fans and the casters, closing out games hasn't been the strong suit of Zeal. Now, one of the reasons for this, however, is because they're such an emotionally charged team that, I don't see a lot of timeouts from them, even, and sometimes it just goes and slowly trickles away from their grasp, from their control, these maps. And I'm hoping that's not going to be the same case right now. But yeah, we'll be going to the match shortly. Obviously, we have a little bit of time to talk for the meantime, Asterai, but I'm going to ask you right now, are you going to stick to your guns and stick to your predictions and say that it's still going to be an Action PH map?
Oh, yeah, of course. I really feel like Akshan have this in the bag. Again, it's not more of a biased perspective, because usually when we talk about predictions, it's all about that bias, but it really is just how maybe it is, but it is just how I feel about the stats and how the teams have been performing. Because if you see back in the group stage, right, Zeal have only fought up against Naos, South Built, and Looking for Org. Arguably, I think the only real threat for that Group B, once the group stage had started, was probably Naos, and Zeal only got a taste of that. I think Zeal has yet to really prove what they got up against the other teams that I think are more threatening on the other groups, which is now Oasis, Team Secret, and Akshan PH. So I think going up against their match with Akshan PH is the true proving series for Zeal here, if they have what it takes to beat, I feel like, the higher up teams that are playing right now in the playoffs. So if they can beat this, I feel like they have another shot to go up against a team like Oasis and Team Secret moving forward.
It is, in fact, a little bit of a break that we have on our hands, a little bit of a sort of technical issue. I do want to clear it up. We are a little bit stalling out for you guys, so apologies if we're taking a little bit longer than we normally do. It is one of those days that we kind of just have to get through. But yeah, I hope everybody has had their lunches, and it's around 4 p.m. and our time over here.
It is.
That's merienda time. And if you guys don't know what merienda is, it's not a lot of countries have merienda, so just a little bit of a trivia for people.
I love how you pronounce it. Yeah, have you got your merienda already?
In the Philippines and in Spain, and I think in a couple of other countries, there's always like a 3 to 4 p.m. snack.
Yeah.
In between meals.
It's actually healthy to eat merienda, because technically you do what optimally you would want to spread out your meals throughout the day. So if you have like 3 healthy meals that's great, right? But you might overeat a little bit, which hits your calories. So you kind of want to spread another meal in between so that you can keep yourself full for longer, because you eat more.
And you eat less at dinner.
That's true. Very true. Very true.
And obviously, dinner is actually where you want to eat the least. So I'm having a little bit of a stuttering on my end. I'm not sure if you guys are getting it too, but a little bit of a.
I'm not like doing this in front of the camera, you know. Well, oh, actually,
Oh, you've turned into a robot, Asteroid. What's happened?
Beep boop. Wally.
Bing bong.
Oh, you mean upside down? No, inside out. I got corrected by the chat there. Yeah, we are just getting a bit of a waiting period, but it's all right. We're gonna go back to what was the term that the chat dubbed us at? Asorado podcast.
Yeah, so bear with us, guys. We're just about to get into the match itself. Kind of just waiting on things to sort of.
Yeah, it's like our. You can think of it as a intermission. Okay, so it seems like we are about to start the draft already. So with that, we're just waiting for our amazing production to throw it on to the agent select. Now, as we are going to the agent select, guys, sorry for that one. I wonder if we're gonna see Fire Saiyajin back. Yeah, there it is. I don't even have to ask it anymore. He's gonna be playing the Jet. They can't not put him on a Jet here in Ascent.
Yeah, this is where, one of those maps that Fire Saiyajin really explodes on. One thing that I'm hoping to eventually see from Fire Saiyajin is that Phoenix. I know it's so out of meta right now, but he used to be so great at using it. And since this is a tactical shooter, honestly, each agent is still pretty much viable. I do still think that in certain maps like Ascent, Phoenix can really be a good pick. So I'm hoping to see that Fire Saiyajin will be picking it up sooner rather than later.
We'll see though. Maybe when Phoenix gets like a rework or something, that would be great. Because
maybe just a buff.
Yeah, I guess so. Again, the only real issue why Phoenix doesn't get picked outside of all the other agents, even maybe a lower pick rate right now than yours.
He has no mobility.
He has no mobility. Exactly. He has a heal, but that just makes him into a stationary controller or something, right?
Maybe if the run it back made him run faster. I don't know.
Ooh, yeah.
Kind of like Neon.
It'd probably be crazy though, because like if he's as fast as Neon, or maybe in 50% as fast as Neon, and he can just go back to where he was, that's gonna be incredibly crazy. I don't know. Maybe if you give him like extra shield on that run it back of his. But yeah.
Maybe the flame wall should be impenetrable.
Ooh. I like to see that. Also,
because it's
fire.
Sorry.
Yeah, go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say because it's fire.
Oh, yeah. That's blazing. That's lit. Okay. I just wanted to point it out there as well, Ilu, that I remember fondly saying this about Fire Saiyajin when he was still in the 6045 Pirates, that I felt like he was, and I'm pretty sure I've said this already, and it was actually Ascent that I said this. I think it was arguably the best Jet that we had at that time, considering how well he actually performs. Like, in terms of raw aim, again, what is wrong with me today? In terms of raw aim, he just outmaneuvers Dubstep, maybe even G Insanity, when I saw him at the start. Of course, that was when he was still a young gun, maybe like last year. Now he's getting more integrated into competitive play, and is really rounding out as an entry fragger for whichever team picks him up. And only good things can come of this, but how well he's adjusted will now manifest, especially when he's going to be going up against a fantastic top player like Georgie.
I do think that Gi Insanity is pretty much still one of the best Jets that we've seen.
Oh yeah,
we just haven't seen him lately, unfortunately, due to the lack of but Hopefully we'll be able to right now. But in the meantime, we're going to game up. Open things up. That's going to be the wall up towards CT to prevent rotations coming in. They're going to bury their way into the backside. Shot darts coming out. Gravity well as well. And oh my god, the two members from Zeal shut out of the equation. B-side taken.
Spike planted.
That gravity well felt like a death sentence. It's just nothing can pass through, right? It was just an unfortunate turn of events there. Now, as you mentioned, it is going to be a numbers advantage heavily. Georgie can go through on top of this, and he actually still gets a frag off. That's amazing. Also gives the information about how Singer Carl is going to get back to this. Here, Fire Station now blocked out through on market, and they are working their magic through. Now, the clock is taking Fire Station, dashes through. Nice little head, but he does get tagged multiple times, actually. We'll have to go through lane here, but clock is ticking, excuse me. And APH, I'd say that's a pretty clean round, considering all of the shenanigans that has happened at the very start.
What's ticking, Asher?
Tick-tock, okay? On the clock.
On the clock,
Oh.
okay. But yeah, let's look at that gravity wall. That's really good execution from Action PH. They have clearly done their homework. They've clearly prepared for this map. So nicely done. They divide the site. They shut off the rotation with that ice wall. They work hand in hand to get to the backside, including the shot darts. Perfection on that pistol round. But they might. Okay, never mind. They expect him there. Wine player, that's Tuge. Gonna be shut out already. Flash could be coming through, and it does. Enough to blind up one, take down one, but still 3v5 right now. Spike should be planted without a problem. This is looking like a decent round already. George looking to get up close. Farsigen spamming through, not finding anybody.
Oh my!
That whisked by his head. Could have made the connection, just didn't. But Action PH get a clean anti-eco.
I don't know if bullets are just allergic to Georgie, but you're absolutely right. I felt like at least one of those would have connected, right?
That just whizzed by. Was like he definitely heard the whizzing of the bullet. Like,
yeah. It's like when you hear a fly on your ears.
But a very loud one.
Yeah. Now, Zeal buying on this gun round of theirs. This is actually, I'd say, this is still, I would say, a weak buy for Zeal here, because 3 of their players are on this light shield. APH not gonna waste any time, looking already to push onto the side itself. Beats timing. Oh, I love that recon guard, just giving at least a freebie. This does force APH on a stuck. Zero Deathkill actually picks up the Vandal, or did buy a Vandal for himself. Still fun to pick. Jordy now stuck on logs, but he's going to be holding the fort here for the moment. It has maybe the help from his teammates, but he don't need it. Smokes himself off and actually finds some value, finds some success with this Spectre of his. Beats trying to reload, takes damage, and they immediately hound him down. No chance for Beats, no chance for Zeal to take this one. And again, APH loses another round, especially on that on that gun of theirs.
Action PH, I just have to give props, man. These guys have. This goes to show what you can do if you have very clean and set executes onto site that you really plan for and have contingency. It was really well executed, great execute yet again from Action PH that completely catches Zeal off guard, and it's been this B site that has just been so successful for them. I know it's only 4 rounds in, but Action PH so far have been exploiting the weakness of Zeal. Now, they're gonna try their luck around here towards mid, try to get up towards market. Georgie will creep on a little bit closer. Senior Carl across the shoulder here. That's the cloud burst that comes through. Beats might be expected in this corner as the ice wall does come through. They're gonna back it off. It's gonna be deadly. Beats spots him out, but the tailwind out safe. The double swing. They deal with it. Georgie getting a double. Now they go up on above and beyond, all the way to spawn. Look at this control by Action PH.
You know, months back. Okay, they know that Fire Sage is there. Takes out. Oh, he still gets it. This is why he's FSJ. This is why he's Fire Sage. Now, going to be able to pick up a weapon here. The question now lies, where is he going to try to attack? So he wants to go all the way back. A lot of the APH players now expecting he's going to be either mid or B main, and this could actually allow him a pick off of Georgie. I believe the wall has broken down, and FSJ will be able to wiggle his way through the spawn. He could maybe even get into the site itself, but he's only left with like one utility left in the chamber. Now they know where he is, but he doesn't know where the opponents are, so he's still slow pushing this. Oh, this is unfortunate. I don't think he's going to be able to defuse this in time. And if he wins this fight, yeah, nah.
Well,
he's not going to expect it.
Maybe he can
Nah, no time.
force one back. No, not even gonna fall for it. But Farsight Jin does get it. He gets a couple of kills though. A lot of nice kills. 3 to be specific. But Action PH have found again another one. And this is proving to be very scary.
One enemy remaining.
I gotta say,
Yeah.
oh yeah,
Go ahead.
I just wanted to say as well, Georgie has just been phenomenal here. And there we go. I remember what I was gonna say. So a few months back, right, when we were watching like a bunch of like NA VCT, we know FaZe Clan and the terminology called smeaging. I just totally remember that, and it feels like Sean PH are doing their own version of it. With how
Man.
Georgie has just been entry fragging like a total baller. He has no regard, right? Like he even just hops over to the wall of his own teammate and
Hides
still
and
looks for
spawn.
frags. Yeah.
It's insane. Man, that's a blast from the past. I haven't heard smeaging in just so long.
Yeah.
But yeah, you make a great point there. Action PH, I do see that. I do see that from now. Because if there's any team that can match Zeal tit for tat, Action PH, they have the firepower. So right now, Zeal is trying to take a timeout. I'm liking that they go for the timeout because I'm thinking, man, do it early before things start to fall apart even further. Because right now, if you do not win this gun round, it might be a very dangerous half for you.
I'm not sure if Zeal is expecting Georgie to be on the operator. He loves to use it on attack when they have so much money to purchase with, right? Especially when he has the blades, because he always likes to have that blades just in case he can't play operator for short range. But FSJ also has the operator in hand. The timing, oh, he gets flushed out. Barrel, he's gonna repick this, but I think Georgie already has the angle pushed up through. They're gonna bait the shot first. But once again, it's a waiting game. Battle of Cat and Mouse and Fire Sajin on point with the shot.
That's a great algorithm to help Farsight get back into position. But he goes ahead and repeats that angle. So Farsight getting punished for being a little bit too greedy. Now the MVPs of both of these teams are out of the picture, and it's up to everybody else to follow suit and see what they can accomplish.
Taking a slower pace here. And they're going to be looking to aggress on B. Craigies does not have his lockdown, but Modeski does. He's going to get flushed out here, but thankfully they still do have the Astra and the KJ alive, so they can play delay. Maybe even Craigies can play just on the site and risk himself getting detained just so that he can sneak in a couple of kills, because they do have so much ability to manage this through. And Case here, everything is so safe. Look at that. Yeah, they actually go for the full duration just so that they can make sure that nobody's gonna do that aggressive play that I was mentioning.
Yeah, they completely bypass anything that was, anybody holding onto the B side, and it works out because Craigies was actually forced out completely. Now, 4v4 on this retake, it's a nice knife that actually does get some information. Craigie as well, gonna find Zero Deathio. That's gonna be a response here. Ammon finds another one, and they line him up on the stairs, all to fall down as Ammon finds the last kill of the round rather. 5-0 Action PH making a statement yet again. This is another gun round that they've won, and Action PH are starting to run away with this game.
Is Ammon just an absolute evil mastermind? Because you're seeing this replay, right? They're all suppressed by the null command, but because Ammon preemptively used the wall, the B main stairs turn into a tiny shooting gallery for APH. And it funneled every single member of Zeal, who just stepped up one by one to die to the players of APH. That was such a great play. Now FSJ risking the biscuit. Not your biscuit, by the way, the dog of Milu. Yeah, no. A different biscuit.
Okay.
Just to try to get the pick. And he's already expended all of his blades on this start of the round, unfortunately.
Tuge just playing that jumpy, tempting fate here. Aldrone will be enough to spot him, I think. They're going to be able to deal with that information. That's true. Will they deal nice shot from Georgie? That's going to be a nice nade, but Moji's able to find Senior Carl. Look at that from Georgie. And they're just steamrolling their way onto site. No one can really stop them. Utility or not, nades or not, they will push through. They will fight. They won't stop because they have a game plan and they're executing it masterfully.
This is the Akshan PH I was waiting to look forward to. Third shot will connect, but Griggs is taking some lethal damage. And one tap is gonna be all that. APH have still yet to drop a round. My goodness. Georgie, how many kills does he is? 11 kills in 6 rounds, Elu.
That's...
yeah.
That's not right. 11 and
Oh, there you go. Chat has just reminded me the title that Georgie was most known for. The Boracay Jet.
The Boracay Jet is back. That's, I haven't heard that one in a while.
Yeah, all these throwbacks. But technically, he did go for a vacation. You know, like 3 days from group stage to playoffs. No, you know, just
yeah,
in his house. Yeah, in his house.
Which is Boracay.
True. He's probably bought all that because you know he's such a crack player.
See, it's another full execute here. Hunter's Fury to support the push. Eman gets one, and Tuge is able to bring down Georgie. That's an important scalp to find. Obscuring these rounds now. It's going to be the Cosmic Divide available.
What?
But Senior Carl? How?
He's boosted on the wall, so you can see all the smoke.
And there's still a lurk that they have to deal with. Even though they got the kills, they're not pushing onto site. They're happy to play this a little bit slower. But oh, that must have been heard right there. He must have heard the step, sees the shoulder, takes a shot, gets him low, doesn't find the kill. That's going to give information that the operator is in B, so they want to try their hand at A maybe. But Zero Deathio cuts off the middle. Leave them open. And Eman, how does he flick that? That's ridiculous.
Spike down A.
Still gets a double, sure. But where are all the rest of the members? He has
30
no
seconds
clue
left.
where Action PH could be coming from. But time is on his side. 25 seconds. He just has to stay alive.
Zero that does have his recon dart, so he can use this first, clear it up, and then start moving in. He's also waiting for the rotation from Modski so that they can start pushing in as a squad here. And they should be planting somewhere on safe grounds. That's going to be Modski to plant and his teammate to hold. They know that he's going to be on the site though. This could be the catch-up first on the healthier player. But he just misses the opportunity, and then APH retaliates. That was so close. I honestly believe Beats could have clutched that. The only problem was he just was not able to get the kill.
Yeah, he just didn't hit the shot. Low HP on the other player as well, and that was very much a clutchable situation, and he was in a good spot as well. They didn't know where he was. He even got just one kill, brought it to a 1v1. Anything could have happened. It's unfortunate that it didn't. So now, we're at 7-0. Action PH and their offensive side is proving to be one of the cleanest, most refined attacking sides that we've seen thus far.
He just cannot escape. He's trapped in a corner. Rats in a cage. That is what is happening here on B main. Beats retaliates with the Ultimate Hunter's Fury activated here. Just tags a few members, I'd say,
Last
for
player
APH,
standing.
but the site will still be taken. Beats as he comes through. Two are looking straight dead him in the eyes, and that's going to be APH. Another round, another taken away from Zeal here, and Zeal just cannot find a beat. Anything they want to do, slapped away by APH.
Oh man, Zeal just looking like they've lost their luster right here.
Alarm bot.
Pretty much dead in the water. This game is a non-starter for them so far. Can they start? Can they? All they need is to start. They need one round. We've seen it happen a lot of these times. These teams just get one round, and it's enough to snowball them in to the rest of it. But it's looking too difficult here, especially if APH gets double digits in the first half. I just don't favor their odds on it as well, considering that there is also a double Sentinel on Action PH side. They should be even stronger on the defense. And look at this, Far Cyajin. It's one pick-off, sure, but they're going to be able to res that no problem.
And this was supposed to be the res that should have revived Georgie before Beats got that 2K.
You will not kill my allies.
So they still actually save it for another round here for trades. This is the problem that you have when you go up against a Sage and you don't have your own Sage. The risk of just being, again, backed into, if you trade like 1-for-1, right, and then he revives, it's a 4 versus 5 for the following one. Anyways, not the point anymore as FSJ is holding. Nice little off angle here. I'm not sure if Georgie's going to react to this. And FSJ almost gets the catch off. Georgie backs away smartly for the moment here as the rest of the squad now pushing aggressive on A main.
You are
They
divided.
have gathered their forces. And it's going to be an entry here. Motsuki looking to get in. Tuge will try to stop them. My God, Eman. What a ripper of a shot. And these executes are just the cleanest I've ever seen. But Farsigen, he's going to go in 3v3. Try to plant the spike. They're trapped. They're done here. Holy dude, they break the lockdown. That gives them a chance in this round here. Beats is able to do something about this. Now Eman, 1v1, has information where the last player is, but who's gonna get it? Turret does come out, swings alongside it. Eman looking for the clutch here in this 1v2. He gets the timing, he gets it. The triple kill for Eman, and that's another round for Action PH, 9-0.
Who threw the alley-oop? Where Zero, did he have a... He got the average Jonas lineup, didn't he?
Where did it come from?
Did, right? For sure he did. He didn't break it from just running up to the spike.
I have no idea. I didn't even see them break this lockdown. I thought they were done.
I saw the lockdown broken. That's why I honestly felt that there was a chance now for APH. Zeal, for sure they felt they had that round in the bag.
What's this?
Because that whole site was infected by the lockdown.
Be faster.
Oh, FSJ. Okay. All right.
Oh, what a nice shot.
If Georgie's the Boracay Jet, FSJ is the collegiate Jet.
Where is FSJ from, I wonder? Is he from Manila?
I actually forgot. Cebu, I believe. Yeah, that's why
yeah,
he's
sorry,
from
I'm
6045 Pirates. Yeah.
Right. So he's the Cebuana Jet then.
Yeah, Raf would know which school in particular, but let's not say that on blast. You know.
Yeah, don't want him to get any unwanted attention. But, okay. Tuge, good pickup. Brings it to 3v3 still. Tempting disaster right behind that wall here. And I think they see the head. They know where he is. He's got another one.
Spike down A.
2 kills, still 2v2. They'll be happy with that because they do have the rifle advantage. Aldrone to come up and secure the site. They will have decent post plant. And now Craigie S will be on the Sheriff as Farsigen on the Vandal 2v2. But Farsigen, that's the one Vandal removed. And Craigie S has to come up huge here with the Sheriff.
Turn up. One enemy
remaining. Made a lot of noise. And Craigie's tries to get the opportunity that his teammate has allowed him to. The problem was, I think there was a bit disjointed on the push there. And I don't think we've ever seen a 13-0. Have we?
Not
maybe a
this year.
Yeah.
Yeah, there was a 13-1. That was against Team Secret.
Down.
But we have not seen a 13-0. The dream is still alive for Action PH.
This is just gnarly. Before the group stage started, I talked about how APH was my team, one of the top teams. And they're coming back to 4 here. Oh, shot dart. He actually still Eman! He's knocking on the window! No!
Wow! That's so insane, Aserai! He knows that the updraft had to come in to get away from the Hunter's Fury. And Eman punishes him through the window. That's crazy. That is such a big brain move right there from Eman.
He just knew. It's cause and effect. If you Hunter's Fury, somebody's got to have to jump up, especially when it's the Jet, right? But I gotta say though, yeah, there it is. They still have themselves a lot of fight, as they did use a lot of bodies just to try to go against FSJ. The problem now lies that there's no proper weaponry for Zeal to manage through, and Craigie left on his own to try to go for the clutch. He doesn't even have a lockdown to play this 3 versus 1. Well, that being said, at least his alarm bot does notify him that Georgie is playing very close up onto mid. reacts in the nick of things, but he's taken a hell of a lot of time just to interact with that. And now, is either he runs to the site or he just stays in his weapon.
Oh, he's gonna. Okay, he's gonna get a lot of noise. He's gonna make a lot of noise rather. There's just no more time. It's pretty much done already. 11 rounds in a row for Action PH. My God, this is a team that is right now on a high. They have everything they need. Drop for your teammates, bro. Drop for your teammates.
Okay.
It's the last round. Doesn't matter.
Give it. This timing for 2-game monster is good, but that Spectre just not a friendly weapon when you want to spray for that far of a distance, unfortunately. Motski going wild a little bit with the bullets there. You know, he got so much money. He can spare that.
Well, that's a little bit of a Hail Mary player right now coming in for Zeal. They'll have to throw out everything they can. Oh, the nade is here. Good flash. Motski's so ready for anything. Action PH in general is so ready for anything that Zeal throws at them. This is a perfect attacking side. This is one of the most refined attacking sides I've ever seen in the Philippines. I am elated by how good Action PH is playing this half.
That being said, though, Zeal still have some fighting spirit left in them. We'll see if this fighting spirit can lead them somehow around in this one, but not gonna happen this time. The momentum too strong. This is a lone bark of wood being pushed back by the tidal wave, the roaring tsunami that is Action PH.
That was
out.
Oh yeah, I'm a poet, brother.
You're a poet.
And I just don't even know it. Oh.
Are you a poet or are you a poet?
I mean, there's a third meaning to that, but I'm probably not gonna say it on stream because it's too much. It's TMI.
Oh dear, I'm sorry.
It's okay, dear. All right, cool your horses there. Cool your jets. Yeah.
You know who's a jet that is not cool? Georgie, because he's hot right now. He's getting all the kills. Absolutely insane. Action PH now on the brink of winning this map in a 13-0 potentially. Could we see the first 13-0 anywhere in the Philippines? I'm not sure about the world right now, but
there has been
definitely
already for any. Yeah. Oh, timing!
Enemy kill.
Nice catch from Georgie, though. How did he get that as well? He was just about to throw it a nade. FSJ retaliates in kind. Emon not going to spot this. And he's getting pounded from either side, but he wiggles one through. Couldn't even manage another one, but FSJ is here for a reason. Zeal now have a fighting chance to get themselves a pistol, and they can rotate this spike, but I'm pretty sure RU spotted Beats out there, and he's backed away all the way through A main, and he's going all the way around as well. He's not even waiting on A main here. He's gonna wrap all the way around as he knows Beats and FSJ are the remaining members of the Zeal team.
There's just no map control right now. They're forced into a little tiny piece of the map, and far side, 34 HP.
30 seconds
pretty
left.
much out of the picture. 1v3. I think we're gonna get it. I think this is gonna be the first 13-0 that we're seeing in the Philippines. Zero Deathio is gonna jump up from heaven. That's pretty much it. 13-0 Action PH. A complete stomp after a good first 2 games.
Oh my gosh. The first ever, I believe, for VCTPH in 2022. We've had this last year, but Action PH. Oh, that's why. Oh, that's why they won. Because they got the spider sense, you know. Spider-Man. Flip, flip. Yes, that's the sound of the webs. Flip, flip. But congratulations to a perfect run on that second half for Action PH. Again, a perfect Ascent game.
Yeah.
Holy guacamole, Elu. That was just fan-freaking-tastic.
This is a very big disappointment for Zeal. They have gone through so much and they've changed a lot in terms of the roster, and they've gone so far, but it still feels like the growth isn't there completely. It seems like they've plateaued. Because you look at the growth of teams like Georgie and players like Georgie and Emma and teams like Action PH, and it's been exponential as we take a look at the stats. Meanwhile, for Zeal, it does feel like they have grinded to a halt. It doesn't seem like they have been making the same growth that other teams like Naos, like Action PH. It feels like they're stalled out in the middle of nowhere.
There are moments of brilliance, fragments of fantastic plays from Zeal, but it really is just a lack, especially when you're up against these teams and when the stakes are so high. They still have a chance in the lower bracket, but again, they're still going to go up against very, very aggressive and very coordinated teams as well. Question now lies, how are they going to be bouncing back from this one? Because again, they only got one more chance. You don't drop those. APH, just look at these highlights, man. They're just so perfect. Everything that they've done is just chef's kiss.
Woo! Yeah, a lot of great shots through and through, but Action PH just played like the better team. They were more coordinated. Their executes on sites were pretty much perfect. Like, you can tell that these guys run drills. Like, these guys run hella drills and for hours on end. Because you know, those kinds of executes don't get that perfect just by talking about it, going into a map talk and doing it a couple of times. This is weeks and weeks of preparations for these strats to be effective in certain maps, and these guys have gotten on lock. So really good stuff from here. Action PH deserving their 13-0. Big congratulations to them, shutting down Zeal Esports completely. But you just heard it from us here on the casting desk. We will be going back into the panel, and as well as the interviewer. After this short break, we will take a little bit of time to breathe. And when we do return, it's going to be the next series. Illustrator and Astray will be right back.
I think I let my guard down. Certain things ain't the same now. Hard to navigate these problems. I'm by myself, you're not around. I tried to open up, it wasn't good enough. Put in my all and got nothing back. Now I'm stuck in the rain, dealing with all this pain. Why you gotta do me like that? Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can't get ugly, trust and believe me. Say it to myself, looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back this far from easy. I lost control. Looking at this beautiful distraction. Fell in love with a fatal attraction. I really let my guard down, now relaxing. Why did I open up? She taking way too much. Put in my all and got nothing back. I'm feeling so ashamed, I fell into your game. Why you gotta do me like that? Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can get ugly, trust and believe me. Say it to myself, looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back, this far from easy. I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know my I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know my gave you all of me, had me so deceived. You chose to leave my life, so I'm on my own in the cycle. I can't believe. Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can get ugly, trust and believe me. Say it to myself, looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back, just far from easy. I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know my I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know my don't you know I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know my
The first 13-0 in Challengers Philippines, and I just gotta say to you guys that you guys told me so. It was Action PH that came out on top of that in a 2-1 fashion against Zeal Esports. They got knocked out of the upper bracket for now. And Raf, how are you feeling, buddy?
How am I feeling indeed? Well, I did predict Action Esports. I'm obviously very, very happy that, my predictions have gone very well in the last few days because, off topic, Terror said that, there's an interesting statistic. Without Terror, I'm 0%. With Terror, I'm 100%. But today marks that day that I'm 100% the last few days. But anyway, I don't want to sour the mood, but APH, wow, what a showing, right? Again, I said that the first map could be a toss-up, and it was a 2-1, and that's exactly how it played out. I just want to get right into this because, my goodness, Zeal, that is, Anyway, so APH and Zeal, they're very similar in structure, if not identical. They have two high-powered fraggers, and they have an absolute masterful clutcher in the back lines, and basically they have the good chemistry. But what's the biggest difference between Action PH and Zeal? Action PH, the control and setting the pace is really there. It's very apparent. It's to enable those two all-star fraggers. And this in turn, like Ilu said, Zeal can be a very emotionally charged team. This forces Zeal's a reaction from it. Could not be the best, could be better. And there's just a lot of things. APH did such a great job of pouncing on individual tendencies as well. Like, for example, in the last map, FSJ having a fondness of fighting mid lane no matter what side that may be. And obviously, we know the system of Zeal. Who is hot right now? Let's play around that. Action PH knows that very well. They saw it, they found it as a weakness. They absolutely obliterated any heat that Zeal could generate and basically paved their way to victory without a problem.
Yeah. Again, we talk about all of the great things that Action has done, but I also have to kind of pull it back a little bit that Action also seems to have lost their luster during that fracture map. thankfully, it is a best of 3, so they did have 2 more maps that seemingly they just knew what they had to do and bounce back. But that is something that they definitely need to address if it does come up in a more crucial series as they move forward in these playoffs.
Yeah, and we'll have a look at exactly what happened in the highlights of the previous series. I mean, there were signs of life that Zeal Esports, especially when Fracture came up. Like, it wasn't as dominant as we wanted to, just like what you said, Raph. It was going to be a toss-up, but a 9-3 half is something you can be proud of on Fracture, where it's not really a map to be playing on. The 13-8 overall, actually they still managed to come up, and this momentum kind of hinted that they might just be able to go into Haven with that momentum, because for the longest time, Zeal Esports has been one that has been really relying on momentum, especially more so our side team. He kind of slept on Haven.
I think it's really nice to see that they are experimenting quite a bit with Fracture, because we really need that development, and potentially Zeal could be the fourth father of that success. But again, Haven is one of those maps that we as a region are incredible at. We've grown so much off the foundation that SV Empire has erected for all. And that being said, the momentum just was not present whatsoever. Action PH, their problem solving took the star, or at least was the star of the show as a whole. And everybody, and I mean everybody on the team, just capitalized on all the info they gathered.
With all of that, I gotta say, man, just APH, I think this was the APH that before the series started, when we were just talking about what could happen, this is what I was expecting them to come out of in terms of performance. This was the APH that was incredibly dominant during week 1. They kind of lost their luster a little bit on week 2 because I felt like of the issues that they had to face, similar with other teams, but their bounce back was so incredibly high. That being said, though, they still have their work cut out for them, as they are going to be facing, I believe, tomorrow, was it? Oasis Gaming, which is another team that they still have to beat once again.
Yeah, it's another a gauntlet for Action PH, but I'm pretty sure that it's going to be really comfortable. It's going to be feeling really good for themselves as they go up against Oasis. But of course, we're going to have a look at the MVP of the series, the man of the hour, the ROG game MVP. That is Georgie himself. 273.1 ACS, 17.7 average kills the entirety of this series with a KDA of 1.4. And Raph, this man, one half of the Georgie Evan tandem. He's looking poised to go up against Oasis Gaming next tomorrow.
We're definitely feeling the summer heat of Georgie's performance, and I'm pretty sure a lot of us are accustomed to seeing him on the screen. Again, everybody on that team revolves around the space that Georgie creates so much. Georgie understands the responsibility of this role, and he respects it very much, making him such a great player. And all in all, it really plays into the fact that he's also such an excellent individual player. The way that they've strategized around him to maximize everybody's supportive capabilities, and like I said, nabbing of all that space, the control for Action PH, it's really, really good.
Yeah, and again, I do use this terminology quite often, but Georgie, I think right now, is one of those just absolute rank demons, right? He just 1v9s an entire Radiant lobby, and that's not easy to say as well when you have an incredible amount of players that we have here in Southeast Asia, especially, you know, with like MYSG, with like Forsaken and everybody else. This is a player that just exudes performance individually, but it's amazing how he also incorporates that with the rest of his team. In contrast, again, with Fire Sage, who is an absolutely amazing player, but the problem now lies that, as I mentioned this with Elu when we were casting, it seems like there still is some rough edges with Fire Sage with how he coordinates with the team. Sometimes he just overextends, and that tends to be a downfall rather than a good thing for the team.
Well, I'm pretty sure Georgie would take your words to heart, and he'll definitely use that for his momentum. But we gotta speak to the second half of the Georgie Emin tandem, and you guessed it, it is Emin, and we have Donut on the line with an exclusive interview with Emin. Why don't you go ahead and dunk it in, Donut?
are you out? Eman in for the interview. I think there has been a lot of interviews with Are You already, but he's still there. He's the PR manager, making sure that Eman says all of the right things. Hi, Eman.
Hello po, good afternoon.
Hi. So, in the map of Fracture, you were a bit challenged by Zeal Esports there, but you still did well. Can you tell us about the challenges that you encountered during that map?
Maybe for me, I think I think Farsighted just pops up in that map. I think it's like 25 plus frags in that game. He
Yeah.
he gets he always gets a first pick. Yeah, I think he
The
got
first pick?
he got 11 first blood in that game, I think.
11
Yeah.
first bloods, and were you threatened by his performance in the map of Fracture?
No, we're still confident in the second map because it's not our map pick, it's their map pick. We think it's okay to lose that map.
It was perfectly okay. While Zeal Esports had Fire Saiyajin, you had Georgie on your side because Georgie was the top performer for Fracture as well. Can you tell us more about his performance being the ROG MVP?
I think Georgie is I don't know, he's just a beast in our team. He just kills everyone.
Maybe that's the strat RU gives to the team. Georgie, Eman, kill
Yeah,
everyone.
that's the
Is that
strat.
the case? Well, that was the case, especially for Haven, because this is where you guys did shine, and you were able to answer to the Zeal Esports aggression. Can you tell us more about the strats and how you were able to redeem yourself coming from the defeat of the first map?
I think we know how to play Haven with the Sky and Breach meta. I think we know how to counter that lineup. That's why we played that very well.
Yes, indeed, you played it very, very well. Even the map of Ascent, this is the first time in the history of VCTPH Stage 1 that we got a 13-0. Can you tell us why you were able to get that scoreline so confidently?
I think we got 13-0 because all of my teammates are confident that game, and we're just hitting all of our shots. And all of our use calls is on point. That's why I think we easily get the sight and the kills.
Well, Zero Deathio was wearing the Spidey mask, but I guess the spider sense goes to RU. Congratulations for the win. Thank you, Eman, for joining us for this interview. This concludes our exclusive interview, an exclusive take with Eman, but we'll go back to the panel, Raf, Asarai, and the panel Lord Nomad. Back to you.
Thank you.
And we're taking it back to us for a second take on that wonderful interview there. As always, Donut. And this is going to be the start of Action PH's, I would say, run. This might just be a good start from them. Asarai, you've been saying a lot of words of praises throughout the entirety of the cast here on Action PH, as well as the panel beforehand. What do you think we could expect once they go up against Oasis?
Ooh, I feel like if they can replicate what they did here against Zeal, I think Oasis is going to have a tough time once again. Because Oasis is a team that I think thrives more against teams that are coordinated. Not saying that APH isn't coordinated, but I think their main selling point is how aggressive Georgie can be. So it matters more of how well they can shut down Georgie and how well Georgie can execute himself in that series. And we knew how that worked out in week 2. So we'll see how that goes, because that is going to be an important rematch between these two fantastic teams.
Fantastic teams. And again, there's so many things happening in the playoffs already. I'm not entirely sure what the question was. Was it APH versus Oasis? Because that's also something that's been, somewhat on my mind. But do refresh me just to, give me a little bit of a webbing. Come on, Asrai, refresh me now.
I'm gonna press F5 on you, brother.
All right, wait,
cool.
it's APH Oasis. What do you think?
Well, Oasis has been on that up. We know how far that can be. we know the Icarus effect, and that's just something that both these teams have been somewhat prone to. They're both incredibly streaky in that sense, and the structure is, unlike Zeal versus APH, this time around, it's quite different. I would say Oasis is a little more fluid, has a little bit more leeway when it comes to who they're gonna play off. So again, interesting all the way through.
Well, we'll find that out tomorrow because that is the interesting match for tomorrow. But for now, we're going to be hopping on a short break. When we come back, this final series of the day, it's Team Secret versus South Built Esports. Don't touch the browser. Challengers Philippines will be right back. The first series was hot. The second series that we have right now is going to be even hotter. It's Team Secret versus South Built Esports. I'm Nomad, your panel host, and we're joined by fresh new faces here with fresh new haircuts, black and blue, and the Dax, of course. Gentlemen, it's going to be a long series here. How are you guys doing?
I didn't have a new haircut, so you might be talking about Dax, but I'm doing real good and I'm very excited for this next upcoming game. I mean, this is the matchup many people were looking forward to coming into stage 1 even for the first place.
Dude, I didn't get a haircut. What's Nomad on about? Dude, we just styled the hair. Maybe it's like
maybe a new
finally
different
combing
styling.
our hair for once. But
Just
I don't
looking
know. Dude, guys, I don't know what's up in my perspective. But for some reason, I'm looking bigger than usual. What is up with that?
Well, Dax is bigger than life. That's what he is. But what is bigger than life is the VCT 2022, because it's brought to you by ASUS Republic of Gamers. Stay tuned for the arrival of the newest upcoming Tough-F15, powered by up to the latest 12th generation Intel Core i7 processor to help you unleash the legend inside. With high performance for its thin and light form factor and military-grade durability, the Tough-F15 stands out as the best bang for your buck gaming laptop ready for your esports team. Check out the link in the pinned comment for more info. Also, just to remind you guys, got a little bit of a giveaway, just a little bit, brought to you by ASUS Republic of Gamers, and you can win some very swaggy swags here with the ROG shirt and a cap. All you have to do is follow the mechanics on your screen. You have to like and follow the ASUS Republic of Gamers FB and Twitter pages, like and follow PPGL and Valorant Esports Philippines official Facebook pages. Share the live stream on your timeline. It should be public so that we could see it with the hashtags PPGLXROG, hashtag ROG, hashtag Intel Gaming, hashtag Unleash the Legend Inside. Share your prediction in the stream chat and comment which top 3 teams will make it to the Asia Pacific Challengers Playoffs. Winners will be announced on the 28th of February 2022, and 3 winners each of the ROG shirt and ROG cap will be selected among that. But with all that out of the way, let's focus on the task at hand. It's Team Secret. It's South Built Esports. We've hyped it up as Team Secret and South Built Esports as the 2 best teams our country ever has going into this. They came into it rather shaky, but let's go ahead and introduce one of the teams that's going to be part of this. It's Team Secret. Well, there you have it. That is Team Secret, the top one in the Philippines, now in the middle of the pack in their group, and they're playing in the playoffs. Not really comfortable just yet. But we got Borkham, Dispenser, Dubstep, Vash, and Jeremy, who's going to be fielding the field right now. And Dax, there has been huge character developments from week 1 of the group stages all the way to week 2 for Team Secret.
It's a new season for Team Secret. That's the thing. They're that protagonist in those shows. They're like getting back on up. They got back saying, we were the best. They got knocked down, but here they are with a fresh face on the roster, and it's been working out really well here for Team Secret. It really goes to show that this team, you can never count them out. They got their formation back in week number 2, and do we get now the experience and of course the expertise of Team Secret? It's looking likely the playoffs, but they're gonna have to really beat a rival that has been built specifically against them.
Yeah, I mean, if there's one team that has had their number time and time on over, especially outside of VCT, it's been South Built Esports, who have, for the most part, had the better of them. But as I said, they have yet to prove it here in the VCT. And even Dubstep himself, during Stage 3, when asked on his stream, what is the team they want to go up against in the VCT? It's these guys up next.
We'll have a look at the South Built Esports roster right now to see who's going to be fielding the play. This is a roster that's purposely built to be built in the South. No, I'm kidding. This is a roster that really wants to prove themselves for the longest time here in the Philippines. We got Pro Flippy, Ja, Aziz, and Papi Chulo that's going to be playing right now against Team Secret. And Black and Blue, they've been tripping, tumbling, because they're falling crazy into the spiral of the gameplays that we've had from the other teams. And they've did the same for Team Secret. They bounced back mid-group stages.
Yeah, they've been stumbling, slipping, but hey, maybe that can be, kind of accredited to the fact that this team was a bit surprised by how the rest of the scene has elevated itself. But there should be no surprise when it comes to Team Secret, because at the end of last year, there was one goal in mind. Take that number one spot away, take everybody by storm and surprise them and claim that number one spot. And that had to be done against Team Secret. For them, there is nothing that will prove that more than doing it here today, especially if they win this entire weekend. And so maybe a bit surprised, maybe a bit overzealous against those other opponents that they had earlier in the group stage, being, surprised at what they brought. But Team Secret, it should not, I guess they should not have that same kind of approach to it, because this team, they were built to try and beat Team Secret, and really overtake their, I guess, comrades and really their fellow teammates from the past.
Look, let's just be absolutely clear, guys. Just to say this outright. South Built has been waiting for this moment in VCT. Many times they stumbled in VCT in those quarterfinals last year because they couldn't find Team Secret, but here we have it. This is the matchup we're waiting for, and not only that, they have that confidence. It's not just recent history. Ever since South Built was built, there has been those victories against that Team Secret roster, and they're trying to do it yet again here today and finally on the VCT stage.
Yeah, and speaking of which, we'll have a look at the map veto to find out what stages they're going to be playing on. And interesting to follow up on what you said, Dax, we're going to see a South Built Esports versus Team Secrets Part 3. This is the third time they face off against each other. But looking at the maps that we have right now, Bind is going to be first, followed by Haven. Lastly, Split is going to be the decider. And these are all the best maps for these two teams. Oh my goodness.
I love it. I love this map pool right now. We're going to be seeing some high octane action here for both squads. I really feel like their stats are relatively even, in all honesty, between these two. Maybe a little bit more on the split defense for Southlet. Later on, Haven attack for Team Secret. But beyond that, this is just going to be the best place to be in. The bans are really interesting. Fracture Breeze removed because they know that those are the maps they can't play against each other. And you mentioned it here, Nomad. The last two times they faced off, it was South Built winning. But before that, there was just all those histories before, like a few best of ones, a few stumbles here and there for the Team Secret roster. And that's the thing, there has just been that utter confidence South Built has against Team Secret right now. But is it finally Team Secret's day today to prove that they can be better than South Built Esports, especially in direct combat?
If there is one rival for this Team Secret, it is South Built Esports. And looking at this map veto, a few months ago, you'd have thought it would have been the other way. You would have thought SBE would pick Haven and Team Secret would be the one picking Bind. But hey, these guys, they come prepared. Team Secret, they know that if there's any one team who has it out for them here in the local scene, it is going to be this SBE squad. By God, they played against each other, played with each other for the past decade. And so these guys know each other more than any other team knows the opposing side in this entire VCT roster. So you're going to expect lots of counterplays from these two teams. You're going to expect, especially, maybe even some ego coming to this, wanting to take the aim duel just to prove a point from either side, because that is what these two teams came here for today. That's what they showed up here for today. Some of them, being teammates with each other, some even having real long rivalries with each other competitively and professionally, but deep down, everybody's cool with each other. And so I really like to talk about that context and talk about everything that has passed, in the past few months. The 3-0 that everybody knows about South Built, with Team Secret still continuing further in Champions and really proving that they are not just, a fluke of a team. It all comes down to this for these two teams. They've been looking forward to this for pretty much more than half a year now, and now we finally get our chance to witness it.
Yeah, we'll witness that, but first we'll have to witness the predictions here, because we, as traditions dictates, we gotta lay it down on the line. And I'm gonna start it off with you, Black and Blue. What's your take on the series? Who's gonna come out on top?
Yeah, I've been going the other way this entire tournament throughout the group stages, but today is not that day. I do think South Built, they come into this with lots of preparation in mind, and they know what the formula is to beat Team Secret. I'm going South Built for this 2-1.
No surprises there from Black and Blue. It's as if
Oh,
he
yeah.
knows what's going on right now. But I feel like history will be made today. These guys have been basically avoiding each other in VCT. Now is the time to fight, and now is the time for Team Secret to get that victory. So I'm going TS 2-1.
I'm gonna have to go with you guys. Team Secret 2-1. It feels like it's the better Team Secret right now. The past couple of weeks hasn't been good to them, hasn't been nice to them, but this is going to certainly be the change. And it's a 2-1 as well. Black and Blue still sticking to his guns there on South Built Esports. And with that being said, that is everything that we have to talk about the game. It's all down to the teams to prove their worth, to see who came back a lot better, who's gonna stay up on the upper bracket, and who is going to come out on top of this storied rivalry, as we throw it on over to our casters as we enter the first game in this best of 3 between Team Secret and South Built Esports.
A matchup of epic proportions, titans clashing, and truly a grand finals matchup that we get in round number 1. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. This is the first day of VCTPH Playoffs. Dax here with Black and Blue. And I can't believe it, man. We got Team Secrets versus South Built Esports on the very first day. I'm just gushing right now because everyone saw them coming into the group stage as the top 2 teams, but right now they're gonna be facing off against each other as the number 2 and number 3 seeds respectively.
I mean, let's not beat around the bush here. For many people, many fans, many viewers, hell, many even players coming to this tournament, pretty much everybody was expecting for either Team Secret or South Built to get into the grand finals, and hell, both of them to really go up against each other. It's the age-old rivalry we've had here in the VCT, actually in just the Philippine Valorant scene, that has yet to really, I guess, kind of materialize in the VCT itself. These two teams, they've had it out for each other time and time and time again. No matter which community tournament you see, you can definitely expect their best to come. But this is not a community tournament, Dax. This is the official circuit. As we move into the Agent Select, this is the time that South Built have to prove it, if they can actually do it in the official circuit where Team Secret are best.
Man, I'm just gushing that we're finally here. We're finally gonna get in VCT. And I still remember all the way back when the first best of 1 between South Built and Denver Esports, the Team Secret roster right now, it was on Breeze, and South Built showed that Team Secret was beatable. But we see, again, the faces here into play. The Flippy on the South Built side getting more time, getting more play rate. He's gonna be on that. Sky Jeremy here over Wits in the Team Secret roster. And really, it seems like there's some tried and tested compositions here for both sides here, Black and Blue. But I really want to ask you right now, what is the change up for these two teams? Because they really brought something completely new to the table coming into the group stage, because it was forced out by the rest of the PH teams, who has really improved and showed that the PH scene is always moving forward.
Well, I mean, these two teams, they do bring in the most experience and the most tenure out of any VCT team, out of any Valorant team in this entire scene. And that's largely what carried them forward, especially early on in the scene. But we do see, you know, a lot of the teams now that Valorant has been out for like, what, 2 years now, and it's not necessarily something just endemic for, you know, the Valorant players. A lot of the newer players nowadays, the younger ones, they're the ones who are really surprising us, and they're the ones who are really innovating and bringing a lot to the table. So one might argue you can't teach old dogs new tricks, but hey, these guys, this is their moment to learn and really pick up what, I guess, the new generation are bringing forward to the table.
Yeah, and they're integrating the new generation. In all honesty, you look at this matchup and you see veterans, no, not just veterans, legends of the PH FPS scene. If you have been a fan ever since the computer shop days, you will know these guys and you'll be impressed. Like, it's 2022 and they're still here.
They're still
playing. How are they that good, right? That's one of the biggest things. And they've proven it in so many stages. South Built, they built up that local dominance and even beats our global representative. In the meantime, Team Secret, this is a team that made it to top 8 of champions, that proved that the Philippine scene is one of the best you know, a little biased there, the best scene to really enjoy in the APAC system. And it really has been quite a proud moment for the PH ecosystem. And I really feel like that's one reason why everyone's getting better, because they see their idols still there playing, still there shining, but they also know that they're very beatable. And that is why we're in this situation. That's why we have Team Secret and South built this early on. It's just a blessing and a curse in a way. It's a curse for the two squads right now that they're facing off against each other. But I'm just blessed that the PH scene itself has moved forward in such high degrees over the past year.
Yeah, and you know, just to add into your point on how long these guys have been here, like tenure-wise especially, you know, Jesse Vash, he's like, what, 31, 32, Dubstep, 29, almost 30 now, Pro from South Belt, he's 33. So these guys, they've been competing for over a decade right now, and that's just not even considering the fact of how much they've been playing and grinding when they were younger. So these guys, they definitely, as we talked about, bring a lot of that experience to the table, Dax, but more importantly, I think what they do bring here is basically kind of legitimacy that this is a viable option for people. This is now, you know, something that maybe back then, 10, 12 years ago, was a bit, you know, as you talked about, the comp shop days. We didn't have huge arenas. We didn't have huge tournaments like this, like the VCT. But now these guys are still here. Those old names. Hell, Pro, back in the day, his name was Batang Pro, which literally means child pro, kid pro. He's not a kid anymore, I'm going to tell you that. He's more of an uncle, if anything.
No, but it's a different kind of B, man. It's a different kind of B.
It definitely is. But these two teams, man, coming in a bind, we see their agent select, and you also kind of refer to, you know, them kind of learning from the new generation, from the new age. I think that's very, I guess, visible here, looking at how you see, you know, Team Secret picking up Jeremy, of all players, a very young talent of the scene. And on the opposite side as well with South Build, coming to this, you know, this season, they come in with Flippy now, who is someone who has played in CS, but, you know, coming to this is really where he's made a lot of his name from that Action PH roster. So they're really, while they're surrounded by veteran experience, you can tell that they're really trying to embrace what new tricks are on the table.
Look. This is the thing, guys. I'm going to give you a PSA right now. Long story short, if you ever need to give proof to maybe your uncles, your parents, your grandparents that esports is a viable career, you show these guys. You show them when they first started. You show them that they're still playing right now. And Kaka Computer gets you somewhere. But we're now going into the map, and we will be getting into bind. We talked about Jerry, but a little bit he is going to be on that raise. And I'm very interested to see if he can keep up the performance and how he's really integrated himself in the Team Secret roster. Very, very stellar over the Hasher days, DR days. But right now, he's in even a bigger and better team. And it really feels like he is putting himself up to par. In the meantime, though, ASUS actually going to be going for the Jet here instead. One more thing is Southville doesn't have the Breach here anymore. They're going to be going for the Sova on Pro. So a few changes here for Southville. Last time we saw them on Bind. Team Secret, though, they made the double duelist work. They said to themselves, they know that they're in the PH ecosystem and they need to fight back tooth and nail.
It's surprising they do go for that Jet, because I know personally, you know, ASUS and the rest of the Southville team have been practicing on that raise and have been really pulling that forward, kind of using that utility a bit more, but they kind of revert to old ways, the ways that they did have when they beat Secret, you know, few moons ago. So now, opening pistol round of this great epic match. It seems like Southfield are slowly crawling their way here towards the shower control side, where in control currently right now of Secret. They got two players there, Borkham's ready to try and pounce on them if they get careless.
Yeah, the interesting is really the Sova on Pro. Again, even last time we saw it was that breach, but the Spencer breaching into the shower. Casting out John immediately, ASUS with the trade. And here we have it, a few tendencies, a little bit of that old school CS flavor, but right now we're in modern time Valorant, and we get dashed on it, and there's from Southfield. Poppy Chula with 1 foot to get on the board. And the proper 8 take for now for Southfield. Control off the quadrant. Dubstep coming in from the short.
Player
the spike out in the open. Jeremy gonna get the kill as well. And Team Secret, they went to the market. They have found a way to try and set formation. It's 1v2. Flippy's on the inside, and I do like ASUS here gonna be going for the rotate, but he has to time this right if he wants to make that pinch work. Isn't Jeremy though? Seeing Flippy there on the other side, gets tagged already. 37 HP after good wall bang there from the sky. Out in the middle. This is dangerous territory. Guiding Light gonna be there, using the Radiant Light for cover. But Southbolt is just playing with him right now. Hook, line, and sinker. They go fishing, and they get a catch. Southbolt with the first pistol.
Fortunate timing there for Zeal. You know, if Jeremy was able to get the kill on Flippy towards the showers, towards the bats area, then things could have turned around differently there, and Jeremy could have gotten the clutch off, but hey, it doesn't work out. Attacking side pistol works out for Southbolt in that case. Looking at their buy right now, Ja first one to go down, but he's not the first one too shy to invest heavily in this. Buying the Bulldog of all things, but there was a pretty good setup there towards that shower side. If not for the drone, perhaps that's why they went for the Sova here, for that extra information, but if not for that drone, then maybe things could have went differently in favor of Team Secret.
Man, this is why you get that Sova adjustment. This is that extra intel. Dubstep though, dashing into the wall, a little bit trapped. He's 6 HP immediately. He will be going for a few heroics with the Marshal perhaps, but you can see so much respect already here, Black and Blue. 5 Spectres into play, just full buying, no one being economical whatsoever. Southbolt, they just want to go full send, and the thing about it is, in this kind of matchup, you need to be on your A game for both sides. Absolutely on point. Learn from the lessons of the group stage and more. Borkum though, jump peeking to be able to get away in time. Dash on in here from Aziz, wanted to be a bit more high octane perhaps, but the snake fight can be bothered. The vulnerable state is applies, and Borkum, he'll be able to get that takedown. Dispenser now in behind, Nebula gonna be in the way. Jesse Vasco on the board. Here comes Bro Papi Chulo. The PNP connection here for Southbolt. You can see that Agent put a number, and they're getting the frag instead. Jeremy now on the short angle, Dubstep seen and taken down. And with only a shorty, Jeremy, good luck with that.
There's nothing you can do. You can see that throw all the way from triple there was kind of getting peppered by Jeremy, but really there isn't much to be absorbed. I mean, if he can find a better gun or get a cheeky exit kill, then maybe something can happen. He knows it. He's like, I'm gonna tweedle with this tiny karambit I've got in hand and wait for an opportunity to either get a kill or get killed. So
is a karambit that small?
I think it's the smallest karambit in the game, now that I think about it.
You know, I saw a few visual bugs lately. Some guys were clipping it. That sometimes when we swap to someone, the melee becomes itty bitty. Like I saw one of the swords. I don't know. Apparently it's a thing, but I guess right now it's just gonna be a small impact from Jeremy at the end. He gets taken down by the spike, and that's 2-0 to Southbolt. So immediately, Black and Blue, you always say Southbolt, they got off to a slow start. This is looking good. This is 2-0, and you don't see that too often for Southbolt.
Well, when you have basically many people touting these two teams to be the top two teams, and them both also kind of being the top losers of pistol rounds, at some point when they match up, one of them's gonna have to win a pistol round, right? So someone has to lose, someone has to win. But this is a round the Team Secret shouldn't lose by all means. They've got all the rifles inbound. For Southbolt, as long as they can get the picks, that's really going to be their only, I guess, silver lining here. Get some picks, damage the economies of the side here with Team Secret, and see what goes.
Here we go again. Guns now going to be out for Team Secret. A bit of aggression there from Dubstep, but this could confirm for Team Secret based on their formation. It will be an early aggress from Southbolt towards his A-Flag gravity while already in the way. Dash on out for Aziz with a little bit of HP. Gets peppered a bit by Dispenser, but he's still alive for now. Borkum though doesn't want to touch that mean green. Jeremy looking mean instead. With takedown onto Aziz to start things off. This is Team Secret just setting up all the way in the back of sight. You can see them holding off the angles, letting Southbolt walk on in, but since they have that gun advantage, they know the range is going to work out for them here.
Yeah, they know to be disciplined. Play back. That range, as he said, is really going to help them. The further the range out, the better that engagement will be for the Secret side. So Southbolt really trying to cut their corners closely, really trying to make sure that each fight that they take is one that they could turn at least 50-50 or hell, even favorable. They do not have enough, I guess, much utility now that Ja has been taken on down, and Aziz to entry them up is also been removed, but you know, look at this U-Haul position. This bath, like this lamps is completely filled with stars, and they're going to be the one shining as Borkum gets the kill. That's Pro down, and Secret should be able to secure the round in the 4v2. Flippy gets one, but ultimately, what will it really get them? Maybe a plan. You can tell Jeremy's ready to try and deny this. Not able to for the meantime. No, he does through the smoke, and Jesse Vash will clean them up as Secret get their first round.
That's game sense right there. Team Secret adjusting accordingly, understanding where the default was. And go! Guiding lights from Southbolt. Didn't really pan out. They wanted to get a bit closer to the opposition, but this was Team Secret's to win thanks to their discipline. You can see hit Borkum not overextending, not wanting to go near the lamps. Jeremy also just knowing where that default could be. The Poison Cloud pretty much dead center on where it's positioned, and this is now where the action really picks up. Both sides gonna have the guns. Gonna be such a big detriment to the side that loses in terms of economy. But Southfield now changing things up. They're going for its B site. A bit of a blessing in disguise that they did start here on the west side, as the Viper's Pit already removing the A short angle from this equation.
What's interesting is that even though they popped that Viper's ult, the Viper's Pit there towards A short, they committed 2 players still towards showers, knowing that it's possible for Southfield to go towards that shower side, but Dubstep catching his this off guard. Had no idea he was there on the left side of that angle. He's gonna try and double dip for another shot. His flip, you're gonna make that contact, but not really finding much in return. Doesn't have much utility to help him here though, Dubstep, but he does have that dash to back away in case anything comes his way. Flash will not really connect. He's not going to win the fight as well versus Papi Chulo. And that's both of the spears taken on down, but they're not going to expect Jeremy in this angle. No way. Jeremy should be good for finding a killer, and that he does. Papi Chulo able to get the trade. He's down to a 3v3 here, but he's taken down quite low. They still got some utility to try and make the site execute work, but on that corner, Vash, he's going to be dissuaded from continuing to dip in, but Borkum on the back of the site, holding things down. Will he find another? No, it's going to be all Papi Chulo all day. Down to the 3v2 here, Dax, and Team Secret, they want to press it.
Oh, Dispenser though, finding Papi Chulo on the Viper's Pit now,
30 seconds
deflating
left.
quickly. Dispenser here into the Cubby Pro will be out in the open, and the 2 Solas need. Jesse Bash with a takedown, and it's 2 for 2 as Team Secret takes it. It does seem like that there's a safety net here for Team Secret. You allow Dubstep, Jeremy to play those risky angles. Honestly, suicide corners, especially for that raise. But when you have old reliables in behind, that's where Team Secret can just build that confidence. They were able to notice that they have such a great backside defense from that last round. And really, Dispenser, that was perfect with that snake bite. How did he even find Papi Chulo? Only Dispenser will know. But the fact of the matter is, Team Secret get it back, and they will be able to start building up the economy with the gun advantage in this round.
And they should take the lead here, but we know that South Built, they're very thrifty with these rounds. Can really surprise any team, but Team Secret, they're not the team to be too surprised by what the opponents can bring here in South Built. So, very binary map. You go left, you go right. It's either B or A. In this case, South Built, they choose that latter side. Side that doesn't really favor these long-range engagements, but hey, the Sheriffs, they can make some work happen, especially if they can land their shots. Jeremy's been spied out here on top of the APC. Not able to find a kill, but he does pretty much bring Pro to within a breath of death.
A breath indeed, and now take a breath as he will get a bit fresh there as he catches up the center. Jeremy though with the trade. Ooh, pain chills even. This is the beauty of having Jeremy in the squad right now. Just having that raise expertise to add on even more. So Flippy though peeks on that. Beautiful tap on Borkum. Jeremy though showing what the young gun can do. And it's a 3K here for now. And Team Secrets, they're getting the right calls at the right time. You know, one thing about Bind I noticed is since there's no real middle part of the map, then it's a bit of a coin flip really for the attacking side. If you walk into the player that is absolutely hot, then you can get beaten back immediately by this cluster. But at the same time, one enemy that they can go for more. But Jeremy, he wants the ace. Can he get it here? Yes, he does. That's 5 for the newest addition to Team Secret. It's a 6-man roster, but this new one has just shot them all on the other side. 3-2.
The anti-eco ace, and that is a card that Jeremy would love to add to his hand. But more from the deck is to come from Team Secret. Rounds finally favoring them. It's only 1 round of a difference though. And now South Built, it's their turn to try and bring things back. It's their turn to maybe equalize things up as they have a gun round here. Jeremy, great job holding things down, spamming through that smoke to find Aziz. As soon as Aziz was able to find Dispenser, immediately trading for anybody who fell down on Team Secret's side, getting both trades that were available. And now he's going to try and go super aggressive here with a showstopper. Flippy has to be extra careful because that is what's going to come.
You see that corridor? You just die. You do not peek that whatsoever. And Team Secret already showing their hand early on. That was going to be an early aggress. Southfield asking for it. But Papi Chulo with that kill, and Ja finally finds on Jeremy. As this though, that's an easy lineup for him. 1 and 2. Please go for the show. And this now blows up in Team Secret's face. We've seen this from Southfield that they can get the answer. But at least a whisper right now from Dubstep in behind. That's a spike drop, and he has to go for the brawl. But Southfield with a beautiful punish this time. Secret fighting a little bit for that they can chew. I think we saw this a while ago in the previous rounds that for any cheeky or suicidal angle, honestly, for Team Secret, Southfield finds the answer. And this is just case in point here, Black and Blue, that they just do such a good job waiting on the attacking side really showing the expertise of Southbuilt as a defensive team, no matter the side they're on.
A good job.
A good...
Get it? You get the joke. You know, what's funny about these two, and this is not a joke, is Dispenser, rather, Dubstep and Ja at some point were considered the two best up players in the game, in, I guess, the scene in the country, and that's talking about, you know, obviously before Valorant. So to see them match up here in the VCT, in the official circuit for Valorant, is such a pleasant sight for many an FPS fan from the Philippines. Moving on here, though, speaking of that duo connection, Ja gets the better of Dubstep a second time around that.
You know, I'm just gonna say this real quick. A little unfortunate it was an assist collat a while ago, not from Ja. But we are gonna get a kill there from Ja to start things off. And immediately Incel gonna be given Hunter's Fury now the call. Doesn't really get much here from Jesse Bash, who usually finds a target anyway with that one. But Team Secret, they're getting bamboozled. They're not too sure what's going on. And eventually they realize, okay, this is gonna be a B-side take. And the Gravity Well gonna be in form as well. Shock Dart now flying on by. Does it get a tag? No, it actually doesn't. Even though the angle looked good from Team Secret. Aziz also holding close for now. Gravity Well maybe set on up here. Nebula's being popped as well. Blue bot now into play, but Jeremy, he's trapped! Really good line of secure yet again. Aziz and Ja on the board. The dynamism here from Southbuilt has made them prepared. And it's 4-3 as soon as they get the chokehold. You allow Southbuilt to get on site like that, Black and Blue, and you are asking for trouble.
Yeah, that is where they really make their money. Southbuilt, they struggle sometimes, undoubtedly, to get within the site, but once they do, that is where you see their defensive prowess kind of really, I guess, carry them through these matches. They might kind of struggle on the attacking side a lot. They're not exactly, I guess, the most proficient attacking team within getting to the site, but once they're in there, as I said, in that post plant, that is when they can be so dangerous. And Team Secret, they know that firsthand. Eco from Team Secret, they can equalize things up. Dubstep, he's got his blades to try and dissect this offense, but he's not gonna get the best of Aziz this time around.
Where's he looking? That's unfortunate. Just go prepared for Aziz. The guy in light being a bother, and Flippy does what Flippy can do as removal. Aziz now spam it down. And Jeremy, watch your feet because you're already dead. Push on in from Team Secret. The teleporter will just put them in the clutches of Aziz, who gets 3 4 though, making the classic count free gun. By the way, Flippy with the kick down on the Borkum. And it's all up to Jesse Bash now. But this time, Father Time will give him the door. And Southbuilt with another one. Cleanly executed, as Team Secret had the eco.
Almost flawless there, but I'm pretty sure Aziz is more than happy to die if it secures the round. He's got his blades up, he's not gonna pop those just yet. More importantly, Southbuilt, they've built up quite a buy here, and quite an economy as well. Wall Street would be quite happy with that. If they're moving on forward, and even if they lose like 2 rounds for round, they still got to buy for the next 2-3 rounds. So that's a really good thing for Southbuilt to try and, I guess, mobilize on. So if Secret, they need to make a stop right now, especially here on Bind, where it can be quite suffocating for the attacking side to even get within that site. So if they let Southbuilt get even more rounds here, Secret, they might struggle to come back in this map specifically. You can never doubt Secret out, especially when Dubstep has got the operator in his hands.
Sounds like SBE to the moon, but right now we're pushing on forward towards that A site, and Aziz now. Blades from Asteroid. Borkum might not be prepared for this, and he's not looking whatsoever. Too busy with the stars. He's watching the wall instead. The right click doesn't connect from Aziz, and you can hear already. Might be some discontent there, but Dispenser and Dubstep, they're looking back in action. The operator from Dubstep getting 2 immediately. It's 3-2 for now. Dispenser even going for the Viper Spit, making sure this is such a chokehold. But Papi Chulo, the pickup game is strong. And that is one wingman you can have when you go out tonight. But this is Team Secret now forcing away the competition. Ja, though, is watching out if Dispenser is going to go onto the outside, which he is already, but doesn't actually find the Viper in the corner for now. Seems like, though, overall, Team Secret is prepared in their stations. I love the rotation ready here from Dubstep. He's at the ready. Jesse Bash loves his corner also. And that is just tendency bearing fruit yet again. He knows the angle. He knows he can win it. Can he do it the second time as the rest of the team trying to go for the choke? Ja will go for the push. He is right out the scab. He takes out Dubstep and Jesse Bash right to left. The directions right now are all pointing towards Ja here. And it's now on 1v1. And Ja, get the clutch. No, Dispenser will slay him instead. And it seems like who watches the watchers and who's watching for Dispenser as Southfield lose out in that round. Team Secret picking it up again.
Jesse Vash doing such a great job of potentially halting that. He certainly got the kill on Papi Chulo. I had no idea he'd be there. You know, that's one of Vash's favorite spots, but really, Aziz kind of overheating there and overeating, I might say. He found the one feeling hot, a bit of a heat check. Well, he got checked certainly, and as I said, Team Secret, you can never doubt them out. When Dubstep has that operator, he's only able to find one in that round, but it was a pretty high impact kill, and now he's got the op once more in his hands.
Yeah, but here, Black and Blue, maybe a few tendencies from Southfield, even the ambition perhaps to prove that they are going to be such a potent team, kind of blowing up in their face there as Aziz did go for a very ambitious Blade Storm push. But Southfield now get back in the thick of things, and it does seem like for Southfield, I'm noticing this, they do have a few struggles to push on outwards, but they're also trying to pseudo-bait out Team Secret. If Team Secret goes for this map control, it's usually a very good thing. You can actually catch out Southfield off guard. But SPE, these guys are very, very wary of their surroundings, and usually Southfield actually is able to spot the Team Secret rotations.
Yeah, they're very good at catching off those flankers, or maybe trying to, you know, pull something sly on them. And successfully for now, they pull that rotation towards the A site. You can see Dubstep bringing his operator towards that A site, which does actually favor the Southfield attack here. But now the noise has been made. Here comes the rotation potentially. Borkum, even though he's been spotted, still gets the kill. He's too good, and he finds two as well. Brings it down to a 3v3, but Dispenser still within here, able to catch off Papi Chulo, trying to catch him off on the lurk rotate. Now Flippy within that site. The only person here to help him is going to be Pro within that garden, but he's going to have to bring more than just his expertise into this. He does have some utility to work with. Those shock darts can help him in the postman, but Flippy, not that same kind of favor. Going to go for the peek. He does get the kill on the swing Dispenser. Knows that Dubstep has to be somewhere close. Checking that hook in case he has to go. Not landing the shot. He's got a flash before the fight, but Dubstep, even though he's blind with a no-scope, gets the kill, and so does Jesse Vash as Team Secret tie it up 5-5.
He stuck it on him, and he didn't need to see. All he needed to do was feel that the opposition was right in front of him. Team Secret get away with that one. Look at Vash's HP. You couldn't even see it anymore on the system, but Team Secret automatic with the shot. Who needs eyes? All you need is Dubstep, but this was Borkum time, already hitting the gong. Flippy, he swiped right to get that takedown, but this was just Dubstep doing incredible things. Blind it, shoots it anyway, and that's just instinct right there. That is just pure carnal instinct from Dubstep.
There's a reason why this man is #1 in APAC for 2021, and he's looking to continue that streak and that title for the new year. Dubstep, once again, has been an absolute force for this Team Secret roster. When he gets going, there's nothing like him around. As Southfield looking to try and dismantle this. Going up against the operator is where they honestly do struggle quite a lot, and especially on the team that plays as slow as Southfield Esports, when you try and turtle down and you have that op in your hands, it can really make things a lot more problematic for this roster. So luckily for them, fortunately, little do they know they're going towards that A site where Dubstep isn't. But Jesse Vash, he knows that something is to come. You can see him kind of flirting back and forth towards that spawn, just making sure that there's, you know, a bit of a quicker rotate in case it does come towards that A site. And that's exactly what's happening here right now for Southfield. They're coming towards this A site, going aggressive towards showers, but don't really commit just yet. They have to at some point though. There's only 45 seconds left on the clock.
A bit surprised that Southfield didn't really spam the rotation out there, as Borkum was caught out by the Aldrone. But case in point now, Team Secret backing on the way to get away with a very ambitious play. And they are running out of the clock from Southfield. Bit of a problem right now for Southfield. When they see the timer, they're gonna be forced to execute in a more straightforward fashion. That's not that truly their expertise, but going to take down onto Dispenser, as this is right there, Borkum. You don't see him coming. And Southfield already proven one wrong as they get the push onto that A side. But Dubstep is there to take down Ja with the operation. Now they take central here to the Secret. Judge in hand, guiding light is called. Blast back is there, but Flippy will still toe the line and get that takedown. Dubstep now taking the second gun. Here comes Jesse Vash as well. And here we go again. Can the clutch happen from these two? Jesse Vash going for the defuse. Papi Chulo now right beside the wall. In and out. He finds takeout up to 2. And Papi Chulo is the clutch god of Southfield. And that's an ROG clutch here. At this moment in the game. 6-5 in Southfield.
The game of the gods, and it's certainly delivering, Dax. 5-6 in Team Secret. Another round to potentially equalize things up. They're on the eco, but I'm not going to count them out. I expect us to go into that second half all tied up, because you know that Team Secret, against their bitter, harsh rivals, will bring everything they've got. Papi Chulo, his turn to bring in the clutch this time, and certainly deserving of that ROG moniker. But as we're moving into things here, South Built, that is where they kind of really make their namesake. You know, going for those late round pushes where there's like 20, 25 seconds left on the clock. Very CIS style of play here, playing really slow and exploding at the last minute when Team Secret bring on that full force. SB are ready to reciprocate, but they've got some rifles on their hands. Yes, they got the blades on dubstep to dispense, but Jeremy, he's got the showstopper. That's going to come in huge here.
You gotta give props to Southfield in all honesty, whipping out a few, I'd say, strategies not within their region, but within their expertise. At the same time, that was just a great push, especially from Ja and Aziz. You saw Aziz was right there beside Borkum. Southfield got away with that one, and Team Secret will look to prevent that from happening yet again in the final round of the first half. Problem is, though, Team Secret, where are the guns? Non-existent for 3 of them, but they do have the blades, they do have the rockets even, they still have potency as the Spencer now decides to build a labyrinth here towards the short angle. Snake bite now being prepared. Borkum! This is cheeky from him and he wants to be ambitious. The question is, does smoke dissipate in time? He gets seen immediately. Flippy with a fast reflex hitch. He's gonna get thrown on over. Jeremy now whipping out the showstopper, and boom goes the dynamite as Aziz gets blown to bits. Danger close. Sheriff now in hand for Jeremy, coming far from up top. 1 for 1 trade. John gonna get the kill on Jeremy. Here comes Jesse Basto, getting 3! And the founder PH Esports. Can he go for more here? It's all up to Papi Chulo yet again, but he's right beside the Spencer, who is waiting, watching, and will prevent Papi Chulo from the clutch yet again.
Switching
You
sides.
said it there, Black and Blue. We are all tied up in quite a masterclass of a game.
There is no doubt in my mind that we were going into a 6-6 half, because Team Secret, man, they're
first of all,
it's
man,
this. We're sticking to the script basically here. It's one written by them.
Let me check the page too real quick. Oh, that's a great conclusion. I didn't know we were gonna cast like a quintuple overtime. No problem. But this proves Team Secret Southfield, this matchup will not disappoint. Just building on the mind games of each other, building on the mistakes basically. And in that call, the new Papi Chulo was gonna be cheeky yet again with the Viper utilities. And Spencer just holding the right angle at the right time after Jesse Bash applied that pressure point on. But here we go again. Now it's Team Secret on the assaults. And Southfield, they're going to be on their legendary defense. I do have to say, though, that, again, they don't have as much utilities as they usually have. They don't have that raise. They don't have that breach on the defensive side. But they do have a bit of extra intel and a bit of sudden impact, if ever. But what do you think, Black and Blue? Can Southfield still usually, get their usual formation on here?
No, definitely not. That raise and plus breach that they like to run for these past few months definitely gives them a lot more kind of staying power within the site. And now that they've seemingly don't have that, it doesn't seem to be really hampering them too much on this round. But Ja, he gets taken down by the nade. Great pull there coming from Borkum to support that. I love the teamwork coming from Team Secret right now, and they really do look spectacular. But South Built, you know that this is where they're really trying to make their mark on these retakes. Borkum catches Aziz off guard though. Aziz coming through that TP, and he's gonna be caught without the second thought.
Where's Dart? Where's that Dart? Where did it go?
I don't know.
Disappeared. Goodbye to the Attitude of Goal. But here comes the push from Pro. And he is going to get by 1, 2, 3 of Team Secret. Papi Chulo with the answer. Though 3v2 scenario here. And the guiding light can be called. So it's the shower. But no one is there whatsoever. Team Secret is just here in lamps. They're all here. Where are you guys looking? Southfield. And now Flippy caught out in the open. And here comes Team Secret to clean up nicely. For one, stacking into one single angle works out quite a... I'd say quite a wrench thrown in there by Team Secret.
Well, for South Built winning the opening pistol round, I think it's only fitting that Secret will come back with one of their own for the second half. Mind you, this was a pick of South Built, so right now, lead switch once again. This is the third, I think, lead change we've had this series. Team Secret should be able to pile on another round here, and Jeremy, he loves that judge. Every time you see a raise on a player like Jeremy, on players like EJ, MJ from the Philippine scene, you know that they mean party time.
You know, this is Bind, this is Judge. If you watch any kind of streams of PH streamers, you watch any kind of VCTPH, it's gonna happen. and it's gonna succeed more often than not. But I just gotta say here, Team Secret South Build, this is already looking to be quite the matchup, and I really wouldn't be surprised to see us go all 3 games for now. But the point, Team Secret here, we actually playing it a little on the slow side instead. And I was wondering here, Black and Blue, South Build overall as the roster, what's their game plan usually when they're on the receiving end of these eco rounds? Because it does feel like for them, they just want to play some of these cheekier angles, but at the same time, do they understand that the opposition here, Team Secret especially, will also be willing to play that waiting game?
Well, at least on this type of defensive side, the timer does help you out. So the longer you're alive, the longer you wait, the better things could work out for you. You saw Jaw there on top of that angle on the boxer towards a short, trying to just find a cheeky kill. But Jeremy's going to punish him for that. And that's kind of the game plan. You just wait on these cheeky moments. Just either do that or really try and make a play. But if they don't get a good buy-in like this, where they're all on classics, then you're probably going to expect them to try and bunker on down instead. Flippy, last one left alive again, the last one to die. A flawless round for Team Secret, one that really helps them convert things, especially in the second half.
Yeah, and the thing is, we see this arsenal right now for Team Secret. It still works even against the full buy of South Build. This is Bind, that judge on that raise. That's one unique thing Team Secret has right now in this specific matchup, and I really can't wait to see how they're going to cover the approach of Jeremy with a shotgun in hand. And even though there's only a Spectre there on Dispenser as well as Borkum, they're that backline anyway, and usually for that post plant, that's when they're gonna be necessary. So I feel like for Team Secret, it's still a very winnable scenario here on the bonus. This can propel them to go even further than what is expected out of them. But the scan comes there from Pro. Team Secret right now splitting up their assault though, trying to at least punish any kind of early aggression here from South Build. Beyond that, South Build again, team that understands what's going on, and they're just going to be sticking on around for the site, sticking around some angles that they know they can get out of, especially with that jet on a Ziz all the way by the showers.
It does make me wonder, though, as you talked about a while ago, with them not having that breach, no raise, will this defense really favor them out? Aziz, he's taking lots of damage, hasn't burned the dash yet, so still wanting to dip into another fight. Flippy, all the way on the opposite side of things, he's going to come in to try and heal him back up, patch him back up, get him ready to fight another day. That's what they need here, especially against these Spectres judges, which can completely shred a low HP opponent. Team Secret, I'm taking the play out of the top of the foot here, going real slow, and Poppy Chul is going to catch Dubstep off guard. That's a pick they needed.
You can't play there. That kind of game gets Poppy Chula, that's the thing. He will just pop you quickly. You immediately turn on the bounce. Fair play indeed. Ja gets a cake down onto Borkum. Here comes Jesse Vash with the answer. But this is already detrimental to the Team Secret assault. They barely have the utilities to fight with anyway. Dispenser creeping on closer, sees a Trailblazer, but he's spotted with a Spectre. And South Build yet again can try to play the range advantage on the other side of this site, as this already hogging the wall, trying to go for the shots. He gets tagged a little bit in response. 60 HP left for the Jets. Team Secret actually backing on away. If Bash can get 2 kills, he's gonna have that Hunter's Fury, so it's a chance here for Team Secret as time is ticking. Lineup also from Dispenser. This is what Bind is all about, those lineups here with the utilities. Flip getting halfway there already. But has to back on away thanks to the effort of Team Secret. Time is ticking as they take that off to Jesse Bash. Dispenser shows up to get one more, but it will be a defuse here from Southfield. Dispenser though making it costly. The Poppy Chulo will end that rampage down. 8-7, and got a bit dicey there for Southfield, but they kept calm and they kept cool to get that round.
Hey, I mean, all things considered, that was a pretty good eco round from Team Secret, rather a bonus round. They got the plant, they got 3 kills, and they pretty much got a lot of their high, I guess, impact ultimates barely within that reach. So Vash, he's only 1 orb away, Dispenser 2, same with Dubstep. So this round, after Team Secret, if they get a few kills here, hell, especially even if they win this round, they're gonna have a really good case to win round 17 right after. So defensive side from Southfield is usually really kind of locked down, but the composition isn't necessarily as geared toward that as we were kind of expecting coming into this game. So it begs the question, can they make this one happen?
Yeah, the adjustments really for both sides. Again, Team Secret embracing more again back to the PH style. And I love the fact that Team Secret understood that after week number 1. They get the fact that it's such a different play park. And if whatever worked in Berlin, it might not work here in Manila. in the Philippines. That's the biggest thing, right? It just goes to show that in APAC, in SEA, whatever works, right?
I love how you had to specifically say in Manila, of all things. The Thrilla is being brought here.
Berlin
And
is
Jesse
a
Vash.
town.
Oh my goodness, Dax. He starts things up. I have to give props to Jesse Vash. As many people say, you know, he might be the most kind of, I guess, flashiest player in Secret, but he's so consistent in these gunfights.
Dude, Jesse Vash has really picked up ever since champion. He has been quite a fragger indeed. Dubstep though with the takedown out the pro. It has to be known that he's here, Flippy, now with the guiding light and Flippy sees you from above 2 even for Flippy, as Jeremy will catch out John response. But here comes the Secrets to give the intel, and Poppy Zulo. Oh my Poppy, you are dead to Jesse Vash. Flippy there with the oh, 2 more for him perhaps, but Jeremy will show him who's boss instead. And Team Secrets, they get this round, and this is where it can get dicey for Southfield. You said a while ago, round 17 gonna be quite costly for Southfield, and case in point, they're gonna be struggling right now. This round 16 going in their favor, and even though the heroics of Flippy gave them the intel, gave them a chance, it still was Team Secret all set up on site.
Totally, you saw there just how much impact the Hunter's Fury from Jesse Vash really did help that round out. Finding the opening pick was such a huge one. It's the Eagle right now, Southfield, that can come on in. So, Sheriff's Abound, that's all they got to work with. Aziz, he's got his classic and pro. He's taking some damage early on in this fight. I think it was from maybe a shock dart. Actually, no, the shock dart has been dispensed. Maybe just spamming through there. Now, Team Secret, they're going towards his B site. Only 2 players to hold on to this. Flippy loves playing these type of close angles, but he has to be careful because Dubstep, we know he's quite wise in shutting these type of plays down.
Man, Southbolt looking to make a very, very quick pinch using a closer range perhaps to try and catch Team Secret off guard. That's only, you know, just one of the things you can really only do with the Sheriffs. Never contest from far range. Let's see if they can hit those taps and make them crunchy. But Dubstep now, blades are at the ready. They do get the damage onto John. He's right there. Dubstep, he's right there. And Flippy will put the barrel to his temple. Flippy gets a second. Dispenser though, moment down the opposition with the 3K. And Team Secret now able to make it on site. So the gamble for Southfield paying out just a little bit, getting the kills that they need at least for the long-term engagement. But of course, the guns are out of reach. For Southfield, they can't really pick up where Team Secret is stationed. And in 3v2, you're gonna have to play for a miracle here between Aziz and Pro. Poison Cloud also in the way. That's gonna blockade the Jet's vision. Jesse Vash is looking right at him. He just doesn't know it as of yet. And Pro here by the fountain might make a wish for those taps, but this is just Southfield. You see that? You see Dispenser staring. Dispenser, what you doing, bro? There to get that takedown. 2v2. Jesse Vash now with a trade. Time is running on out. Pro trying to force something, but Jesse Vash again just absolutely on point. And you know, I'm gonna give absolute props to Jesse Vash because, in all honesty, before Valorant Champions, he kind of was, in stats-wise, the weakest fragger of Team Secret for a little bit. But they got the Berlin, he picked it up, and he still brought it here. The VCTPH, he has just been absolutely on fire. This was great from Dispenser though, at least preventing Team Secret from completely capitulating their advantage. But point stands, just they got a bit of that LAN experience back, and Team Secret feeling absolutely on point, especially with that Sova.
They're going really hot here towards the B site this time, though. Pro a bit too far forward. He has to back off. He knows a lot of heat is coming his way. And as he saved up for that operator flash to keep him at bay for the meantime. That gives him a bit of breathing space, allows them to try and set themselves within the site. But as he's got that off, as I said, and Dubstep finds a kill on the Pro. Flippy shutting down Jeremy before the showstopper goes off, but Dubstep is so consistent. As can he find more than another? No, because he's gonna be shut down by Jesse Vash. Ja just walking in blindly. Will he expect Borgum here up above? No, he doesn't. It's down to that 1v2 and Poppy Tulo. It's all on him, but Borgum has the angle advantage, and now Team Secret are a few rounds away from taking map 1.
I didn't expect a round like that, Black and Blue. Great on you to pick up the pace quickly because Southfield decided to answer Team Secret's full send there and just have a brawl. I thought, oh, we'll have all our brawls in Action PH versus Zeals. That's a matchup that will just keep shooting at each other. But you see it here. Team Secret goes on in full send. Southfield kind of walking into that one, and there were a few great angles that they were able to take, but overall, they were ill-prepared by just the advantage of the attack that Team Secret had. That middle position there, giving Team Secret all the sight lines, and South Built right now cracking a little bit at the seams because they see that Team Secret is running away with this half, but it's still not done. South Built though, on Nico State again, lesser bias with the Sheriff, and if this is gonna be the round, they basically play the Sheriffs the next round. Potential map point even for Team Secret. They're gonna have to make it count dearly.
They've yet to win an eco round here so far in this series. They've been making it quite expensive well, at least most of the time that South Built have gone to those ecos, but have yet to really convert a single one. I'll drone here from Pro. Try and find some information, try and make sure. Oh, okay, stuck on the corner, not what he wanted. And
don't worry about it.
Smartly enough from Team Secret, they back off, not going to give the information away. They're continuing on the path towards this B site. Upstep, early contact on this. He's been found out, but I think Team Secret are more than willing to double down here on Bravo.
You see that? You see that? These guys really bring out their roots. Because when they know it's a Sheriff round on the other side, they crouch. They're like, I'm gonna avoid that shot. I'm the chosen one. We're doing the mages here. But Jeremy, in slow motion, gets that takedown. Aziz finding the wallbang headshot on the Spencer, but not on Jeremy. Shot now flies on by. Gets the tag onto the race. Bumps the Borkum onto board. All of the Pro right now. And he's dead to rights even as Team Secret put themselves on map point. Just great to see those shades of the past, but this is the present, and Team Secret is one away from getting the future 1-0 they want.
You know, South Built, they've been really working on this bind map of theirs, but Team Secret, they have magic. They have some sort of stellar force behind them, really pushing them forward whenever they play on bind. We found that out during Stage 3, during VCT Challengers last year, and South Built, they're finding that out right now. This is the first timeout we've seen the entire game, and now they call it when Secret are on match point. A hallmark of great teams, Dax, are teams that can come back and win the round right after the timeout. But can South Built convert now that they've got the up once again on Aziz?
So, I just want your honest opinion. What do you think about a timeout this late on for South Built? Maybe earlier, or...
I mean, at least they call it. You know? At least they called one at the very least. It could have been maybe better earlier, and kind of trying to put some, I guess, reason to the rhythm of this, why they went with that jet. I know the Sova, they want that information, but why the jet over the Rays? And something tells me with just how much Aziz has been saving up for the op round in and round out on the defensive side that they really want to utilize that operator to try and counteract Team Secret. But I'm not too sure if that's the best thing to do here, knowing how Team Secret are very well versed in really counteracting that, knowing that they themselves have a stellar operator in their hands.
Thank you for playing along and the stellar analysis there, Black and Blue. Anyway, map point. Let's go. Team Secret. You know I'm gonna do it to you. This is really the matchup everyone has been waiting for. But Team Secret looking to be back to their standard, back to their reputation, and trying to truly get back to that top 1 seed of the PH scene. And if they can get this map, it'll be the first step to prove that they can actually beat South Built Esports in a direct confrontation. But we are not done, because Aziz, he will go for the Hope and Prayer operator, and he has control of A-Long thanks to the efforts here of Flippy as well. But a great read already by Team Secret. They're stacking instead onto the hookah side. Maybe play a perfect pinch here. Jeremy gonna be checking out the backside. But Aziz, he's gonna walk into that one, but the flick there from Jeremy, ill-timed unfortunately, allows Aziz to get away with his life. He just gets tagged on down. Seeker's gonna be into play as well, concentrated onto the hookah. Now South Built knows that this is a big force waiting on the Team Secret side, and it's just having to watch out all the way on the long angle instead. But Jeremy, he is an upstart, and he's going for more. First kill on throw already, crossing the line into play to prevent operator from getting value. Flippy with the takedown off the Dustin, doesn't see him going for the kill off the Flippy, and here comes Jeremy yet again on top of the container. Team Secret is just on top of things on B side. Not only that, the Viper Spin is here, and Team Secret, they're building up a recipe and a formation to succeed here on Bind.
This should be the round where they secure things 4 versus 2 with the Viper Spin to hold things down. This is going to be so difficult for South Built. If they can get the pick off on Dispenser and drop that ultimate, then they could be on the start, but they're all kind of guised around this position. They're all kind of geared up here, really holding things down, anchoring that pit. Poppy Chulo finds the kill on Jeremy. They're going to need to find a bit more to make this happen. It's all on the Poppy Chulo. He finds Dispenser. That's going to drop the ult. Can he find once more? No, because Jesse bad. He ends the round and the map as Team Secret take opening bind.
On the inside, and there's the one, Team Secret. will take Find. And that is the first step for them for that road of redemption that they have been touted and they have been looked for. All business here, they know that the job isn't done yet. But this is looking to be the team secret that we all expected coming into VCTPH. Let's not forget, this roster, they won every single VCTPH except one stage. And that was the show. They controlled the scene, they controlled the action, especially in that latter half of the second half, they're Black and Blue. They controlled the map.
Definitely so, and I guess, have to harpen back about the last-minute changes possibly from Southfield for put ASUS back on that jet over the Rays. The Rays really does helped out on that defensive side, and when Southfield are more commonly known for being good on that defensive side of theirs, for them to kind of flop things around is really a big, I guess, bad sign for them. But we're going on to Haven right on after, and as I said, everybody here predicted kind of a map number 3, and so if they take the opposing side's map, if they take the map with Team Secret, I think it's only going to be apt for the way things have gone. Southfield starting off really slow, but they can't continue this slow moving on to map 2.
Just having to pick up the pace, especially when Team Secret decides to build that economy over you. A few highlights here and there, and it was quite a, I'd say, exciting first half, especially Southfield there, proving that they decided to gear up on the attacking side, wanting that sudden impact and wanting a bit more of, well, that intel to understand where Team Secret is positioned, and they made it work in many a round. But Team Secret, they bit back, they understood that they could play that backside well, and just decide to, I'd honestly say, remove that intel gathering in the first place. If they can get away from the scans, if they can get away from the initial sightlines of the pushing ASUS, then that is just perfect for them. And they had the abilities to hold things off. Southfield, though, proving their potency. But I really feel like in that second half, that's where everything changed, because Southfield, they didn't have their usual tricks, their usual utilities, and sometimes their tendencies and the things that they relied on later into the game, it just wasn't there to begin with, and they couldn't really get back as soon as Team Secret took control many a time on the attacking side. And I have to say this, they gave Southfield a taste of what they've been experiencing from the rest of the PH scene and what basically beat Southfield in week number 1.
Well, they get at least half of the job done here to take map number 1. You're gonna need a bit more, and I still really want to give much more praise there. The half line, obviously, dubstep, but yeah, Jesse Vash, man, as we talked about, and you kind of touched on, going to champions, people were really wondering, you know, will he be able to be as consistent as he is locally, be able to still win those gunfights, knowing that he isn't the most flashiest player, but he might not be super flashy, but he's goddamn consistent, and you see that all throughout this series. You know, catching Papi Chulo on his lurks, just winning so many gunfights, getting triple kills in a scramble, something he isn't necessarily known for, and yet he makes it happen. So Team Secret, especially with this new look of Jeremy, are looking really good right now. Maybe not back to the form that we know of them in champions, but they're certainly on that road, on that path to really securing that moment.
Yeah, they're getting back at it. Great to see also MVPs for both sides. The newer additions for both Team Secret and Southfield, but that's the one that Team Secret is looking for, and they just want to get that second to clean up nicely and move on to the next round. You gotta give it though to Jesse Bash. He just plays whatever game. And then he's good at it. He makes it work. He goes pro. He goes international with whatever he touches. And truly, that's one sign that Team Secret can be happy to have that consistency back. But guys, we're going to be going on a break. And when we return, it's still the Clash of Titans between Team Secret and Southfield. Dax here with Black and Blue. We'll be right back for more of VCTPH.
falling in place. Y'all really testing my patience. Right before I blow up the spot, I had to get back to the basics. What if my talent is wasted? It's sick, but I'm lacking the placement. Thought since I rap in the basement, but my come up is legend, is greatness. I don't care now, it's pedal to the metal. I can never quit now, I will never settle. Puppet to the game, I'm pulling strings like Geppetto. We in the same game, but I'm on a different level. I passed it. Gotta keep grinding till I'm laid up in the casket. No fake round, but you feeling too plastic. Yeah, y'all feeling too plastic. They say my style crazy, but then it's straight jacket. Wow. Why you still testing my patience? Trying to turn me into something I ain't trying to be. All the hate is a heavy rotation. You gon' lose yourself, quit testing me. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Test me. Don't make me lose my mind.
Order up as well. We got the matchup we have been waiting for in the PH scene, but it's Team Secret who got their food first and got that first map win. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to VCTPH. Dax here with Black and Blue, and you are watching the first round of the upper bracket. It's Team Secret versus Southfield, as I said, and Team Secret took that bind map pick away from Southfield Esports. Overall, though, it looked neck and neck there, Black and Blue, but as soon as we got to that second half, the second half, they just took control from around that they basically built up their economy from, and they just kept the ball rolling from that point on.
And that's really the big thing here, right? It was so competitive during that opening half. We ended 6-6, but when we get over that second half, one big swing of momentum is really all it takes for either of these teams to overtake and really just, I guess, overrun this entire map. And that's exactly what happened here by Team Secret, just completely dismantling ASUS every single time he had the operator, and the defense of Southfield just not holding up, which is surprising considering that's normally what they're known for, not their attacking side, but their defense, as we like to tout it. And so for a team like Team Secret, this is already better than the last time that these two teams have showed up. Everybody's, familiar with the infamous 3-0 that Southfield dealt towards the Team Secret side, but it's Team Secret right now who are trying to bring them the sweep in return.
Yeah, and well, if we're talking about trying to deal with, I'd say, old wounds, I'm going to go into Haven already and talk about what it was for Southfield Esports. Remember that history. I really feel like for Southfield, it was such a rude awakening into Valorant to see 1, 2, 3 sites? What's going on? How do we play this on the attacking side? Where do we go? Why is there a C site, right? And we remember back then that Southfield really wanted to keep parity with the rest of the PH scene on Haven, try to get better, more and more scrims, preparations, tournaments, even though it didn't really work out that map pick in their favor. But even though this is the Team Secret map pick of choice, and we know the history of Team Secret really to be one of those, I'd say, best in the Haven on the PH side, Southfield, they've really refined both sides of their Haven map. And what have you noticed in terms of their adjustments over the months on Haven in itself?
I mean, real quick, if we're going to go back to that, then maybe Bind would have been a big surprise to them too. Where's mid? Where's mid?
It's like, why are there all choke points? What is going on? Where do we go default?
Well, I mean, to your question there, Dax, one of the biggest kind of refinements that they've had, you've seen this team kind of switch between a few compositions, especially on Haven for a while. They're sometimes where they even forgo the Silva and go for a breach. There are times where they forgo the Sky and go for a breach, but now I think they're going to kind of go back to their old ways. The Silva Sky, which we saw in Bind, is probably going to make a repeat here once again on that Haven site. And we saw Southfield, especially on maps like Haven, initially try and take things with brute force when they started out in the scene. That first 2 months that they came on with a splash on community tournaments during year number 1, they were really playing a lot more, I guess, an upper pace. They had Jaw at the duelist locked in. They had, Derek still at the time, who was obviously later on was replaced by Flippy. But with that change as well also came, I guess, in that change of playstyle, which I'm getting to your question, really slowing things down. And we see that really prevalent in that match number 1, in that map number 1 on Bind, where so so many rounds would come down to the last 30, 45, 20 even seconds for South Built on their attacking side before they make the push. Now, that's normally something that can kill a team, honestly, and lose an entire series. But surprisingly enough, their attacking side looked better than their defense a while ago.
Yeah, that's the thing. And if they're already basically building up from their mistakes and getting back to their own strengths, then it's going to be so much better for South Built. And let's not forget, even though they had immense struggles before on Haven attack way back when, they still figured out how to play on the defense. And I think that's one talent South Built has. When they have the right composition, they just have the right game sense and understanding on how to really lock down these sites, how to move on around, navigate through the angles, understand what's coming. And after that sudden impact of what Valorant really is, we see from South Built that they can adjust so much on the fly on the scope of the round itself. You have someone like Papi Chulo just holding down the fort, anchoring. He will be able to take your sweet time and make sure that he can stall for the rest of the squad, get those takedowns. You see the angles being taken by Aziz and Ja. We're Flippy added onto the roster and bringing that extra 1-2 punch perhaps for the Sky or the Breach alongside the potency of when they want to play that Jet. And truly, South Built has, I'd really say, built up their reputation even more so. But the thing is, right now they're staring at the barrel of a team secret that looks to be at the caliber of the world stage. And I feel like that was the biggest difference when they last fought each other here, Black and Blue, because the team secret right before Valorant Champions, it was a little iffy moving to team secret because they didn't have the facilities that they wanted. They weren't used to the Philippine playstyle, thinking about the global stage. And in all honesty, they were just outpowered by South Built and the things that they were able to do then.
Yeah, and one could argue maybe as well that South Built at the time were more prepared because they weren't, I guess, busy with the official circuit. All they had to do was play these local tournaments, play these community tournaments, and dominate in them, and so that's all they had to focus on. So moving on to this, when Team Secret just, I guess, have as much preparation for the opposing side here in South Built side, that's where really things, I guess, are equalized, and you see that firepower, which may have seemed so, I guess, big in contrast and such a large disparity a few months ago, isn't certainly the case right now. Team Secret, coming from champions, perhaps we could argue that they were kind of used to the international play style, and when they come here locally, they struggle. That's why what happened in week 1 happened for them, and that's why what happened basically before champions when they get lost in the grand finals of that tournament versus South Built also happened. They just came from VCT Challengers, they're just used to international play. Now they come home and this is what they get. So Team Secret might take them a while to kind of adjust into the whole vibe of things, to get in that same wavelength as every other PH team, but they're certainly looking to be in that capacity right now. It's South Built who have honestly kind of struggled to really keep up. Seems like they come into this VCT, expecting for them to do a lot better, but ultimately a lot of other teams have already stepped up. And speaking of stepping up and looking down the barrel, we're looking at the agent select right now here from map number 2, and Haven is going to be the map pick of Team Secret. Can South Built turn things around and bring us a split?
Yeah, the last time these guys faced off on this map, it was 9-13 in favor of South Built Esports. So they do still have that confidence that they could beat them at their own game. We see here, though, it will be that Jet and Sky we have been talking between Aziz and Flippy, the 1-2 punch that they truly discovered here in the group stage and in the stage number 1. In the meantime, though, Jeremy over to the Breach instead, and that's looking to be exciting truly, as Team Secret has basically practiced this composition. And from what we hear backstage, that they have really scrimmed a lot with Jeremy in the roster, and it really goes to show that they're willing to add in this kind of rotation to the team. Same case in point for South Built, that they've always had Flippy for Haven ever since they had him, but at the same time they're really integrating him more, so a few changes there. I do have to say this though, Black and Blue, do you believe in superstition? Because I kind of have to point this out again. South Built struggling in a round 1 matchup of the playoffs of VCTPH, which has happened before and before that. So what gives? Is this a curse, or am I just reading too much into this?
Hey, I mean, curses, they happen, but they can also be dispelled, and if I watch any other movie, meant to be broken. So for a team like South Built here, they may have lost map number 1, but if you want to talk about that superstition, a lot of times that's what goes. They lose map number 1, they come back hard for 2 and 3. almost being won like a warm-up, but that's no excuse to really give up to such a high caliber team like Team Secret, who have also kind of had that struggles early on, you know, during year number 1, where they would struggle to get that pistol, struggle to get early opening rounds in the first half, and then come back super hard in the second half. But this is not what Team Secret are looking at right now. So if you're a South build, you have to really respect where Team Secret are coming from and what they can bring to the table. South build Esports starting on this defensive side, where they really kind of made their mark and really, I guess, made that name for themselves. That defensive side we all love to tout, especially on Split. But right now, this is a round they have to convert, and looking at how their defensive side went on and bind and kind of being shaken up here and there, South build, things not, I guess, looking too hopeful as of the moment, but Team Secret, I mean, they're the ones who have come into map number 2 with lots of momentum, and that's certainly going to drive them forward.
Okay, so map score, right? We're like 1-0, right? But the real matchup, man, is that pistol, and we're tied there, correct? It's 1-1. Was it?
It is.
I think so.
Yeah.
Right? Yes.
South build 1 opening pistol, Team Secret 1 second pistol. Only fitting.
The brand multiverse works in mysterious ways. When they're both destined to lose, someone's destiny has to arrive between the two. And you know, people have been saying that, but the fact is, let's be real. The brand scouting force, or just the willingness to really pick up these players in Valorant, or in Southpost's case back in CS, that it all goes back to Brand, apparently. You know, it's funny because we saw the new Brand Esports roster play the group stage. Sadly, they got eliminated in the closest of margins. But what is up? What is up? So, guys, I'm not giving you scouting information right now, but if you look at Brand Esports and they're making those moves, keep an eye on them. Not gonna lie, keep an eye on them.
Maybe privileged info?
No, it's not. That's not privileged info at all. It's just notice it. It's that Spider-Man meme where everyone's pointing at you. Speaking of that, did you finally see that they actually promoted it? That they actually got Toby and Andrew and Tom to finally do it?
Hey, spoilers, by the way.
It's like, no,
everybody knows
they publicly released it now. I am past spoiler territory, so you guys should know about that by this point. So, you know, it's just one of those things that we see in the PH scene. It's funny that there are just these, I'd say, traditions, superstitions that we were talking about a while ago, where sometimes South build, okay, this is squad that's going all the community tournaments, but kinda taper off in the VCT era, so that's gonna be a problem. The whole bootcamp Team Secrets versus no bootcamp Team Secret being, you know, an issue. And funny enough, some people have said that how Team Secret fixed it for week number 2, besides of course the real fact that they adjusted the playstyle back in blue, is because it was Jesse Vash and Jeremy, father and son, not related by blood, but apparently by team. They were together. Dubstep and Dispenser together. That was the thing. And Borkum stopped tweeting about having something to tweet about. If you get my point there. So really, Team Secret, even they're doing moves that basically goes into those random PH superstitions. I don't know why it's a thing right now, and I don't know if that's a thing in other SEA countries. Of course, things are going to be lost in translation, but it's funny that there are just those things that are completely really unrelated to the facts of the game, but it still happens anyway.
You know, we're a very superstitious part of the globe, and so there are definitely going to be kind of those, especially when you have teams and players coming from, you know, former, I guess, really big names, legends here in the Philippine, you know, FPS scene playing here right now. You're really going to expect every superstition, every kind of tradition to come out. And, you know, for a team like South build, they're the ones moving into a new boot camp, who just moved into a new boot camp, so they should have that new boot camp buff. Team Secret, who seemingly, even though they're not all together, they're the ones who look, I guess, more tied in with each other, especially on their playstyle a while ago on that second half of theirs that we did see on their attacking side. South build, well, moving out of that old boot camp, the one that currently is occupied by Action PH, by the way, right now. So maybe some of that, I guess, fire was left in the kitchen of the old house.
See? More superstition, right?
More superstition. That's all we're really gonna go off of here. But honestly, no. I mean, let's move past that superstition. Team Secret, they just look super locked in right now. It's South build who really starts to get me questioning the moves they're making, especially a while ago on that second half. I get it, the Jet does help on that attacking side quite a bit, but the Rays, as a practice, as we know that they should have been brought up here, maybe they're trying to catch, Team Secret off for a loop, trying to get them surprised. But I think it's South Built who really surprised themselves on how just it didn't work out for map number 1.
Look. Hold your blacks and blues there, my friend. This time they're playing a comp that they actually ran before.
Yeah.
So, any pre-game work that South Built might have done with certain people in mind, it's still gonna apply here. So that's a smile on your face real quick, as it does seem like we're getting a little bit of movement. Hopefully we're gonna be out of this technical pause soon, which is pretty much the standard on I'd say the PH scene. Welcome to the technical pause. Welcome to SCA. Welcome to APAC, and hope you enjoy your stay, because we're in for, I'd say, quite a long ride. Even though we only have 2 matches today, it's already nighttime. The sun is setting, and that's just how it really goes here. But beyond that, I'm glad though that I'm just getting out that I'm glad that we're very willing to wait here the playoffs, and we're getting the matches properly, no matter how long the wait is. And that's just it. I'm happy that we give these teams the opportunities to shine, knowing that out of these 6 squads, 3 of them will be representing the Philippines in APAC.
You could very well be looking at least one of them to represent the Philippines when we do go on over to that APAC playoffs. One of them could be directly seeded to the top, and the others, the last 2, be playing in those play-ins and those group stages. That's really gonna shake things up as we're moving to that new format. But I'm gonna kind of mirror the same sentiments you put out there. I'm so glad we get to do this, and I mean, by all means, we're only playing 2 series today, so we've got the time to wait. There's nothing else after this match, and that is what we're really waiting for. So it seems like one of the players here trying to sort out. I'm not sure which side. Could be from South Built. They're not moving, but hey, I mean, Secret now they're AFK'd as well. So one could really wonder what is up.
Yeah, just press that power button. Restart. You'll get there real quick. So guys, while we're waiting for this game to get things started, well, you'll see us here for a little bit. But apparently, never mind. You don't get to see our ugly mugs, because we are gonna be going for a quick little break. Well, I'm ugly, he's handsome, and he is the black and blue, while I'm the dark. So we'll be right back for more of this series, Team Secret for South Built, after this break.
Like Wesley test me. Yeah, guess I know better. I ain't got no chill, so they call me a devil. I know. Look, I am just a man on a mission. If I want it, then I get it, I go. And if you're trying to test me a beast, you gon' need Liam Neeson. The chance that you taking is. You're testing your luck. If you think you'll make it out, then you're sadly mistaken. Careful what you put in your stake in, cause I ain't got no patience and no limitations. You trying to figure me out, and I know I don't make sense, but no one's there when you call, like you're trapped in the Matrix. You need to take a break from it. I think you should take 6. Cause yes, I hold a throne and no one else can replace this. The pain will only go deeper the harder you chase it. I'm the greatest that you ever met. It's time that you face it. So tell me,
why you still testing my patience? Trying to turn me into something I ain't trying to be. All the hate is a heavy rotation. You gon' lose yourself. Quit testing me.
Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley test me. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley test me. Cause I'm looking like Wesley test me. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley test me.
Yeah. The rise before the fall, the glide before the rule, the eyes that saw the soul, the cheers before the goal. I'm here to let you know. Yeah, I'm here to let you know. Yeah, I sky gaze over my taste. Like Peter, this is my space. I'm spacey, I'm crazy over breakbeats. Space gazing in my safe haven. I make statements that embrace waking. Awaken, I'm woke. Taking the road to who you were sure. The celestial scope. The stars explore in your inner. The starts at the core. Inner space and more. Your body's a planet for sure. Nurture it with the words I've written. Scribe like highlights. Flying saucer. Supply the order, it's the author. Walking on air. Walking on water, blending between know this is here to support you. The blend, the blend, the blend, yeah. Yeah. Second verse after the first. Take control with words, roll reverse, the rebirth of verb from inside out, outside in. We control the earth frequency. The heart of the world beats in me. It beats on beats as we breathe deep. Oxygen from trees feed. Gift in our gift. This right here, proof we exist. Mind state is gravity, the way you uplift. Across seas swift, water quench thirst. There's a shift. Set sail like shit to find other lands. The motherland, sun is planned. With the words I'm writing, I'm fertilizing. The earth's a rising, realizing. Global warming and the sea is rising. Pollution, the planet needs metabolizing. It's full of fire like a dragon fighting. Creating hot springs when the pressure rising. It's ever rising, but I'm never frightened. Cause the days will brighten. Yeah, the blend.
Everywhere I go, the people really wanna know who I is and who I be. They stop and stare when they see me. If I said it once, no need to repeat. Run up on me, watch you fall to your knees. Tip my hat when it's time for the kill. Ain't no beast when you're really real. I am the boss, I am the dawn. I am the one they call Lucky Charm. Got my own shit, I don't need your farm. Life was so hard, it made me weak. Built to last, this girl ain't weak. Sturdy and still when I plant my feet. Got it out the mud, now it's racks in my sleep. Look to God, he supplies my needs. Endless faith is what brought me next level prosperity. Silent power moves is what I'm giving. They love to hate the world they can't live in. Always present for the high roads. Go swim within the deep lows. Low. What told the future? Who knows? I don't do it for the likes, I do it for the love. Do it for the ones who really needed a hug, cause they had it tough, never had enough. Feared, loved, and respected. Using words as a weapon. Test and she. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Smile on my face, Woody in my place, but act gully on cyberspace. Let's pump brakes, let's be frank. Running after him when you're the chase. You are the catch and he's the net. How quickly do we all forget to honor these small policies, my darling? You are the empress queen. Man, respect or he'll neglect. You are the wind beneath his wings. You are the season, you are the reason why this world can breathe. Giving sons eyes to see and daughters dreams to believe. Anything less than the best for you is high treason, queen. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is a queendom.
gotta flex, flex, flex on the lean. I just wanna rap, rap, rap to the beat. I just wanna back, cause I'm mean. I just gotta go back, I'm a freak.
They drunk at their problems, they always on road and they starting. She knows this cause she's the same. She's trying to stop playing games. Move of emotion, they drunk at their problems, they always on road and they starting. She knows this cause she's the same. She's trying to stop playing games. Where the people at, what they really want to know. Who's your lovers and who are your bros? Who are the enemies you don't keep close? Who are the people that you shouldn't know? Where the people at, what they really want to know. Who's your lovers and who are your bros? Who are the enemies you don't keep close? Who are the people that you shouldn't know?
I just gotta flex, flex, flex on the lean. I just wanna rap, rap, rap to the beat. I just wanna back, cause I'm mean. I just gotta go back, I'm a freak.
The chains, my vest, my watch, my belt, my cheese, my house, my sneakers, my blouse. I just party hard, popping the one in the chart. I've already won, babe, I didn't even start. Flexing on ya, flexing on lean. Flexing on ya, flexing on lean. I just gotta go where I wanna hold on. I can't let you go, but I gotta stay strong.
Unless you heard it from me, then you ain't heard it from me. Got it from me, all the energy extra. You don't wanna see me with the hitters. Generations caught up, look how things will switch. People they're quick, now they wanna move at the bits. Boy wanna go to bitch, nah. Now I'm moving. I gotta do what I do. I'm really here on my ones now instead of 4 3s or 2s. And now it's F you from Paris. I could have been effing you in Paris. I don't wait for the drop, I just flow from the pot.
Two legendary teams with legendary players filling out their roster, and this series is definitely looking to deliver, at least from what we saw on that opening half of map number 1. But can they continue to perform here for map number 2? I'm Black and Blue, and with me is Dex, bringing you this game.
There we have it, man. The matchup, it's coming our way. That's the thing. We're getting into Haven very, very soon, and hopefully all the technical, doodads and fixer-uppers, they should be a-okay right now, and we are hoping to get into the matchup as we have been anticipating this series for a very, very long time. But it really feels like that, it took a year to get us here, funny enough. And it also felt like it got delayed a little bit because the group stage didn't have them in the same squads. But here we have it now, back into the action and back into this best of 3 of Team Secret. Wins is here and now. They will be moving on to face off against, I believe, now is Esports in the next upper bracket round. In the meantime, whoever loses this, well, they're going to be falling over to the lower bracket, and there still would be that second chance. Great to see, though, VCTPH picking up that double elimination. Baby steps along the way. But Team Secret now going to be on the attacking side. South built here on the defensive. It's Team Secret with the breach. Sky on the other side. The initiators might be the valuable pieces of this puzzle as we get into the matchup here, Black and Blue.
Yeah, both of these teams barely scraping by of their groups after a bit of a lackluster performances from either side on week number 1, but week number 2 they came back to make it into the group stage, rather to the playoffs. And here we are. Defensive side from Southfield, triple stacked already towards that C site, but Charlie is where Team Secret want to commit to. They come out of the fight here. Poppy Kill, he's able to find one. They go 2 for 2 on either side, falling on back after the concussed his land, and Flippy looking to try and continue in a caress. They do have, the 3v3 going in their favor at the very least for the retake, but they are wary of the potential flank here from Borkum, which he is very, very capable of coming from that garage window.
Oh, shot right though, flown by Jesse Bash. That is so dangerous because of the Radiant barely provide the cover. As this with dash on in, and Jesse Bash is just gone here. Jeremy with one, Borkum is there, and Team Secret, they just held the line anyway. They still made sure that they had the right stations and the right cover to prevent the South build retake, and they take the pistol.
Was looking like a decent retake there, especially after the opening pick from ASUS as he dashed in to take out the guy on the back of the site there, Bash on the tower. But Borkum one step ahead of them and really securing that round, enabling Jeremy to fend off the retake from South build and really pincering them in when South build did not expect things to go their way. So Team Secret looking pretty good right now on this opening round, and they should be able to convert here for the second.
They took the pistol lead. That's a big one. They're 2-1 now.
That is
so
true.
We'll see if Team Secret can run away with that statistic. But I feel like, again, Team Secret, the biggest thing that they have in terms of expertise is they know with what they can really get away with compared to many in the scene. Sometimes there's squads who over-aggress. Sometimes there are squads who are a little too passive, but right now, Guiding Light into the peak, and Borkum wasn't even looking as soon as the takedown. Dubstep is there, though. But catches out Dubstep. And while Team Secret had the gun advantage, they couldn't whittle down Southfield, who had the numbers, and a great gamble here to concentrate towards A side.
A good kill is coming from South build, but they're all in classics, so even with the man advantage, they are at a disadvantage. Unless Jock can maybe equalize things up here. The Spencer's going to go on the peak for him. It's really hard to win a fight versus a Spectre at that range when all you've got is a classic in hand. As this picks up the aforementioned weapon, now they bring it to a 3v3 with only that Spectre in Aziz's hand, who's trying to go for the... Is he trying to go for the flank here? No, perhaps not. That turret should catch them, that they are here towards that grass position, as Garage is to be taken. I'm not too sure if it's going to be too successful in the retake for them to use.
Well, the Spencer is watching out for the Garage, just in case. One here at the ready for each angle of retake potential from South builds. Now the Spencer rushing on to the back of site. Nano Swarms to also go for the zone as Aziz will peek on around. But no one's looking at him right now. Jesse back to Spencer, clean up nicely, and the Spencer decides now to look behind him and get that takedown. Great switch, honestly, from Team Secret. You expect that South build would have actually made that Garage play work, but the Spencer knowing what they could get away with again, and here goes Team Secret playing against at least some of the odds and making sure that didn't collapse in... Well, that just didn't collapse under them.
Well, round number 3 and an operator already on Aziz. No armor on him. Seems like the game plan here is to pick them off from afar when they know Team Secret are armed with only SMGs, these Spectres. They do have that rifle on a dubstep. You can maybe try and equalize things, especially if you can get the pick here on Aziz and drop that operator, but Aziz, he can hear him going. I'm not sure if he's been spied out by Jeremy, but with Jeremy kind of being dissuaded on trying to go for that jump peak again, you have to assume that he found that information that Aziz is on top of that C box. I wonder if it will actually pay dividends in the end.
I think he saw him in the minimap because of those jump peaks. He made sure, like, is he here? Is he here? Okay, now I understand. And they know that they have to settle the fault line. Great hit on Aziz. Unfortunately, they don't have the right rules right now to push on forward as Dubstep is kind of stuck in the garage as Papichulo will watch out for that angle. Great hold immediately from the Killjoy. Guard also gonna get broken as the default being played here by Papichulo. Nanoswarm also to slow things down. Borkum gonna try to be ambitious, but Aziz making that operator count, looking, waiting at the wings. Papichulo on the board. And this is the South Belt lockdown that we have been waiting for. 38 now for Jeremy. Pro will take him down. And that was clean from South Build. Gotta say though, they played the odds twice in a row. A while ago with the A stack, now with the operator, and it works out well for South Builds.
Could have went a bit dicey there. Papichulo out in the open. Could have potentially been found by Team Secret, but hey, it works out. Perhaps that weapons advantage really did play a lot into it. You saw Flippy already being, I guess, wary of that flank coming from the window. He knows that Borkum loves to do that because he himself, Flippy, loves to do that as well. He knows that play, well, coming from his own book. South Built looking to equalize up the rounds here, bring this 2-2 and potentially force a 5th in their favor. They're going to have to really make things happen, especially with Aziz on this operator. Such a heavy investment this early on, but he's not able to land the shot. Okay, inaccuracy coming to effect.
You know, sometimes you're moving a little too much, and it just kind of makes your aim wonky there. Gotta say though, just to build that up, the confidence is built by South Build thanks to that early operator. You mentioned it. The Arsenal playing a big part in the last round. Very, very wary for Team Secret to push into that C-long thanks to the op in itself. But Papi Chulo, he is just on it like a bullet as per usual. Finding the takedown onto Dubstep, you give him the defensive side, he will make wonders happen. And Flippy now gonna get flashed into the takedown. Dispenser waiting there to get that kill. But Southfield again, they're slowing this pace to an absolute crawl here, Black and Blue, and you can see Team Secret is forced to respect it.
And Dax, the big problem here for Team Secret's push, it's so difficult to go for a B plant when you do not have a smoker alive. And the fact that Chris Pro himself, sorry, I'm just used to calling his first name, Pro is, he got the kill on Borkum, that pretty much halts any hopes of a B-side attack. On a B-side attack, you want to, I guess, smoke off at least either A or C link, hell, even both if you can. But they don't have that option anymore, and that kind of diverts them rather towards the garage position. The alarms have been set off, and Jesse Vash catches Papi Chulo on the peak. That's a huge pick. He brings it to a 3v3. John not even caught by the recall there, but he still holds it down. So consistent from the platform. He shall ascend, and he brings them 2-2.
Come on, it's a standard platform power position that many an Astra loves to take. And Ja, we should know him already. Just the absolute hybrid play. He can play that duelist, he can play the controller, but he has the heart of a fragger, and you see it there. 1, 2, 3, simply done already. And I want to show a bit of the steeds right now, and we'll see if we'll actually be a factor here. But I personally think that maybe these single duelist compositions that Team Secret are running against Southfield can actually blow up in their face based on how Southfield plays. What do you think about that?
It really is something that teams are used to shutting down, but Aziz will shut down Jesse Vash, who has his bow out in a gunfight, finds a second. It is an eco. Great shot, but I mean, this is one they're expected to convert. As to your question, yeah, it is, those kind of risks are something that Southfield, they kind of live and die by the sword. And sometimes, more often than not, they're the ones who get cut.
That's the thing. I feel like for Southfield, this is a composition that is suited for this kind of setup in Secret right now. This is what they're been building on, that they have already basically objectified for such a long time and have gotten the rewards from it from last year. And we'll see now if in this matchup, it's still gonna hold through. It's 2-2. It's very early on. I just wanted to maybe put that as the question overarching this whole game right now, because this is the contrast here. Team Secret last time on Bind, that was the adjustment double duelist, as they said they needed to adjust for the PH scene. But since they're back on that single duelist top position, I think Southfield, especially with the gun advantage right now, will be able to control it. Ja is here. Borkum, though, comes in close power of the Sheriff there. Still a chance for Team Secret, but it's going to be very difficult as Southfield even has the lockdown, and they're going to commit on it.
Yeah, we've seen, Team Secret be able to turn these rounds around. And knowing that, Secret, that they have the disadvantage, they're going to go on the aggressive here. Papi Chulo shuts him down, though. That's his own play. And Borkum, loving to play here. Oh, no, he's been detained right at the last moment. Knifed in his face, didn't even go for the backstab. Southfield, a bit of an expensive round. They're going to try and, keep the defuse off for the meantime. Go and save that expensive operator that Southfield have been holding on to from the third round of this game. Now, the defuse shall come in. Southfield take the third.
Look. This is just, hey bro, I'm the police. Dropping the gun, dropping the tomatoes, and, well, absolutely criminal with a knife. We translate things here in the English broadcast, man. But Papi Chulo again, just so clean, so efficient, and I really love how Papi Chulo has such a deep understanding of angles on sights, more so than many a Sentinel really in the PH scene.
Yeah, that's really where, even before Valorant, he's been known for, being that anchor on the site, holding things down on his own, at least, finding a kill or two before he himself goes down. And he has no problem at all, I guess, going down for a very good cause, coming down to Martyr. Pro coming out with his Hunter's Fury, counter Hunter's Fury coming from Jesse Vash. Neither able to really net a kill. Some damage done here by Pro, but not the same favor from Secret's Vash.
Yeah, well, that's Hunter's Fury now used on up. It's Team Secret forced again to play it slow and steady. One thing I noticed, though, they haven't committed on the operator here for Dubstep as of yet. He's still rocking the rifle. They don't have much of the economy anyway to do so, unless someone else bought it for him. But in this case right now, they still have to basically stay away from where ASUS is stationed. That C site is locked down heavily. And for Team Secret, the choices are clear. B or A to force something of a close range engagement. And Dubstep is there to get that first blow. Dash on in already. Up top here on the left-hand side. Oh, lockdown gonna be into play. Dubstep narrowly avoiding the shot as this is quite low here. But Papi Chulo infiltration into the angle isolation. Dubstep goes down. Borkum is there though. And it's gonna be locked down for the game of zones that Team Secret is looking for. A great call ready to go for the B side. But can Borkum clean up nicely? Sees the barrel, gets the takedown, and that's 3 already for Borkum overall. It's time for him yet again. Aftershock thrown on out. And it's all up to Pro on site. But Team Secret, they're just waiting here at all the angles and more so Pro can even get away with this perhaps. Yes, the operator finds to kill out the Borkum, but who's waiting? His name is Jesse Bash. Team Secret setting up the traps later on. The right call there to go for that B site.
The two big brothers of the scene, the two eldest players there at the end with a duel. Oh, Pro had no idea Jesse Vash was waiting for him. Flippy, as soon as he gets to the angle, Dubstep already prepared to take on that fight, and it's Borkum time. You know it. Inside those smokes is where he was born, in that darkness. I mean, Dubstep, he's so good at weaving his way in and out of a site, using that Jet's mobility to its fullest capacity. As you saw him, dash on in, get up on top, go back down, get back on top again. He's so good at weaving his way through, as we've said. But assist once more on this operator is looking to keep these enemies at the gates.
Yeah, still operator investment here from Southfield, and a duel of 30s a while ago, but this time we're going for the siege of C site. Dart immediately gonna get broken, but it actually gets a scan.
You want
and
to
that
fight
bothers
it?
Jack quite a lot, and he is gonna get darted, but luckily he gets away. Great try though from Team Secret to attempt to spam that down. Seeker's also gonna get used, and this should tell Southfield that this is a heavy concentration towards C long. But Team Secret, they have the time to rotate if they choose to.
It does confirm that suspicion, but maybe a bit too early would kind of be better later on when they're really drive for information. Ja going for a bit of a wayward peek there, trying to aggress. Here comes the Rolling Thunder, and Dubstep is right behind it, checking that corner just to make sure. Perfect flash here from Flippy to help Papi Cholo hold down teams on the site. But that Recon's gonna get the scan, and Dubstep gets the kill right before being flashed.
Oh, it's beautiful from Team Secret, and now they're on site and their patience bearing fruits. They committed that Cosmic Divide a while ago, but now they're committing to this take. Spike is put down, Pro goes down, as Flippy will get the trade, but Borkum, sometimes time, you have to look at your back rather than forward. Passes to the future. Assist though, dashing on in, or out rather, but into the loving arms of Borkum instead, who catches him and kisses him goodnight. 4-3. Team Secret with the lead.
I think he popped the blades there too, and he died right after popping it, so he loses the ultimate, one that really would have helped him out on these kind of low buy rounds where he could have dropped to one teammate, popped his blades instead. Crucial mishap there. And Team Secret, they're ready, they're happy to take that in their stead. So, looking really good right now, Team Secret on this attacking side of theirs. 4-3. And potential eco to be forced? No, Southfield, they want to buy this operator. A technical pause to come out, get everybody sorted. Hopefully, with Pro not really moving, being AFK, then hopefully his woes have been met.
That feels bad for Aziz, because that was the start of his play, of his highlight, of his montage even. That, like, you're getting ready, you get operator shot, you dash on out, reset with the blades, and just go in again. But Borkum's just like, no. Hi.
Yes.
Hello. I'm here. Hello.
That's the second time around he's really gotten a successful flank, and that's what I was talking about a while ago when Flippy popped the Seekers. Why not wait till you actually need it? What suspicion do you really need to be confirmed? More importantly, are they stacking C-Long? Maybe, but the Seekers are going to go that way eventually, right? Or save it for that post-plan potential, where you could really find out if someone's on the flank, and that, I think, could have turned the tide of the entire retake if he actually saved that Seeker for a more opportune moment. For the meantime, whatever mistakes did happen, the second goal pause will give them a bit of a breather here. Southfield, they're not a team that's super, I guess, like to call a timeout. They don't really favor doing that, but it's Team Secret who really are used to capitalizing off of these type of rounds and momentum.
I mean, maybe if Southfield just had an official coach, maybe they'd like to do tap pauses more. I don't know. Team Secret though, they basically built the coach system, I have to say, in the PH team for Valorant, because they basically started with Gibo back then, who wasn't a coach, he was a player. and then he became a coach, and then it was just the rest is history. And now they have Fade In, who is bringing in a completely different element, giving Team Secret more of that worldview. And you know, I have to say that support staff, it's something to really help on that. And sometimes you just need someone to hit those calls and say, guys, pause real quick, gotta say something to you. And it's just for that mindset, it's just for that reset.
Yes, sometimes having that kind of sixth chair above everything else, just to really have a good overview of things and simmer things down when it's starting to heat up for the opposing side, that can be a big thing. For South Built's side, you know, they're a team that is probably one of the only teams that don't really have a coach. With them having arguably the, I guess, eldest player in the scene. You have, you know, that IGL and that team captain in pro. One could argue, you know, you maybe don't need a coach when you have a really good team captain, kind of sticking to old guns, even though all these players have played under a coach during their entire tenure. You know, even before Valorant, these players have had a coach in the past. But it's not the philosophy that they seem to really believe in as of the moment or really want to return to as of the near future. But we're going to see if that's going to change moving forward on the thing. So for a team like South Built, I mean, as we said, yeah, they're the only team without one. So that small X factor can really, who knows, be that small piece of the puzzle to uplift them and elevate their game.
Yeah, I think they should get a coach. I know the perfect person to be their coach.
I mean, there are lots of suitors, lots of people who would fit.
Yes.
Yeah.
Continue. No.
Yeah.
Go on.
Lots of people who would really, I guess, bring something new to the table.
No. Sometimes the perfect person is right in front of you. That's just it.
I'm not too sure what you're talking about.
I don't know, man. I don't know. But case in point, you do have a point. They have a lot of experience, and thing is, that can bite them in the butt, or that can propel them to victory, and it's usually the second case. Recently, though, it's been a little bit of the first, and, well, as we're waiting for this technical pause to get on back in track with the main... by this point, what really is the main attraction? Is it the game itself, or the technical pause?
I think it's the latter. We all hold out for these moments. Look at this beautiful scenery. You don't get this type of stuff within the game. Oh, he's dodging and weaving like a well-trained boxer. Props to you, cameraman.
This is the... You know, in the range, there's that bunny hop training course, basically. Yeah, this is it. This is like the next level. We're getting parkour training on Haven this time. There you go, guys. These are your lineups. These are your rollouts, basically. And... man, wait, we just go back to the Brent Multiverse Spider-Man conversation. do we get a web-slinging agent? That's the thing, though. I realize in Valorant, it's always something new, if you notice. It's always something... What?
A piece of mobility that could actually fit in this game? A grappling hook, dude. Imagine someone with a grappling hook.
Oh, man.
It's going anywhere.
That's the next evolution of many series, if you notice. It's to add a grappling hook. Maybe sometimes the duty calls and that's the addition, but dude, you're right, because there's teleportation, there's faster movement speed, there's insta dashes, there's invisibility. We just need a grappling hook.
We just need a old school darn grappling hook.
Why don't you just add a jetpack?
Anywhere you want. Jetpack, who knows? For the rocket launcher too. Dex, I think we're taking too many playbooks.
We have a rocket launcher already. We're done with that. We're just checking all the boxes. Dude. This is what I want. And only I would want it. I don't think many people would want it compared to me. Wall riding. Someone that can use the walls to bounce on around. Like, they jump at it and they basically go off it from that point on, and it propels them into a different angle.
I quite like my wall-running cyborg ninjas with big swords. So I'd not be too opposed to that, to be quite honest with you. It'd be really fun, I think, to really shake things around. But what can you do with that? Like, imagine you run up a wall, and then what?
No. You run on the side of it. You're like dashing along it, and then you jump off, you get extra movement speed, or you just get a different angle. It's kind of like the Neon Slide in a way, where as soon as you're done, you get the perfect accuracy back. See, I'm just trying to get a Radiant, okay? Look, Black and Blue. I'm not from the CS background. You should know where I come from. And from where I come from, I play a guy that rides along the walls, and he goes... Boop, 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 and that is it. And I get to the highest rank because of it. Where is that?
You
Give
boot
it to
people.
me.
Yeah.
You boop people. Yeah, you give it to me, please. Please, Riot, if you're watching right now, thank you. Ooh.
I'd want that. Someone who can surf on these walls and really, I guess, turn things up.
Oh, I thought you were gonna give me something else. I thought it was for after the broadcast, but okay.
Perhaps.
Okay. Perhaps. Hello, Brand Esports. I would like to report something real quick.
Specifically to upper management.
Managerial roles. You know it. But the beauty about this series being early, I have to say there's a possibility it can happen again. It's double elimination. We finally done it, Black and Blue. We have 2 brackets in the playoffs.
That is true. We got a lower bracket this time. Remember last year when we're like, they lost, they're done.
Bye.
We don't see them for like a few months.
South Build, hello, where are you? Oh, they're done. Okay.
Oh, they're done.
Okay.
This team, they're done. Yeah. This time, no, second chances. Hey, never make them, ever screw them up. You get a second chance. It's your only opportunity to rectify things.
I'm just thinking though, like, what can we get in the future? So we have Oasis versus Action PH tomorrow, and we've seen that matchup can be hype. In all honesty, you know what I see here from the 2 brackets, the 2 parts of the upper bracket. The first one, the one on top, is peak PH Valorant. Shoot head, win game, be the best at it, and of course, it's not that simple from what they do. They always are very proactive. That's one thing we were talking about behind the scenes. But basically, it's just out-fragging each other. But here on the other side, you have South Built, Team Secret, very tactical. And then now it's Esports. It's a little bit different, but it's all about team philosophy. You get what I'm trying to say? That they have these systems right now, and we're basically getting the best fragging potential squad from the first part of the upper bracket versus the best systematic approach on the other side of the upper bracket. And that's how we find out who's moving on to the grand final. So 2 schools of philosophy, the yin and the yang, with the PH scene. See the things that you could realize in the technical pause.
Basically, what you're saying, Dax, here is upper bracket brawn, lower bracket, rather second round brains is what we're getting here on that side. You got Secret and South Built, as you put it, tactically with the brains, and the upper side of it, Zeal in action with the bronze. But I would argue that the 2 teams from either side that have moved on to the semifinals already, that are directly seated there, Oasis for the upper side and Naus for that second side, are the exact opposite of where they are. Like Naus, they're the ones who are a bit more aimey out of Team Secret and South Belt, and Oasis side, they're the ones who are more tactical over Zeal Esports and Action PH. So that's, I guess, where we can kind of see if those philosophies will work out against each other. So who knows?
I like your take. It's maybe because you talked to the Oasis coach for a while. I don't know, but I heard he's single, handsome.
You invited him.
Of course. It's the magic words, the 2 words that I kind of want to propagate moving forward. I hope it doesn't, get us in trouble in the future. Hopefully we can all stay safe and just enjoy each other's company. Yeah. But, this VCT, gotta say, it's very friendly, familial. Like, most of the pro scene, they're friends already beforehand last year. But yeah, they were pretty cool with each other mostly. So I don't know all the personal drama. This is not the Gossip Girl corner where I spill the tea on everything. You get that on another different kind of broadcast. But I really feel like this year, because everyone has had a chance to stay together for so long, and remember, Valorant basically became the only real FPS that mattered in PH. So let's just be blunt with it. The BR system doesn't count. It's a little bit different. But since everyone's here now, and everyone is familiar to each other, very easy to just say, hi guys, you want to do this together? You want to do this tonight? And they will say yes, and it will not be weird. So you guys are in the PH, and that's already the hint for you, maybe. Yeah. Maybe one day.
That's a really good take here, and a really good point, because I have to believe that is a byproduct of this whole system, us having official support, us having, I guess, the capacity to really uplift the scene, and that is largely due to obviously tournament organizers, official support from Riot, and hell, even especially the community, as you talked about. And I don't personally have seen, especially for an FPS here locally, a scene that was this wide in terms of how many people are in it, but still, even though being that wide, still very tight-knit and close. Like, everybody knows each other. There's certainly a lot of moving parts within the scene, and that's one of the most beautiful things that we have here in the Philippines stuff. I mean, if you go to the Facebook groups, you're gonna see a ton of stuff happening. If you go to the Discords, you're gonna see a ton of stuff happening. Hell, even Coach Fade from Team Secret.
Yeah.
He's not from the Philippines, but then he tweeted,
doesn't understand all of it.
Yeah, he
right?
doesn't even understand Tagalog super much, but like, he tweeted like the other day, like, I joined the Filipino Facebook groups for Valorant, and there's some. There's lots of memes there. And
Spicy memes. And
I don't doubt it.
look, listen, guys. If you also enjoy the Tagalog side of broadcasts and you want to be updated with all the things that are going on, you should be part of the Facebook groups. You should listen to the latest music. Oh man. Because we had breakfast a while ago with Astra and Ray Ray, and the butterfly song that's very famous right now.
Mm-hmm.
It was playing so loud in the car I took on the way. So I woke up, I got out of bed, got in the car, and that was it. I was like, am I in the Filipino broadcast now? Is this how I wake up? So VCT doesn't escape. And basically, guys, long story short, while we're waiting here, let's just be blunt. This is an invite. You guys want to hang out maybe in the future? Who knows? Whatever. That's the thing. Soon. The VCT after hours. I don't know, man. Honestly, this is the second year we're doing this.
Yeah.
To be honest, and it's great to see the adjustments, but it's even better to see these guys be so damn good. They gotten so much better. Where last year it was Brand Esports / Team Secret and the rest, and good luck with that. Try to do it. Try to beat them. It happened once, and in all honesty, it was the part of where the stages, it kind of didn't really matter because it wasn't the seeding right to the SEA side. And I was like, it was a great accomplishment, yes, but it still was different compared to what happened over the last 2 weeks, where we were looking at a Team Secret that may not have made it to APAC. They fought tooth and nail to make it here. And same case for Southfield, where like, they won all the community tournaments, they can even be better. Team Secret almost got eliminated. That's the competition that we're looking for. And competition, is it here? Is it finally time? Yes, the timer is ticking. Technical pause is gone. Back to Valorant we go.
I mean, to your point, Dax, hell, even in Champions, the panel in Champions specifically were like, is Secret even the best team in the Philippines? Are there other these teams?
You were so happy with the name drop, man.
Obviously. So I'm like, looking into this, and as you talked about, the fact that the level of competition has elevated this much in the Philippine scene, things are looking pretty bright once we go to APAC for the Philippines, but things looking pretty dark and grim right now for Southfield. They're on this kind of mixed buy, and they do not have a round to give.
Be faster.
Oh, the Sissy Bash, he's not ready, and they didn't check that A long, just because that's two casualties on the side of Team Secret. A surprise, Southfield! They're coming out being strong here. Taking a pause. It's nothing to them because Flippy is taking names and flipping the script immediately. Off this round, Dubstep all alone. He catches out Ja. But that is actually quite a big mistake from Team Secret, not gauging the other entry point of Sat Build. Just because of that, it's 3v1 and Dubstep is all alone.
Yeah, they went full in towards the sewers. No help there. But they completely forgot about that A-long position, which ASUS, he was completely ready to punish them for that. Just walk up on them. He's only able to find that one pick, and then he got traded, obviously, by Borkin, but that one pick was enough to set the avalanche off for Flippy to follow on in, get the kill on Borkum, who, I guess, aptly enough, was also unsuspecting of another lurk that's looking from the opposing side. But now we're down to that 1v3. 30 seconds left, and to be fair, it's Dubstep we're talking about here, left alone in the clutch. He's made it happen. This is certainly going to be one hell of a clutch if he's able to make it work on out. He's coming here towards Pro. I think he will check this angle. No, he doesn't. Knife on out. He's able to escape it, but not for too long. Pro secures a round, and a good mix by converted into the tied scoreline.
Yeah, I think that was just more of a big mistake really on the Team Secret side, rather than Southfield, making that play. They made that play and they looked for the trades, And Flippy did an incredible job to help ASUS out, basically. As soon as he got traded, it was Flippy there picking up the kill, picking up the rifle, and winning out this elongated Lul against the Spencer, who wasn't ready. But that's the thing. The Spencer wasn't ready. Jesse Bash wasn't ready. Team Secret, your logo is an eyeball. So wake the hell up, because we are back into the game. Operator right now in the hands of ASUS. Pistols here for Team Secret. As a whole, the Team Secret probably didn't expect themselves to be in it.
Well, this, he finds an opening pick, and Flippy, they line up for him. The eco, not really looking too swell for Team Secret. And, wow, did you see how Borkum's body ragdolled off that shot to the side?
It's like, I'm going this way now. Not even looking. Balls flat.
He just yeets out of there. Sorry, that was quite comical.
You know, the thing is, sometimes when ragdoll physics like in other games, they just fly off. This time, Southbelt is flying off the handles, and that's a flawless win. Wait, they got advantage. As soon as the technical pause basically stopped and we were back into the game, very great sign of maturity here from Southbelt to be on it immediately, and that's 2 rounds in a row for them.
Just line up perfectly for Flippy, don't they? That's get the replay on that.
You enjoyed that kill, but yeah, that was just a gimme. So it's like, okay, Team Secret, they're gonna try to go for that A site, whatever. But I really feel like Team Secret now. Let's see if they can basically redeem themselves. This is dangerous, Jeremy. You're not even ready to shoot back. As this with that first takedown, Dubstep next perhaps missing the shot there as this is, and Dubstep taking advantage of his advantage push. Where is the jet gonna go? Major close. Dubstep gets in the face of ASUS, gets hit though. Behind the secrets of Flippy, who's the other side of this nebula. Spike to get planted, Operator gonna get picked on up, and Barkham gets shot! A taste of his own medicine! No, it's the role reversal there. It's the wrong player this time. And Team Secret, they just went in all ham towards that B site. And Flippy now trying to pick up the pieces. Borkum though in behind. Pro is ready for this one, but he cannot outshoot Borkum there. All left now to Flippy. In the 1v3, we've seen him get a jump before, but this is a crossfire setup that Dubstep will not miss on. 3K there from Dubby, even throws away the Operator as Team Secret get back on it.
He gets the opening pick there as this, but fortunately for him, cannot continue to find any much more. Him staying within that site really made things a lot more difficult for the side of SBE. Poppy Jewel going for the P to try and give him that support, try and give him that bit of, I guess, help, but it just doesn't work out for him, even though he was kind of the reinforcement on that site. He was the first one to go down. That really everything crumbled from Southbelt right after. Still though, really sticking to the guns here to stay on that Operator for ASUS.
Yeah, I'm just gonna clap real quick because Borkum got immediately that revenge. Just 1 round gap. It's like, I mean, pretty much, I'm just gonna do the same thing and show you how it feels. But dude, right now,
Borkum, he's been like finding every single lurk going his way. He's just a complete snake.
Whoa, whoa, whoa!
In the grass.
Even that one. Whoa, whoa, whoa! Again, hello? Red Esports? I would like to make a report about Black and Blue. Another inflictive this time, but Dubstep victimizes this. Dodging the Hunter's Fury and is able to get the pick off onto Jeremy as Team Secret just assumes that there's no one there. Great call there from ASUS to get that takedown. He gets ready with the blades, but that's too many people yet again. Borkum truly hit that snake in the grass, slithering on in to get that takedown. Astra has been a great part here for Team Secret. Jesse Bash also imparting those bullets to Pro to get that takedown. So it's 4v2. Southbelt gonna be in touch with the break and try to go for the retake. Double swing immediately, but Dubstep and Dispenser just completely in sync to trade each other and get that takedown. Team Secret now back to the lead, and the fumble now has been picked up and touchdowns are being placed here by Team Secret.
Even though the opening pick there was found by ASUS, you can see just how Dubstep is really so capable of dealing with that situation. In Borkum, he's so sly, able to always be in such a great position to catch off any of the anchors from Southbelt, anybody trying to help reinforce the site. That's where Borkum is so good, and those flanks of his are one of the biggest reasons why Team Secret are the team that they are known for, to be that great powerhouse of the C region. Without him, Borkum, the Team Secret would not be the same.
No, I'm gonna give props to Team Secret. They recovered really nicely after making that fatal mistake a while ago, and they're just like, okay, we're back on it. we have the lead yet again. And again, we see here, this time, this Team Secret sign of maturity as expected from their pedigree. Borkum already getting the takedown, outside dubstep. Clean here, but Borkum not ready, Dispenser. At least we'll get that trade as Papi Chulo pushes. But the alarm bot now, saying hello to Bro. Flippy here gets taken all down. And it's very surgical from Team Secret. It's just so much confidence right now for TS as they get the round win. And we'll have that 2-round gap versus Southfield. And I have to say, real quick, I want to go back to a point I harkened a while ago. Team Secret, the single duelist composition, it looked like it wasn't working at the start versus the Southfield side. But later on, they really picked it up with proper placements and the likes of Dispenser and Borkum just being at the right place at the right time to compensate for their lack of sudden impact.
This dubstep, he has been winning that fight every single time he's looking towards that A-link position from grass, and Southfield just have not made the proper adjustments to shut that down. I realize, you know, like Bash, he would pull in the owl drone just to get that information off, just to force him from really going for aggressive peaks, and that lets Team Secret set themselves on those angles, gives them that advantage to hold down the line. It's now on Southfield's case to make their attack work out. Their defense already looked better than it did on Bind, but that's not something they can really go off or be too proud of, especially knowing they're down here 5-7. Let's see if this attacking pistol theirs works out, but you can see Secret, they're ready to take the fight towards long, been pinned and tagged by the recon. That's going to force him back for the meantime, but even with that, Southfield not really holding the double key as of yet.
Yeah, man, they need this one because that will tie them up on the pistol count. And that can, in reality, give them a chance to tie up and the scoreboard itself. Papi Chulo here in the middle already. Southfield, they can actually go for that quick B execute since they have that jet and some smokes on the Astra anyway, just for the disengage. So Lynx already will be covered. Team Secret though, they have a tool in hand and his name is Jeremy's Utility, and the Aftershock already quaking Flippy by the boots and getting that takedown. Southfield down by 1 member. Dubstep there with a takedown onto Pro. Maybe I would love Assist actually went for that spike plant instead since he had the dash anyway. But Larbot now getting the trigger assist with a takedown onto Jeremy. And here comes Dubstep going for the defuse, but Papi Chulo so quick on the trigger finger as soon as the fake comes. Jesse Bash now with a few shots anyway. 3v3 as Southfield's on the other side. Papi Chulo and Ja are here. The flag is real from Southfield Esports. And they give Team Secrets a taste of their own medicine. The Brand Multiverse still stays intact because we are tied with the pistol rounds, and this is a good chance for Southfield to tie up the scoreline.
I just realized they went with a very, if I may say, John Wick philosophy there. They pretty much all had ghosts into that round, so very little utility, but who needs utility? We can just shoot the hell out of the opposing side. And that's, I guess, what really helped them in that round. They didn't have the utility, they didn't have the plant in their favor because of the smokes up ahead of them, but they got the guns. And at the end of the day, this is a first-person shooter. There's one thing SBE are used to doing, it's shooting some people.
And that's pretty much it. That is their core. Now, Southfield, quick dash on in by Aziz. Thing is, though, Dubstep again, loving to play that Marshall, especially on maps that have that open sight line. And he's gonna try yet again. Jesse Bash, though, he's ready to just go for quick commits. Maybe hold up anyone who comes close, but that is now the Trailblazer into the takedown. Great play for the utility and assist. That's a bodyguard system. You're busy playing with a drone there, Pro. I got you back, fam. And here comes Southfield now, getting the pickouts that they need. Jeremy with only 2 HP left, and even a simple gentle breeze can take them down here. Even though this is a round where Southfield has such a big advantage, Black and Blue, you can still see that they're protecting each other as much as possible. In case in point, Papi Chulo finds another one.
1 enemy remaining.
Yeah, they know that if they let it slip for even a second, the Team Secret are very capable of turning things around. So, as you said, we have the advantage, they have the lead, they have every single thing going for them, but they still don't push in because why? They wait to get themselves healed up. That slow CIS kind of playstyle that has been commonly touted as something can be, you know, very dangerous, but also have many benefits of baiting out this type of pushes. That is where they really try and make their game known. So 5 Spectres all across after the flawless, and weapons advantage heavily in Secret's side. So Secret should have the lead after this round, but you know, Southfield They're very capable of turning things around as well.
Team Secret needs to basically get in the way of their push ASAP because this is a 5-sector rush. Looking to go for that B site, that breach, that Asher. Someone needs to put a stop to this quickly, or else they're gonna be in trouble as Borkum gonna be going for the danger close. But the Phantom in hand allows him to fool the Spectre there with success. Spencer now over at ceiling, spamming down. Flippy on the inside. Here we go with the blinds from Jeremy while inside the smoke. The owl drone. Oh, but Flippy, he was ready for it. He gets to take down onto one. He even gets a headshot onto Borkum. That's damage done. And Joe kill onto one of them even. The Spencer though looking to pop off. Here we go with the Nova Pulse to get the stun on. Team Secret now staring at Southfield on the offset. There we go with the think again. On the Jesse Bash defense. Take down on the Jotto. Low HP right now for Team Secret. Pro able to capitalize with a takedown. Apachula's there. And Borkum gets mowed down. Southfield, they will make it work. Get the bonus. And this time they will be taking the lead away from Team Secret.
Smart there from Southfield to go to that B site, knowing it's a site that will really force those close range engagements. You do not want to go towards, you know, C-Long where things are going to be so heavy for you to try and outgun the opposing side when they got Vandals, when they got Phantoms, so they take it in close. Even with assist going down there, you can see Flippy, he doesn't mind a die. He might not have the exit tool that the Reyna, that the Raze, that the Jet especially might have, or Chamber especially, but he doesn't mind staying in that fight and going down for a good cause. That's one of the biggest reasons why Southfield can, I guess, be so deadly, is because they always play like there's nothing to lose, and they know they got the plant down. All we got to do at this point is bring them down with us.
You know, the beautiful thing about Southfield's play there is it was very selfless, that they did get those incredible headshots, and then it puts the Team Secret roster at such a low state that someone else could clean up, and we saw it there. It started with Flippy, and it was pretty consistent all throughout just to help one another to get those takedowns. I still stand by the fact that if only Team Secret got to basically anticipate the push, they should have expected something a little bit more of aggression from Southfield, and even though Borkum won that initial duel in behind, it still was Team Secret who suffered because Southfield was there in station. So we're seeing it here. Southfield's fighting back with Fangs bared, and remember when they couldn't get something like that done last year? I remember, but this is what evolution and learning is all about, and truly Southfield right now, they're showing signs of selflessness all throughout this game. You see it in many a time. They're protecting each other here, Black and Blue.
Let's not get too bit of ahead of ourselves, because I mean, looking at last year, to be fair, Southfield, the most they would get would be to like the semi-final, right, of that bracket. Obviously, there wasn't no upper bracket, there wasn't a lower bracket, so that's as far as they would get. They have never gotten to the grand finals of any VCTPH. And for a team with, honestly, really star-studded coming into this, you know, scene in general, people would have expected a lot more, and that's something they have yet to live up to. And even if they take this map, even if they take this series, even if they get to the next stage and go against Naos, they still have not, I guess, eclipse their former, I guess, accomplishments. They haven't really met the expectations that people expect from them, the same way that everybody expects Team Secret to make it to the grand finals, and by hell, they expect Team Secret to make it into Masters 1. Those type of expectations, while might not be as high as Team Secret, Southfield are also in the same situation where they have yet to at least meet those, or more importantly, exceed those.
Well, realistic and tempered take there, Black and Blue.
You love calling me out, don't you?
Yes, yes, of course. That's the thing, I have to. Because in all honesty, this is a matchup everyone is watching out for. So why not have, some of the best experts? And by that, I mean you.
I don't know anything
matchup.
About this game.
Okay,
guys, look at Dax. He's been here from the start.
No,
Day zero of Valorant.
No, listen. I actually played Valorant yesterday night. After so long. Yesterday night. Like around 2 to 4 a.m. I got inspired. In all honesty, I'm going to tell you. I got inspired by VCT. And it was fine. I actually popped off for once. Everyone, It's low rank. No one really cares. It's not VCT level.
Who you play?
I played Reyna. I played Duelist, man. And I popped off. Well, I was like, guys, let's just do this from VCT. And my team listened. It was like, wow, it's working.
Wow.
So sometimes VCT can actually get you to...
Wait, your team?
Yeah.
Dax making moves behind the scenes?
Whoa. Whoa. Have you heard of the organization Baby Cakes Esports? Maybe
Led by
maybe if
who?
you're from the Filipino broadcast, you'll know who the owner is.
I think I have an idea on who we are touting here. Shout out to the
Great.
Filipino side. I think it's Ray Ray and Taylor Casting.
Yeah.
The local language. So yeah.
It's them. It's great to see Taylor back on her feet right there. But okay, so technical pause right now. I really feel like South Built, they should just keep on going at the system. This is looking very much cleaner than Bind. This is these guys having the composition that they actually have had more playtime on the tournament scene. And you can see the difference, in all honesty, especially on the map that they're on. There are always these stations that they protect each other. They have these moments where they're looking for the bigger picture rather than just them fragging out like crazy. And it's great to see this side kind of South Built back on their feet, because you know we can give our heaps and praises for both of these squads, but let's be real, their week 1 was awful. Their week 2 was so much better than we anticipated, and more on par to what we expected before the group stage.
You're so good at stalling, aren't you, Dax? I thought you were going to meme for a second there. I thought you were like, South Built, they have to continue to win rounds.
No. I'm gonna give you some shade on it from time to time, but I know what you do, and I know sometimes these squads know just so much more than we do. How long have they played FPS, right? I did not come from the CS scene, but I knew these names beforehand already.
Yeah.
I knew that the Team Secret was like the first generation. The South Built side was more of the latter generation that made sure we were still relevant before Valorant came along. And now they're here. I'm here. We're all here together. And I really feel like that we see it so much in these games. You get your 1.3s, your 1.6s, your calm shop days when you see these two teams battle. And in all honesty, that's the beauty of it, that this is a big matchup that represents the Philippine history of FPS esports. But let's get back into the game, because the present now and South Built having the gun advantage.
Damn, you're really calling them old and ancient like that? History?
Oh, whoa. You're the one who said it, not me. I gave them proper respect.
I'm just clearing things up for the viewers who really want to know what Dax's intentions were. But hey, I don't think SB have any good intent here to really take things calmly versus the Team Secret side. They want this round. They want to convert. They want to pile on the lead. At least give them some small cushion, but that's not anything that they should be complacent about, even though they're against the eco here. So Grass once again to be aggressed by South. It's worked for them in the past, but they have the weapons advantage this time. The rifles really bringing it up close. I'm not too sure how well it's going to favor the South Built side, considering this is what Team Secret want. They want them to keep the fights close. They want those close range engagements. This? No, he wants his Spencer to
Hello,
peek
Dart?
Hello?
Hello?
What's up?
It's there, and then it's gone. But Flash comes out, and Flippy, that was quick on the reaction. They expected a peek on out in Team Secret, and before the Spencer could even see what was
30
coming,
seconds left.
already dead. Seekers now into play. Dash on in, updraft to be in the center, and Jeremy getting harassed heavily by the Seekers as it's now running on the round, and he's distraction. He's Cirque du Soleil in action there. Pro gets to take that. Jaw is on board.
One enemy
South
remaining.
Built, they just go full center with B side, and it's looking to be successful. Dubstep, all you got is Sheriff, and no way, no how. South Built, very, very clean in that round.
Yeah, they knew Dubstep was there. He's burned his tailwind, so a jet without a dash. What really do you get from it aside from the instant clouds? South Built, knowing that, gets second round at least over Team Secret, 9-7. But Team Secret have come back from these type of 2-round leads as we saw in Bind. And now that they've got the operator on Dubstep, we know that he has made himself very, very renowned with this weapon for a good reason. And South Built, I think the plan here, find that operator and go the opposite way.
Yeah, and that's the thing, Team Secret. We were asking a while ago, maybe we'll whip out the operator to counter at Aziz. No, they didn't. They stuck on the rifles for so long, and it did give them that lead. But this time, they're the ones with the op buy. And let's see if the opportunity does arise for Dubstep, who's kind of on the other side of the map from where the action is all out. So South Built now, at least, trying to get a bit of that intel of how Team Secret is formed. If they get even a glimpse of where the Silver and Breach are. They have so many angles of attack right now with this pinch. And it's just the waiting game here before the actions kicks off. Aldrin though says hello. Jeremy and Jesse Vash do get seen, and the rotation is here from Team Secret. Sato though deciding, okay, let's concentrate their forces. Let's go for one big push now that we know who's on site.
They do have that Cosmic Divide to try and slice this side up, or at least block that rotations from coming in. But the time is ticking, not in South Build's favor, but they still get the double pick, baiting Jesse Vash and Jeremy to go and peek, and Borkum follows the same fate. They do have the lockdown from Dispenser, but it's going to be ill-advised for him to pop it in a round like this. They know this round is done. Conceded here by Team Secret. Live on to fight another day. They're going to go and save the weapons that they got, especially that operator on dubstep. So this is where things can be very difficult when you go by on these rounds where you invest into the operator. When they go the opposite way and you just don't get yourself within that fight, it can be nigh impossible sometimes to go for the retake and really make it work out. So they know that fact. South Build, they're going to take this round 10-7.
Yeah, and lesser odds, 1 out of 3 sites. That's the thing. Dubstep going for the exit. Maybe see someone here. Poppy Chulo up in the air. Caught by Dubstep. Even gets a headshot. Crispy. But beyond that, oh, the hunt. The hunt is on. Crispy, they're going for the pitch. They want Dubstep. They want his head on the platter. Assist with a takedown out the Spencer. Dubstep got that assist. And bro, he will slay the operator. And South Build, they get the round, and they still get the eliminations. Look, I was just gonna say they played a game of Cluedo there. They said, yo, Breach, Nova, A-side rifles. And they opened the envelope to success. But not only that, they decided to take everything away from Team Secret.
So much economy now on South Build's side, Dax, that they can lose a round or two and still continue to buy. But look at Secret. They've got the lockdown and they do have the blades on dubstep. But more importantly, Borkum, Vash, and Jeremy, everybody else are only a single ultimate point away from their ults. And if they can get them in this round, this is certainly winnable from Team Secret to make it 10-8. And honestly, seeing how they played Bind, I'm not going to count them out of this one just yet. If anything, I'm kind of expecting South Build to maybe let this one slip.
So, there's still possibilities for the map 3. Team Secret potential comeback, but right now, there is no coming back. That one Dubstep, Aja will still be able to handle the pressure of the Hunt is Fury. It leads to the takedown there. Sotfield with the first pick off Spencer. Over on the right-hand side, trying to be cheeky with some help from Borkum, but Trailblazer will immediately sniff out his expectations and what he's been trying to do. Oh, Sotfield now. Oh, the big quick little back on the way. They just don't want to walk into these frenzies, basically.
They pulled the rotation, and Secret for a second were kind of fooled, but no, they know that South Build love to do this kind of bait and switch where they go for a site and they rotate towards the opposite side, especially here on Haven where they have so many things to guess with, but they go for the B site instead. And now Team Secret, they're all filtered on towards this A side. Pro a bit ill-advised to go on the fight, but he comes out of it to fight another day. Flash coming out from Flippy as Dispenser making that frenzy work. Flippy somehow able to back off even the low HP because Poppy Chulo is there to help him on out. Here comes the aftershock, but it's not going to connect as Poppy Chulo is the one to land the shot.
Yeah, Dispenser, Jesse Vash, all the way over at the lane, the frenzy and the sheriff. But there you go, that's the tap you're looking for. Poppy Chulo, one more demise on the other side. 3 for him, assist with a takedown. And you were like, yo, these guys, they're not gonna get fooled. In the end, the narrative says they got fooled because they went for A. It was B for South Build, and that will be their next point. 11-7 conveniently here. South Build right now 2 away from forcing out a decider, and these B takes, they're looking very successful for South Build, even though they don't really have the range of someone like the Breach. They're still making good because they're able to get on site anyway with the flashes, with the pushes, and Team Secret now gonna have to call that timeout because South Build has just really built up this reputation of knowing to play on this Haven attack. What an evolution again of this team.
You've talked about it, during our technical pause a while ago when we were waiting to get into map number 2, where on Haven, it was a map that wasn't necessarily known for South Build to be a good map and coming into the scene. And lots of people, hell, even Estrada was wondering last weekend, like, Nico, looking at South Build, they don't have the best win rate on Haven, but they keep on picking it. There seems to be, I guess, within that team of South Build that they really believe that this is a map that they can make the most noise on, and this wasn't even their pick, but they left it open for a reason because they wanted for it to go this way. Bind didn't work out that way, not really sticking to the game plan perhaps that they had in mind, the raise that we were expecting and the breach coming from Pro, but this is the roster, rather this is the composition that we have seen from Southwood time and time again here on Haven. Especially this is the map that really earned them, or rather helped them get back against LFO, when LFO are known to be such a very good team on the defensive side here, especially on Haven. So right now it's Secret who are on the ropes. Like, we know they can throw a mean punch when that happens.
So Dubstep though, can he actually sucker punch? Oh, he has to go for the out drone, and with 5 HP almost gets caught, even scanned out there by the reconnaissance. And Team Secret, they look for that first pickup, and instead all they got were wounds there for Dubstep. But he's gonna try yet again, perhaps on the A-long angle. Trailblazer now gonna get shot on down, exposing more of the members here of Team Secret. And Silva will get the intel, and Southbolt is right here. It's the same case in reverse. Now the circles around the A side. Dubstep though still gets the quicker shot. On does this anyway, making the operator count the second time. Morgan with the takedown. PPGL though in the middle. This will really expose the intentions here of Southbuilt, but they don't care. They're just pushing forward, flipping kills. Dispenser there. Here they come towards that C-side. Flipping right now, watching over to the defense angle. And Dubstep here, he has to get the shot first versus Flippy. The lockdown gonna be into play. These might be perfectly timed by Flippy. Guiding light is the call. Blind but no, he exposes himself unfortunately. And that is just that. Back to the takedown. Rolling Thunder gonna be the call. Hunter Series there for Pro to get the takedown off the Dubstep. PPGL with the flat left again. Red here by Jeremy. And it's 1v1 now. The ultimate use up by the Silva early on. Still has the shock darts though. And he's now going for the defuse. Here comes the swing. And Pro will get that takedown. Southbuilt will take that map point. But that chain of events, both sides, there could have been one single play for each of them to actually get back on the board quickly there.
Yeah, so many moments. Borkum, waiting in the window. Flippy potentially finding a double, but actually giving himself away because no one was actually looking towards that window with that flash. So little did they know, they were already prepared to play anti-flash. Pro finding the triple at the end there with the ROG clutch in that 1v2, but still making it work out with the Hunter's Fury somehow tagging all 3 members of the remaining Secret squad. I don't know how it happened and why the swings didn't go their way, but they did. And now it's Southbuilt this time, looking to maybe return the same favor that Secret did, 13-7, as we saw otherwise on map number 1.
You ever take that math quiz where you get dock points for having the right answer, but the wrong equation, the wrong solution for it? That's pretty much what happened that round. The expectations of the kills we expected would happen, they happened. But how did they happen? Well, sometimes Valorant moves in mysterious ways, but this is it. Southbuilt, can they steal this map pick away from Team Secret and force out split? Shots do come as Borkum will be towards that B side. There's actually Dispenser there peeking on out with the jumps. And this is Southbuilt yet again, just trying to find a bit of an opening. The only things Team Secret has here are some of the lesser buys on a few of them, and 2 ultimates at the ready. Now, Lockdown though and Cosmic Divide can help them in a pinch as soon as Southbuilt commits.
That is
I've got your trail.
what is on the plate here for Team Secret. Those ultimates are going to have to be crucial. Could be the final round where they can have the opportunity to use that, especially if they don't take this one. Dubstep with the Guardian, but even up close, especially up close rather, that thing can be very, very difficult to really use to its fullest capacity. Here comes a lockdown though from Dispenser. This should make things a lot more difficult for SB, who love going for a late round push, but they have to commit. Yeah, there's not enough time. They're going to have to go and rotate. There's no time to go towards his B side. If Borkum even gets a single kill, they're going to have to save this one, and this is it. That's the round done. No time to get the plant, no time to kill all of them off, and Team Secret somehow stay alive. Southbuilt realizing, let's not give up a rifle here. Let's not give them extra economy. Let's play on for round 21.
Yeah, that's a hiccup here from Southbuilt. We expected that they would actually utilize their push to force out perhaps that C-side, maybe get through that A anyway, but the lockdown, we mentioned it. It will stop Southbuilt in their tracks, and I feel like Southbuilt, they were expecting the lockdown to come out, but they didn't realize the time. And as soon as that happens, they were stuck on an impasse. Do we go for the rotation? But they also realized there's no time to rotate. With Pro, he's the one with the spike there. Everyone else trying to go at it, and Borkum was going to stall it out anyway. So really, Southbuilt, this could have been their victory already if things did come to plan. But we are elongated a bit more into the fight here as Team Secret now and have, well, more Guardians this time, and a Bulldog.
And Dax, that is a problem you run. That's a risk you run, more importantly, when you go for those late round pushes. A single lockdown, single cosmic divide will really turn things around. And Dubstep, he's not going to falter this time. Not in the sewers with the Guardian once again, getting the better of assist. And that just sends SB running towards that B side. You can take the spike there, Flippy. It'd be unfortunate if he couldn't. Been a very, very chaotic bug, but, well, continuing on here, that is going to keep him vulnerable, John, for the meantime. Flash is on out, and Dispenser finds the kill. Only one of those. Papi Chulo gets a trade, but the damage has been done. They do not have weapons advantage, but these Guardians are more than enough to get the kill. And Borkum on the flank finds Flippy.
Oh man, Borkum with the Bulldog, and he even stopped the spike plant there. Papi Chulo now watching out. Someone has to put that objective down, but Pro finds Dubstep.
One enemy remaining.
B2, but Borkum again. Burst Fire is
30
his
seconds
baby.
left.
And
Enemy
Chulo will
remaining.
go down. Here comes Pro though with the 3K. He clutched it out before on C-side. Can he do it yet again? Pro
Revealing area.
go for the intel here. Recon Dart right now gonna get thrown on out. Shots come from the Phantom, but the Bulldog is the best rifle of the round. And Team Secret survives yet again. 12-9. Oh, we still go for more.
Another round. One more. We continue on as Team Secret not choosing to let go of map number 2 just yet. We have not been brought to split by force by South Build, because somehow, some way, Borkum finds that moment to really turn things around, with the Bulldog certainly biting so much more harshly than his bar could ever suggest. And now South Build, they have at least one more buy after this, but they do not want to let this go into overtime.
Step dashing on in, and Team Secret now playing it even more with the gamble. Here comes the dash pass from ASUS inside the cloud, where he goes, and he gets spammed out quickly there as Dispenser will fall. ASUS beautiful takedown timings there with Smoke Siphon, and Seaside taken control of by South Build. Not only that, I love the flank being covered here by Papi Chulo. He's the one that you can rely on to catch out Dubstep in this pinch. Cosmic Divide ready here for Borkum, but Team Secret. Oh, the Dubstep and Jesse Bash! Here we go yet again! They're whooping up! Simultaneous kills on the other side! And now the Hunter Fury is called even. Can Jesse Bash still find the target and give the end here to Team Secret? There we go! And it's gonna be 2 for the price of 1 bolt! 3 already for Jesse Bash! Flippy the only one left, but he got tagged! And he will get bagged here by Team Secret! Jesse Bash is just timeless here, and Team Secret will buy themselves one more round in this game.
Perfectly placed, perfectly put, and he finds every single prey that he needs and wants to. Jesse Bash making it happen. Some wayward chances there for Southbet that they were not able to convert, with Papi Chulo holding off the flank versus Dubstep. Why does he peek? Why not wait for the alarm bot to contact? But Jesse Bash, he knows he's not going to make those same mistakes. They all line up for him, and they were preoccupied with the fight, and blind especially. First time out called for South Build. They know if they lose around here, things could be dire. Overtime is where Team Secret live. That's where they were born, and there is no secret about that.
Right there. I've seen so many guarantees in my lifetime, and many of them you can't really rely on. But the Jesse Bash guarantee, the Hunter Fury will get the kill, that's the magic! The superstition still comes! And can you believe he missed the first 2 shots and still tagged everyone with the 3rd? How? How does he know how to line it up? Just Jesse Bash things, man.
Yeah, like, it doesn't matter if you miss the opening 2, as long as you land the final punch. That's what Jesse Bash is so consistent with this Hunter's Fury. Undoubtedly the best at that in the local scene when it comes to utilizing, and one of the best in the world, really making the fullest use of that Hunter's Fury to its fullest extent. It does not falter this time, not once more. SBE, they'll lose this round. A very shoddy buy coming up next, and that is not something they're going to want here. As Team Secret, they've gotten quite a bit of momentum in these rounds.
Yeah, Team Secret, if they get this, they're going to be 1 away from forcing out overtime. Dart does come, though. And oh, look at how far that goes for Team Secret. And they still get the scan anyway on the South Build in position on their side of the map. But Papi Chulo, he's been getting some degrees of success here with this B push all by his lonesome, avoiding the Owl Drone even. So Team Secrets might be caught unaware by the Killjoy's presence, as Southfield right now playing it slow. They still have to be careful though. Last time we saw them play it slow here, Black and Blue, it all fell apart.
Yeah, and with the Cosmic Divide here from Borkum, that can be made even more so deadly. Look, it's already a mid left, but no control taken by South Build. Really waiting for Team Secret to make a play, which doesn't come just yet. No operator, at least, in the hands of Dubstep this time. They've made their presence known here towards that A-long position, towards the lobby. Still do not commit to it, though. Will it be another B site hit? A site that has been successful for them, but the Cosmic Divide is something that can be really hard to counteract when you do go for that B-side plant. Here comes the Nano Swarms to make sure nobody runs out of either lane. They should be able to get the plant, but no, Spencer, after the pull, finds Flippy, denying that plant from happening. And South Build, they're crumbling here with 20 seconds left.
And they have to scramble for the spike. Getting spammed on down. Aziz already tagged here. And here comes the aftershock. And it forces the tailwind again. Oh, deja vu for Southfield. Now they're gonna be scrambling their pop to take out all the Jesse Bash. The Spencer sees the barrel up, bro. And the spike being put down, but Dubstep is there yet again. Team Secret now moving down the competition. But Aziz in the corner will fight on back. 1v2 here. Blades are out. And Team Secret now gonna go for the defuse. Aziz has to go on in, but he doesn't have the updraft. Will he see the killjoy here? Gets Borkum first and foremost. And Aziz, does he need any kind of help? And Spencer goes down. And the ROG clutch from Southfield to finish it off. Team Secret falls. Aziz does it again. And the magic happens on Haven for Southfield Esports, man.
When it comes to the clutch, there's no strategy involved. It requires big-time players making big-time plays. And you see those jerseys coming into full effect, those new bits of swag. They come out with map number 3. A bit too close for comfort there from Southfield. It should have been Secret's round. It should have been Secret series potentially. But we go in the split. And now we're split 1-1 on either side. And I think there's no better opportunity for us to witness the legends of the FPS scene battle it out here in the VCT.
Man, check a pulse for Team Secret because they're dead. And you gotta check my pulse, but my heart is beating. Aziz! Wow! Again, name says it all, doesn't need any assist whatsoever. The last round bailing out Southfield. Before though we show the praises for these two squads, gotta say, it seems like when these two teams make a fatal mistake, it does cost them a few rounds along the way. Southfield, they had to go for the hope and prayer, and it was answered by the angel that was their jet. But beyond that, that looked to be again around. It could have fell on apart there, black and blue. But Team Secret, they just couldn't handle the dynamism that Aziz brought to the table.
Yeah, the youngest player on the Southfield side, arguably bringing the most value and impact in that map number 2, especially. And for Southfield side, they're going to have to rely on that continuously for map number 3, especially because Split is a map that Secret are very well known for as well. But so are Southfield. Honestly, all these 3 maps we got in this veto, you know, as we were looking at it, Bind, Haven, they take each other's map pick. I'm only going to be surprised and rather expecting to be surprised for map number 3.
I'm still, I'm still in shock by how that kind of ended. So we're going to go back, watch the highlights, just because we need to enjoy how this match went. And besides the technical pauses in the way, this is quite I'd say high-octane matchup between these two. Here on Haven, there were some cases picked up when they could find the duels. There were just so many trades basically as soon as they got on site. And it started with Team Secret having that advantage against South Build. They understood that, okay, on the defensive side here for South Build, we know if we can deny a bit of that intel, it helped us out immensely, and many times it was all the execute. But you mentioned this beforehand, we got into Haven, that you saw in Bind that Southfield has really improved their attacking side in their recent history. And case in point again, just how, besides of course the big missteps with the timer, how they're able to protect each other, make sure the damage is done for someone to clean up nicely. And when in doubt, to still have that clutch potential in them.
You know, Dax, what's funny is that we've been talking so much and everybody recognizes just how much more competitive the local scene is right now as compared to last year. How many international caliber teams we've seen kind of step up in the group stages from the local scene from here in the Philippines. And yet, we haven't really had many series turn out this way. Many series be this intense, have this much tension, and go this much so back and forth as this series has so far on map number 1 and map number 2, especially in that opening half of map number 1 on Bind. And yet, for us to have this matchup, a matchup that we all expected to see potentially maybe in the semi-final, in the grand final of all things, for the VCT local scene, or maybe in the lower bracket final, who knows? for us to get here on the opening day of the playoffs, I think is very fitting to just kind of send everybody into a ruckus for what is to come further in the playoffs. But speaking of further to come, is going to be map number 3, Split versus Team Secret in South Belt, and that will come after this break.
Unless you heard it from Did you ain't heard it from me, got it from me, all the energy extra. You don't wanna see me with the hitters. Generations caught up, look how things will switch. People they're quick, now they wanna move on the bits. Boy wanna go to a bitch, nah.
Where's the Benji?
Working a 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars. Taking them chances, making decisions, you know I'm never gonna lie. Till you let go, I'm copying all of them, who you gonna be inside. I cannot fake it, I gotta face it, I gotta do the time. You gotta wait, make for a great pay, make sure you're doing your job. Gotta deal with the patience, 200 every occasion. Going to different locations, how they got when I need some direction. Me and Vinci go up every session. Cook it up, yeah, you know it's no pressure. Yeah, you know how we do it, we all in. We can slow up and you never catch us. Working a 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars. You know my slimes, they came from the bottom to top. They can define us, they tryna find us. Boy, I know you with the ops. We're not the same, no, you can't compare me. I don't belong in the box. Don't try to play me, no, I'm not friendly. This is everything I got. Ain't no playing around, this is no playground. It no matter, I do what I say now. I'ma go give them something to say now. Got them stuck on my back like a spray ground. See, don't gotta complain. I'm a shooter, got eyes in my vein. They said that I would never make it, they thought I was crazy. They said I'm insane. Working a 9 to 5, I had to go and feed the guys. Nobody did it right, I had to show them how to grind. I had to beat the odds, this is the life I live for God. Taking a step at a time, we going up, we headed to Mars.
Undefined for life.
Oh man, what you talking about, man? What? You so crazy, bruh.
Wasn't too long before I realized a whole lot of truth just realized. Two groups faking the real guys, and both of them plotting on your meal size. Gotta be more, is this real life? Got a bad hand, but I still try. Trying to knock me down and I still climb. I can see the promised land right over the hill line. And when I get there, yeah, we all gon' party. Learn how to surf cause the waves is gnarly. Gotta make the bread, gotta bake the barley. But
a heart-racing series, and it is just hitting all the expectations. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Short breather there, as we are going to be getting into game number 3 between Southfield Esports and Team Secret. My name is Zax here at Black and Blue, and come on, Nico, I have to say it. This is a matchup worthy of the grand finals, and it's already not disappointing whatsoever.
Yeah, I think we're blessed to have this be our closing match for the opening day of the playoffs. We're going 4 days. We still got tomorrow, the day after, and the day then after for the grand finals. But this is a matchup that we've all been waiting for even longer than just a week, even longer than just a month, even longer than just half a year. This is a matchup that everybody's been looking forward to, and by goodness, it is delivering. We're on to map number 3, and I think, you know, on the panel, nobody by any means was expecting for us to end the series 2-0. We knew we're going to go all the way down. We have yet to have an overtime, Dax, but I think it's about time.
Maybe just never let the series end. We're going to game number 3. Can we just watch them fight forever? You know, have all the overtimes records broken. This is a matchup many have been awaiting on the official circuit. And with the first two maps, we see signs of life, shows of forces, and basically the best that each team has to bring. First map, Team Secret, just so inclined back onto the PH playstyle, getting the overrun, the outplays, and basically just able to manhandle Southbuilt when they got most of that momentum with the economy in the second half. In the meantime, second map, the tenets that Southbuilt have really built all throughout their careers, their patience, their willingness to play as a team, to protect each other, the best elements, and sometimes even the worst though on the other side being punished by the opposition. They're coming here in full force, and that's the beauty of it. We get some of the good, some of the bad, but in the end, it becomes just some great Valorant between the two teams taking advantage of their opportunities.
For sure, and you know, for Southbuilt, they honestly do have those moments where it looks pretty dicey from them, but they still come out on top, like we saw on that very final round. Same could be said for Team Secret, but you can kind of see it coming to a fold. You know, Team Secret, you can see the kind of small steps in motion on why they're able to win a round that they're not supposed to, when Southbuilt suddenly just turns in a quick snap like that. And that's one of the few contrasts between these two teams, because honestly they play quite similarly in many ways. Both of these teams very tactical. Both of these teams do have that crisp aim that you're going to expect from the veteran mechanics that they've developed throughout the years. But more importantly, once you come down to it, and as evident by that final round, sometimes it's not about the strategy, the composition of what you've got, what you have, and the preparation you have in the game. Sometimes it comes down to who means business and who can deliver that. And well, I've always said, you know the term, big time players make big time plays, and these are some of the biggest players we've had in the scene by far.
And dude, that was just the biggest time play ever by ASUS there in that last round. It looked to have been another fatal mistake by Southbuilt with the timer, but they got their will there to make that victory happen with the jet, just the movement there. It was so perilous. I still can't get over the fact that he made it work without the updraft, because I felt like that B site, right? It's perfect when you can get to the center and surprise them from the upper angle, but he just made that peak work, got Borkham, got the spike diffuser, and made sure that Southbuilt was still alive. So we're now moving into Split. And in all honesty, I kind of want to go back before we start about the present. Let's look to the past, because for the side of Team Secret, this actually used to be one of their favorite map picks way back when early Brenny Search days, maybe even Adroit days, that they just had a great understanding of this map over anyone else who were trying to keep parity, but then teams figured out how to play the map. In the meantime, Southbuilt, we always say, defensive-centric team, and where did they get their first signs of success? Well, on this map, especially on the defending side.
Yeah, both of these teams at some point, honestly, kind of holding their title of being the best at it on a certain side, with Southbuilt on the defense and then Team Secret on the attacking side, like early on. Formerly, there weren't Team Secret, obviously, back then, but you get the point here. And in similar situations, in similar veins, and in stories, they both have kind of fallen off on the map split. So I think it's only kind of fitting and only much more appropriate for us to be ending this on Split, because both teams fallen off from what they previously looked like, from what people expected from them coming into the VCT. And this is a map that they both kind of fallen off on. So whoever really comes back on this map is going to have that small bit of redemption, not just for Split specifically, but for the entire way that, you know, people, the populace, the viewers, and everybody views them as a whole.
We're split on a lot of things. We're split on the predictions right now. We're split on the scoreline. We're split on the pistol round wins, what everyone loves the T-tally of between the Bren teams, basically. And in terms of their history, we're going to be seeing basically a team who lost out their last outing on Split win it this time. Team Secret losing out, if I remember correctly, in the group stage versus Bren Esports, actually. In the meantime, it was difficult for Southbuilt versus Looking for Org, as well as Zeal Esports. So someone needs to really step it up here coming into this map. And I wouldn't be surprised, in all honesty, that there might be a small change between one of these teams from what we've seen in the group stage. There was already a curveball a while ago thrown out by Southbuilt. Didn't really work, but you could see that the prerogative was there. And owing to the fact that they're facing off against each other, maybe a few counterplays, perhaps just making sure that they can anti-strat the opposition, because I feel like really in this map specifically, someone needs to step on up bigger than basically what we've seen from the last two maps.
Well, you're going on a Split, which is a very compact map, and contrary to what people would think, they think, the bigger maps is where all the tactics really come out, where that, hard research comes out. It's these smaller maps that have really come down to, who can use their utility better, who has a better execute and strategy, because with the map being so compact, you start out the gates and you're right in front of each other. You're going to have to fight for every single inch of map control, as opposed to these big maps, which can help really, I guess, kind of enable, teams and players who have, really high and good mechanical skill to just pop off and just do their own plays. When you play on compact maps like this, and knowing that's the case, knowing it comes down to, the strategy and how tactical you can be as a team, and us already getting to this phase of the series, and you talked about it, last minute changes could be what either save or destroy either team's favor, and really they could live or die by it. And we're gonna see here if those kind of last minute changes are gonna come in. Sometimes, teams in these situations, they just like to throw preparation out the window, but for a map like Split here, that can honestly bite you in the back more than it can help. But if it wins, it's a big risk, but it can really help secure the map. It can be that small X factor that gets them over the hump.
I want to put two factors in right now, actually, that can be maybe our talking points or maybe something to watch out for coming into this game. One is I expect the raises to come out. With Jeremy in, he is an incredible raise. He's had that history out. Heck, he basically started his career off with that agent, and he's shown his success on it on Bind. In the meantime, Southbuilt again, they play that raise, if I remember correctly, last time they faced off in the group stage against Looking for Org, and it did give them a close margin against LFO, so it's something that they can bring out yet again. The other hand, though, I feel like Black and Blue, it's also a bit more interesting. There's usually Astra for Southbuilt Esports, but what does Team Secret play? Oh. It's that Omen.
I mean, I'm not too against it, to be quite honest with you. I think Omen does have a place, maybe just outshined by just how much Astra herself can do as an agent, but dude, I started playing this game and I was an Omen main from day one. Like, I was like, this is my home. This is the edgiest character in the game. This is the most metal looking dude. I'm gonna go with it. So I don't think there's anything too wrong with that Omen. When we did see Secret play earlier in the group stages, I forget, it passes me who they're playing against, but we did see Borkham on that Omen. And one can argue maybe they could do better with an Astra, maybe they could do better with a Viper, maybe they could do better with both. But I'm not too sure if that is what's going to come out today. It's not something they've necessarily practiced. But more importantly, on those split maps beforehand, that we did see, at least during stage 3, they had Wits there. And Wits was a big part of them popping off on those split maps that we saw them play internationally. Can they continue that now that they got Jeremy? I do believe so. As you talked about, we're going to expect Jeremy to be on the Raze. It's a great map for any Raze main. Anybody would know that has seen a Raze play on Split. And I think Jeremy could be that kind of turning point that really gives Team Secret a small bit of a, I guess, advantage in this map, knowing that both teams have already kind of fallen off recently on Split.
Yeah, and again, just to look back at the history of Team Secret on the group stage, 5-13 against Brent Esports. They ran that Omen, they ran that Raze, but there was also the other one, the first actual 13-0 of VCTPH. We kind of went past their minds after, in all honesty, what happened with the series, but they did beat Oasis Gaming there 13-0, and they did run that composition. So there are those elements of success they've really adjusted in the first place. And the fact of the matter is, it's a comp that they also ran in the world stage, if I remember correctly, against Crazy Raccoon. So they do have an understanding of it to begin with. It's kind of like their one pocket strat that really defines how they play the game on Split. It's honestly again a hearkening back to those older times to when they dominated Split, because they were the only ones who really knew how to play the attacking side. That was the composition that they basically ran in its essence back then, and it's just so interesting that it even worked on the world stage. So sometimes you don't have to completely follow the meta. The meta gets defined by some of the best plays, but you can also play your own comfort and really build on for that point.
They did have a great performance versus, Crazy Raccoon, as you talked about internationally, but one could argue as well that maybe Crazy Raccoon just weren't too used to playing Split in general. I mean, they're the only team I've seen pick Sova on Split, and that
Hey.
lots of questions. So I'm not really.
Do you know the
Yeah.
Sova double shock dart lineup for Vents? Do you know the double lineup for Sewers?
To be fair,
Sewers.
I think Crazy Raccoon are probably the only team that knows, like, that has those lineups. So props to them. But and they're still a great team. They've done, they've been in this scene more than anyone. But more importantly, as I'm talking about, Secret, and you said that could be their one pocket strat. They're like one of the only teams you're going to see playing Omen here. The only agent with a smoker and a flash together. So there's definitely some merit to that. And looking on Southbuilt side, this is one of their best maps before. As I've talked about, hell, this was their best map before, by far, bar none. That they were really, I guess, hanging on to into really dominating those community tournaments, not just locally, but hell, even internationally in C. When they play other tournaments here, they really relied on that split, if anything, to make sure they get at least one map in a series, and that's been a big saving grace for them. But it hasn't been like that so far. The meta's changed, teams develop, and Team Southbuilt sticking to their old roots. And I'm going to be honest with you here. Just quite frankly, this team, you guys know where they come from, right? You guys know they came from CS. And this roster before, their best map there was Inferno. Frankly enough, Inferno's the closest looking map here to Split, and it plays the most similarly compared to any other map. So I guess that's kind of where that, old familiarity came on in. But it's fallen off in recent times. This is a totally new game, and their old philosophies just don't transfer over as well continuously throughout the years as they might have assumed, especially in a map like Split. So while they may have had that moniker of being the best defensive team here on Split in the Philippines last year, I don't think that necessarily rings true anymore just yet. I'm not sure who holds that title, but it's not Southbuilt yet as of the moment. They have to regain that claim.
Look. No way that Team Secret will play Southbuilt on Cobblestone. I mean Breeze. So it really has to go down to this map, in all honesty. And you mentioned it. There is that familiarity for Southbuilt. We can just keep going back to the past because I just want to say it. I can't believe that after all these years, still these guys at the top of the PH scene. That is something you just have to respect in general. And everyone is still hyped for this matchup. That you're an old school fan, you still see these guys out there kind of make sure that this is going to be an absolute wonder to watch. And if you're a new fan, you're like, you gotta give them that respect. You know that these guys can be at that top of the class. Team Secret proved it already by going to the global stage and getting that top 8. And Southbuilt proved it by beating that team before they made it to that global run. So it really proves to us right now that this series is gonna go down to the absolute wire, to a map that both sides have a baseline on. And going for this map number 3 wouldn't have it any other way. Maybe we'll see them in the best of 5. Maybe in the far future, if there's such thing as a best of 7. Just let them play forever. Just keep going.
Hey, I mean, you know how like in every TV series you watch, no matter where it's from, that final season, that final episode is always the longest out of any episode in the entire series? I think it's only fitting if we get these two again, especially if we go to a grand final. Let's do 7 maps. No bans, no picks. Just play every darn map in the best of 7. And whoever gets to 5, he takes it. Or rather, 4. I'm done with math. That's why I'm here. But, I mean, the other things, we're just stalling, obviously. Tech issues here.
Tech issues.
Tech
Come on,
issues.
guys.
You guys know what it is. We're in the Philippines. Speaking of,
listen.
Dax, you talked about, watching these players. I'm sure half of our Filipino fans right now, or at least a quarter of them, used to watch these guys eating their pancit noodles in the comp shop, in the computer shops, in the internet cafe, and well, now's the time to get the snack, I guess.
Yeah, and remember when casting used to be done on a megaphone?
Yeah,
that was
through a program literally called Shoutcaster. Yeah.
Maybe that's how everything started here in the PH scene. But yeah, tech issues, guys. Look, I'm gonna straight with you. If you find that the casters are talking too much, it's not our call. It's just we want to make sure that the games are proper. And in all honesty, if I remember that Haven game, I do not remember the technical pauses whatsoever. They happened, they were there, it happened for a long time. But all I remember are just those bursts of incredible action that we got. And, sometimes things are worth the wait. So, that's just it. You just have to smile, enjoy the action, and we really hope that you're enjoying how competitive the PHC is. We can't really do anything about what's been going on with the players, but we're making sure that the players can play at their best level. No excuses, no saying, oh, these guys are having tech issues, oh, these guys are gonna forfeit. No, none of that. We want to make sure here in the playoffs, we get everything.
I mean, especially today, we got only 2 series to play, so
yeah, we have
time.
We're
gonna wait. We're gonna wait. I mean, we're kind of over a bit the time that we were expecting.
Really?
But who cares? We've got such a great match here, and this is a match that I think nobody is really. I'm gonna put it bluntly. If there was a match that you guys want to wait for map number 3, this is probably it. We haven't had a series this intense, this much, tension filled throughout the entire group stage. If I'm gonna be honest with you, there were some great matches. There were matches that went in overtime, matches that went into a full best of 3, but none of them really had the same kind of historical, I guess, impact, or rather that importance that you would have, that context within the match itself, the metas, the whole kind of meta look at things as this match is. And that's why we have such an intense match here. That's why we're so, I guess, gladly delighted to cast this for you guys, because it's a match that everybody's been waiting for honestly since like stage 2 of last year.
Yeah, as soon as the teams were formed, we knew that this was gonna be something to watch out for. But guys, break time. We'll see you guys in a bit for more VCTPH.
Take a little time, be patient, darling. Working for the people, gotta rake them all in. But sometimes people make you hate your calling. Some people panic when the brakes are stalling. Me, I go to God when my faith is falling. Put it on the tattoos. A righteous man don't know bad news. Found forgiveness for my snafus. Nothing for the pretty girls trying to get a cashew. Bad dude. Sometimes life really suck like a vacuum. The devil I don't ever turn my back to. I just want to shower love like a bathroom and be a role model for the black youth. Here you go. Here you go again. Talking all that. What? What are you talking about, man? Wasn't too long before I realized a whole lot of truth, just realized. 2 groups faking the real guys, and both of them plotting on your meal size. Gotta be more, is this real life? Got a bad hand, but I still try. Trying on me down and I still climb. I can see the promised land right over the hill line. And I broke a lot of hearts in my lifetime, thinking that their heart wasn't like mine. Finally got through a lifeline, and I stumbled upon a right mind. Love showed up at the right time. Put her in a white dress, get the white wine. Some people do it for the nighttime, but I'm thinking more, make your life mine. Is it possible we could last forever and ever and ever?
I think I let my guard down. Certain things ain't the same now. Hard to navigate these problems. I'm by myself, you're not around. I tried to open up, it wasn't good enough. Put in my all and got nothing back. Now I'm stuck in the rain, dealing with all this pain. Why you gotta do me like that? Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can't get ugly, trust and believe me. Say it to myself, looks so deceiving. Trying to fight back.
Well, back. That's it. That's the intro. Here we go, guys. Team Secret Southfields. Map number 3 coming at you. Eventually, it will happen. But while we're waiting right now, Black and Blue, why? Don't cry. It's Suki. Split will come. Don't worry. It will come to you.
It's more of me just having the sniffles right now, to be quite honest with you.
Okay.
Yeah, as you can see, it's quite barren in where I'm in. I know I said I just moved in like a month ago, but it takes me a while to kind of settle into into a new room. I have a bunch of acoustic panels here, which I should have put up maybe a week ago, but I still haven't. But excusing my own kind of laziness and procrastination, there is no time to waste for these two teams. But unfortunately, we're gonna waste a bit of yours because
there is time. They're gonna fix things up. No. I'm gonna want to ask you. So, thing is, your background before looked to be pretty square. Now there's a thing. Are you like in the attic? Is this your new abode now?
Yeah.
Just having one. So basically, you have the penthouse of a real house.
Yeah. I have the pent, maybe you could say. Just remove the house because the house is downstairs.
The tent. It kind of formed that way. But yeah, let's. I don't know. I move. So if you guys remember my career, if you guys knew me from before, it used to be like this, and then it became like this. Yeah, there's an AC, and now it's like this. So if Black and Blue has moved floors, I've moved angles. That is it. That is my progression over the past 5 years. I moved my chair from looking this way to that way. That was it.
That's all you need, Dax. I don't think you need to kind of spice things up more. You are the man. And I mean, look at me. Look at how much I had to kind of use here to compensate for my lack of casting ability and analysis. Yes,
Whoa,
I got
no.
The neon swag pack behind me. I got obviously ROG. Shout out to them. Yes, thank you very much. Lights.
I know of so many fans all across the globe. I talk about PH casters. Is like, do you know Black and Blue?
Nah.
His voice, his talent is amazing. And you know, we're not gonna waste your time, guys. We're gonna go on a break, and we'll be right back for more of VCTPH. Stay tuned.
Turn cold, lost control. Looking at this beautiful distraction. Fell in love with a fatal attraction. I really let my guard down, now relaxing. Why did I open up? She taking way too much. Put in my all and got nothing back. I'm feeling so ashamed. I fell into your game. Why you gotta do me like that? Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can't get ugly. Trust and believe me. Say it to myself. Look so trying to fight back this far from easy. I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know my I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know my gave you all of me, had me so deceived. You chose to leave my life, so I'm on my own in the cycle. I can't believe. Don't say you love me, then go and leave me. It can't get ugly. Trust and believe me. Say it to myself, look so deceiving. Trying to fight back, just far from easy. I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know my I've seen your hands. Delilah, don't you know my don't you know.
ain't in place. Y'all really testing my patience. Right before I blow up the spot, I had to get back to the basics. What if my talent is wasted? It's sick, but I'm lacking the placement. Thought since I rap in the basement, but my come up is legend, is greatness. I don't care now, it's pedal to the metal. I can never quit now, I will never settle. Puppet to the game, I'm pulling strings like Geppetto. We in the same game, but I'm on a different level. I passed it. Gotta keep grinding till I'm laid up in the casket. No fake round, but you feeling too plastic. Yeah, y'all feeling too plastic. They say my style crazy, but then it's straight jacket. Wow.
Why you still testing my patience? Trying to turn me into something I ain't trying to be. All the hate is in heavy rotation. You gon' lose yourself, quit testing me. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm lethal like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm lethal like Wesley, test me. Test me. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me.
Yeah, guess I know no better. I ain't got no chill, so they call me a devil, I know. Look, I am just a man on a mission. If I want it, then I get it, I go. And if you're trying to test me a beast, you gon' need Liam Neeson. The chance that you taking is flagrant. You're testing your luck. If you think you'll make it out, then you're sadly mistaken. Careful what you putting your stake in, cause I ain't got no patience and no limitations. You trying to figure me out, and I know I don't make sense, but no one's there when you call like you trapped in the Matrix. You need to take a break from it. I think you should take 6. Cause yes, I hold a throne and no one else can replace this. The pain will only go deeper the harder you chase it. I'm the greatest that you ever made. It's time that you face it. So tell me,
why you still testing my patience? Trying to turn me into something I ain't trying to be. All the hate is in heavy rotation. You gon' lose yourself, quit testing me.
don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me.
Hey guys, Dax, Black and Blue here. No time to waste. Agent select. Let's go. Map number 3. Come on. we're getting into it. This is how fast I want to get into the matchup. And as we transition over to, well, what we're going to be expecting here, Split will be our map. And again, I think we were talking about it all the way a while ago when we were supposed to start this series, or this map rather, Black and Blue, that we're expecting the races to show on up, but maybe the pocket pick from Borkum, I'm anticipating it on the attacking side. No!
Oh!
What?
Oh!
That's different!
Okay.
Whoa!
Coming out of left field here, but I like it. I like it from Team Secret. I love that Dubstep has no qualms about pulling out these agents that are the newer additions, agents we haven't seen during last year's VCT. He was the first one to pick Neon here in our circuit, and once again, he's picking the Chamber once more on Split. Not the first one that we've seen on Split, because I think it was Beats from Zeal who was actually the first one to pull out that Chamber on Split, but it was something that was quite effective against South Build. I do believe Secret have something in store for us.
Ah, man, see, that's so hype. We were going straight into the agent select, and we get something completely left field, courtesy of Team Secret. I also want to point out the fact Vash will be on that Sky. And I remember him playing that before, but I really can't put my finger on it. But I've seen him run different initiators. We've seen him on the Breach on Fracture before. So there is that expertise, but it's a little bit different to what he usually runs on a map like this, that Breach or that Sage even. Also, something to take note, Borkum is on the Astra rather than the Omen. So they're looking to keep parity with the smokes right now versus South Built Esports. And what I find interesting about the South Built roster right now is I don't think Flippy's right here. It's gonna be Micro and Pro together with Papi Chulo instead.
So it's Micro coming on in here. As common, you know, with South Build on Split, it's Micro who comes in, subbing out Flippy, Job moving away from the Smoker into a duelist role. And we know that this dude, he had an ace on the Reyna last time we saw him here on Split, and he's certainly a very big gun that South would like to rely on, this time unleashing him for his fullest potential. No more smokers for Ja. He's going to try and take things head on. That's what South are going to come in with their pistol round as Ja goes for an early peek here. Borkum could be his first target.
Oh, Borkum not going to peek at that. And you mentioned a double duelist right now for South Belt. Ja himself can be very aggressive and very potent on that arena. And that's the interesting part. You got basically player rotations, South build side, and agent rotations on the Team Secret front. Ja, you might have seen the barrel there of Jeremy on the right-hand side, but Borkum pushes in, and Ja gets taken on down. Surprise, surprise, Team Secret with Gravity Wells ready on splits. Say it ain't so. That's one down for South build.
Heartbreaker of a pick there for Secret. Doing really good. Where was the help coming from South Belt? You can see that the wall was already committed to closing off that heaven position. Dubstep, he can bail out of a fight anytime he wants. Actually, no. His recons aren't really placed there as Jeremy finds a pick off on a micro who is a bit too committed to that position. Dispenser now helping them control the site, and the plant shall come down for Secret.
Spike planted.
Oh, immediately Jesse Bash putting that one down. Team Secret engaged towards that B site. And the high ground, well, that's the only advantage Southfield has right now as the paint shell is going to get thrown on over. Papi Chulo, though, looking to go for the push. Borkum seen already right behind that tower. And Dubstep, headhunting pro, headhunting Papi Chulo. And as this will get one takedown, but Borkum is there for the trade. Team Secrets wins the pistol, gets the pistol lead and the real lead of this game.
I think what's interesting here, too, is, you know, some teams, when they pick that chamber, they rely him to be that sole sentinel. They try and go for a different composition and have, you know, maybe more flashes, more initiating power, but not for Team Secret. They play him more like a duelist here because they already have Dispenser to get that sentinel role, to do, you know, that, I guess, to do the job that you would of a normal sentinel. And so they keep Dispenser on that as he's made his name known for, and they use Dubstep more in a dueling role here. Basically kind of like a Reyna that has to kind of pre-position himself, really place his utility before committing to a fight. That's how Team Secret are, I guess, in some sort of way, mirroring what Southfield are bringing here, which is that Reyna on the dismiss. Team Secret, they have a dismiss of their own on Dubstep, as we talked about.
Yeah, it just goes rendezvous, see will play, and Dubstep now looking to at least get one more pick off here with potentially that headhunter at the ready. You can see his arsenal right now, just full bullets on the Q ability with the chamber. And Southbolt, they're trying to line up for an entry point here in the condoms, but Ja catches out Dispenser, all the tricks and traps that the Cypher's trying to build going to waste after that takedown. Assist now with a push on forward. And Southfield trying to gauge how far they can get away with this round. Just for now, Wallace is a distraction though. Jesse Bash, look to your right. He's right there. You can feel him breathing. As this, can we actually get that surprise? But Team Secret's not gonna push. Oh, that's unfortunate for Southfield, and well, fortunate for Team Secret, who goes for the call towards A site instead.
The timing just doesn't work out. You can see Aziz making sure no one's there on the ramen. But he could be cooked if he's not careful. Borkum putting out his Astra smokes just to make sure that he can get that angle. He gets a ding off here on Borkum, but Papi Chulo not able to confirm the kill as Jeremy finds Ja. It's a huge pick off here for Team Secret to get that gun, especially as he's feeling it. But Aziz, eventually things turn around and he gets the kill that he was looking for that entire opening round, rather than entire opening minute of the round.
Yeah, Painful Snare thrown on over though. Micro over onto the high ground, but Jesse Vash shows off with the Bulldog yet again. And here comes assist now from the main side. Potential pinch courtesy of Pro.
Last player
The
standing.
guns itself not gonna be in time. Jesse Vash, one more kill for him. Jeremy is there, like father, like son. And well, that's gonna be Team Secret with another one, 2-0.
You can bet they fist bumped each other right after that. As they're one of the only few players that can fist bump each other in the Secret side based on their setup. But hey, good setup on the post plant here coming from Team Secret. You can see that they knew they had the weapons advantage. They can fully utilize that, especially on the swing here. Jeremy ducking under all those shots. That's what they need to do. And what Southfield need to do is convert this round. Defense is where they have made themselves known on split, and they've already lost the opening 2 rounds. So any much more they give up here is going to pay a big problem later on in the half.
Yeah, well, Team Secret. And they go for more of the momentum. This is just bonus time perhaps, but bro, that's quick from the Sage. Dubstep goes down. No escape for you, good sir. And here for Southfield, now, this is where their defense really shines. They have the gun parity that they'd like. In this case, they even have the gun advantage compared to Team Secret. But you can see here how narrow the map feels for Team Secret. Claustrophobic even. The amount of utilities Southfield has, they can hear that Team Secret has no real entry point except where they want them to be in.
They do have this Astra to try and even the odds. Something we know Borkum is very proficient at, but we haven't seen him yet really utilize it too much, or at least even pick it hell here on Split. They have done it in the past, but we've all kind of known Borkum loves playing that Omen here on towards Split. Stacking up to go for that A push. Dispenser, the solo lurker on the opposite side of the map. They've made their presence known because of that tripwire going off. And Ja, I believe he was just spraying through there. Gets a shot. Actually, no, he wasn't. Good accuracy on that.
30 seconds left.
Find one more to really help
enemy
confirm this
remaining.
round. There he goes. Gets the heal. And Vash left alone on the plant box. So fitting for the Sky. No regrowth to be given to his own way. This Ja gets a third. And South will convert and stop the bonus for Secret.
Maybe he can plant the seed there next time and give Team Secret the push that they need. But in reality, we just see the South build special, the defense that has made them pretty much known throughout the PH scene. And it's just really simple. The fact of the matter is they have the composition to hold things off in the angles that they want to take. They have the right players on the angles, basically, that they allow Team Secret to come on in. And not only that, they have the right timing with the rotation. So it's just a checklist for South build. And that's it. It's working out really well here so far. Team Secret gonna have guns. But the oppression here, Team Secret's gonna need to find the solution and fast.
Look, they throw the slow orb here towards that Ramen side, but don't really use it to push forward. The smoke here from Team Secret definitely did help their case out, because they know that the help on the reinforcement from South Build, if they do aggress on towards mid, can be very deadly. But Borkum's taking lots of damage in that engagement, trying to cross into the Vent Spectre in hand, but luckily for him, regrowth is online for Vash. You talked about it. This guy, he's played that Sky before, but it isn't something he's been necessarily known for. Really looking to see that at least the regrowth here, the healing capability, is helping in the end.
Yeah, and for Team Secret, we're gonna be seeing a slower pace right now until Team Secret finds a solution, because they're realizing the answer here. The earlier they can bait out South built utilities, the more time they're gonna work with. So they're gonna try to apply pressure on the fronts that they want to go on. But the thing is, we're already down to around 38 seconds. Jesse Vash with the guiding light, but I don't really think that South build is gonna fall for that as much respect. They still do have a hold over onto the tower though, but it's already a double stack towards that 8th site. And the paint shells are lobbed, but the Empress is awaiting. Ricardo gets a spot. Ja here, looking on around, checking out the high ground even. Assist with a takedown off the Jesse Vash. PPGL, the damage, Spencer and Jeremy. They'll force their hand and force the push towards that A side. But assist again on the board. Jeremy with the trade though, but time is running out. Someone has to scramble for the spike, and that's what the raise is for. But Pro, can he get the right timing here? Borkum though sees him coming. It's Micro now, all left by his lonesome. And what looked to be a good hold there by Southbelt has been shattered here by Team Secret. 1v2 from the high ground. But look at how Team Secret's positioning. They want to push into the tower while Micro drops down. Will they peek instead from the high ground? Will it be coming from the A main angle? Well, case in point, Team Secret, they're prepared here. And I kind of like where Mike is going in a way. He's going to try to go for some cover. He's running out of time. He has no intel. This is Team Secret with the bamboozle.
Initially, kind of a good hold on the side. He gets a kill on the Jeremy. Borkum's quite low, but there isn't enough time to make the round work out. He's going to have to save the rifle, and he knows that they've lost his Team Secret. Even though they weren't on a full buy on that one, mind you, they had like 2 Spectres on their side, able to make the round happen, just going fast, going in that elbow position, which Ja seemed to initially want to fight for, giving it up, going for the opposite fight, and they just get trapped out in the open. That allowed Secret to just turn things around. Pro getting caught out trying to find himself a sneaky way to get within the site. Another technical pause unfortunately comes on in. Hopefully this could be the breathing space that both of these teams will need, because you can tell they're really trying to take things slowly here, really trying to get a feel for the game.
Yeah, you can feel how narrow the map is, right, thanks to their play. I do feel though for Team Secret also, they did a good job making sure that the 50-50 was basically possible. And then as soon as you mentioned, with Southpool deciding to focus their efforts on the front line rather than having anyone to watch that back, they just got pinched there and they just got taken down. So if Team Secret can force their way to that site, I feel like for Southbelt, it will be relatively a harder retake. It seems like for Southbelt, what I'm seeing here is they do want to make it claustrophobic. They want to use utilities to stall at the right times. But also, once they force Team Secret to the side of their choosing, basically, they want to be able to have the right rotate and then suddenly be there to catch them before they can even put that spike down safely.
And for the most part, Secret, they've been pretty successful in doing that. You saw their, pro, when the plant was going down, he thought, hey, this means a gun is going to be trained at somewhere else, and the other gun is going to be potentially, preoccupied with planting that spike. So he thought he found his moment, but, well, Team Secret, they're just one step ahead. That's where they have been getting the better of SBE when it comes to like map number 1 on Bind, especially that second half. One step ahead, having the proper call, making the right, I guess, adjustment within that moment. That's where they've been coming out on top. But map number 3 here for this series, a final map, the decider map of the series. So far, not looking too good for Southfield. They got a bye going on. But this is a bye they really need to win. Honestly, actually, whoever loses this round is going to have to go hard eco, because while Southfield were able to get one, they weren't able to get the job done.
I like that we slid down the road. Yeah. My immersion. I'm absolutely immersed right now in Split. I kind of want to talk a little bit more serious before we get back into it, because you made a good point there. This was one of the cruxes of Team Secret's victory. Remember back on Bind, where they got basically the economic advantage. They made sure Southbelt was just sputtering on along, and it will hurt even more so if Team Secret gets this round win this time, because they're on the attacking side, and for Southbelt, this is the side that they bank on more often than not.
Definitely is so, and the more rounds that they can get on the defensive side, especially with Split being that statistically defender-sided map, Team Secret are looking in a pretty good spot right now. Honestly, if they get like 2 more rounds here, especially if they get 3, then Team Secret might just be golden to ending this series in their favor. Another technical pause. I thought we were ready, but apparently not.
I was given hope. Okay, so this time, guys, we got topics to talk about. And for the first topic here, Black and Blue, what is up with the Southbelt logo? In all honesty,
what are you insinuating?
No, because I get Team Secret. It's kind of like mysterious. It's like, it looks like incognito when you're looking at gift ideas for your parents online. Nothing else for the incognito tab, right? Yeah, can I get it right? Okay,
right.
Thank you. Yes. But for Southbelt, you were kind of explaining it to me, but I don't see it. How are the letters SBE in that logo?
I mean, they are like, the left side is an S. I think everyone can see that.
Okay, yeah.
I think the struggle comes on the BE, right? So the B, you see how there's like 2 rings. That's the B, and then
so
imagine the rings don't connect. That's the E on the right side.
So it's the B and the E are the same thing.
Yeah, pretty much.
I thought it was like a mask, honestly, that just lacked one part of it, that they forgot to pay the artist extra to finish the job. It's like, we're gonna work with
He's
this.
missing a horn or something.
You didn't pay all of my commission, so you get 3/4 of the project.
I mean, it is one of the more, I guess, colorful logos we do have. Like most of the logos and designs that we see from the teams that we have here in the VCT have more of like a, I guess, material design where it's a flat design. Team Secret, black and white, no gradients, no nothing fancy about it. It's just a simple design that stands out well, as we know from a top tier international org. You see other teams like Bren, obviously there's the B, there's the E, it's yellow, it's black. What else you gotta know? You see Zeal, and it's that thing.
Like
it's like a Z. It's like a Z. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
And then you get Southbelt, which there's many colors, and I mean I like the colors, but it's definitely not, I guess, uniform to many of the other organizations we have here.
I think the colors make it not obvious. Like, if it was just one solid color,
that is true,
you'd see the B and the E more. But the colors also, blue, red.
They were actually moving towards the black and gold. I mean, if you look at like the Facebook page, it's gold, or even the Twitter.
Oh yeah,
right?
I've seen the golden version. But that's more obvious.
Yeah, that was like, I guess, the idea that the org was moving towards. But I guess with them also looking at the scene and seeing like, hey, Alpha is gold, Bren is gold, all these other teams have gold. UCFC at the time, they were gold. RRQ are like black and yellow or gold.
Yeah, so it was a big golden.
So they were like, let's stick with the blue and red.
Okay, respectable. So now this leads into my question.
Yeah.
Best PH Valorant org logo.
That's very difficult.
It's even harder than just ranking the teams based on
Yeah,
their
that's
play.
actually more difficult than actually just ranking the teams, right? And who's there. Oh, it's so hard. Maybe it's only recency to me. Based on, obviously they're in the playoffs. But I do like the Oasis logo. I think their branding and their jerseys and everything is pretty spot on.
Okay. I was supposed to say that. That was my pick.
I guess we agree.
Now I have to think of something else. Who else is here? I like. Oh, you know what's a fun fact? Oh, we're gonna get in the game just before we finish this off.
That's a
now
fact.
it's esports. There's a wing spray in the game, and they all
Yes.
have that because it looks like their logos. That's cute.
Let me think. Grind Sky's pretty cool, actually.
Grind Sky's very cool. Okay,
It's like that red stuff. Nigma Galaxy, obviously.
Oh yeah.
Purple.
Oh yeah, that's cool too. Okay. Anyway, back to the game. The time where we're supposed to talk about random things is over. The time to do our jobs is now. And Southfield, they have to do their job here basically because if this keeps up from Team Secret, it's gonna snowball out of control.
Certainly the case, and we know that Southfield are a team that do struggle to come back from those kind of avalanches that go against them. Oh, okay, trying to peek and deny that Trailblazer at the end of things could have been dangerous, but they get the wall up, not destroyed, but it does materialize in front of them and hold solid for the meantime. Yeah, that's
Vandal?
a bug. Yeah, he has
nice Vandal. Vash.
Yeah.
That you are the Vandal now.
Put it in your hands, on your back.
It's inside of him basically. He becomes the Vandal. It's one of those first person. Have you ever watched those first person movies?
Yeah.
The experimental ones. It's kind of like that, but okay. Anyway, we're getting sidetracked. Guiding light to call. A bit of the utility being thrown out here by Team Secret. So yet again, TS here trying to gauge perhaps what Southwell's trying to do, but I love the fact that Southwell is looking so responsible right now, and they're not biting too hard on the Team Secret pokes.
You are divided.
Well,
30 seconds
talk about
left.
that. Here they come on and taking a bit of damage on that entry, but Jaw denies the showstopper from even happening, and he's able to dismiss away in a safety. Will he double dip for another peek? He could potentially. Oh, he gets spied out, taking a bit of damage. I think that one. Dubstep has some idea. He goes for the flash. He's gonna get denied. Actually, Papi Chulo saves him for just a second, but Jesse Bass will get the trade as soon as this does so as well. He comes with a showstopper of his own, try and blow things up on the B site, but there's nothing he's gonna find. Nothing in sight. Here comes the showstopper, not gonna connect in the dispenser. He's been hit by the cabbages of the sky, and Aziz is able to get the kill somehow still on dispenser. Down to the 1v4. Borkram all the way up top on the heavens, but he's gonna have to send him all to hell if he wants to make it happen, as Micro will get his revenge from that previous round. A Southfield come back with a perfect defense.
Yeah, I hope everything's okay with Dispenser. Seems like it was a little off there from the Cypher. But beyond that, that was kind of interesting. You had that Cosmic Divide. Shot doesn't come. I don't think really Team Secret realized he was there until they noticed, hey, you guys want to check the other side of the wall? Because no one immediately reacted to that shot. You can see it here. Ja with the takedown this time, making it work versus Jeremy. He was just there holding things off anyway to try and be a bother. And Southbolts, it was pretty clean on the retake. So yeah, I think we're gonna go back into a technical pause. Yeah, that's okay. This time I saw it come. I was like, wait a minute, Dispense, you good? But yeah, Team Secret, they lose out on that round, and we're gonna lose more time of our lives here.
Yeah, it's 8:30. Dinner was cooked maybe an hour and a half ago. But we're still continuing on because we want to close this map the way it deserves. Honestly, Team Secret, they deserve better. Let's wait for this. Let's get Dispenser back in this unfortunate round. One could argue maybe if he was fully online, if he could have came back from that. I think he was kind of hit by the cabbages. I should stop calling the cabbages the Seekers. It's just funny to say that. But
I think Southbolt had that round still, but it was kind of weird. Just like, oh wait, okay, never mind. But yeah, not to take anything about Southbolt, Ja there just being a bit of bother. Besides, of course, that I'd say it was a little too early. If you're gonna be pre-firing with the Cosmic Divide, right? You need to make sure that you're on the other side of it with your gun. Sometimes that's when the barrel is speaking out, and that's how you get caught, right? But a little too early there, and it kind of led to his demise later on. Still a bit of bother overall. Southbolt, though, it is so supreme. In all honesty, this is a defense that is worth mentioning and worth studying for many other teams because if you can't get to that high velocity to get past all of the utility South Bell in the first place, this is gonna be your problem. And Team Secret, they're bearing the brunt of it, and they're trying to solve it in a different way, in a different manner from what we've seen compared to the other teams in the group stage.
You know what's surprising to me, and it's not easy to surprise me when it comes to South Bell. I'll put that first and foremost. A lot of times, teams that do kind of turtle is where South Bell do struggle on their attacking side, and for them to do this kind of same philosophy where they kind of turtle back down, not really taking too many early fights when their composition would suggest otherwise, having both that Reyna and Raze, and especially with Papi Chulo being on that Cypher to help enable them, have him be very sly around the smokes and use his utility. No one would think they'd go on the aggressive stances, even on the defensive side, but that's just not the case. And yet they're able to convert some of those rounds. It should be a third round already for South Build, but hey, Team Secret, they were able to storm their way onto that A site on round number 4, and it didn't work out that way for South Build. But for Team Secret, they know that the game plan here is, as always, burn utility, waste those pulls, make sure those stars don't have the effect that they should have on, on the defensive side, so that when now they're in the attack Secret, they get to burn that utility as I talked about. And South Build, they know that because that's where they struggle to go up against what they go up against when they're playing other teams that do like the turtle. So it's very interesting to see that even with the composition kind of suggesting otherwise, South Build, I guess, kind of taking a play out of opposing sides' books.
I'm gonna give you a hot take I have, in all honesty.
Okay.
There's a reason why this Team Secret roster has to play slower right now, and it's because their entry player is on the chamber. And that's always been my biggest concern of having a chamber in your roster, and especially if it's your duelist player who does it, because you don't have that faster entry that basically defines what SEA and APAC meta is all about. That's why we see those double duelist roles. That's why we see some rush downs by other PH teams. And case in point right now, I feel like Team Secret's gonna be bothered by that this whole first half, because Dubstep, your usual dash on in, get those kills kind of player, he has to play that waiting game. He will be cheeky with the rendezvous, but he has to set it up, and it's gonna be only on his side. He has basically those trademarks, alarms that can tell you if someone's flanking, but Southpole is just hunkering down. So what's it's really gonna do? And if you're gonna be playing entry with Jeremy, basically, then he has to go in all alone with the blastbacks, with the paint shells, and the rest of the team has to follow, but they're not going to have that sudden speed compared to having that double duelist. And I think before I watched many of the NA VODs and seeing how the NA style plays, I really wasn't a fan of the chamber. And in all honesty, this is just my opinion, but in this situation, that chamber will make or break this first half here for Team Secret. If Southwold starts winning more and more of these rounds continuously on the defense, I really wouldn't be surprised seeing how Team Secret and their pace will be, and because of what's forced on them. And it's just like the discussion point we had the one for SBE on Bind.
It's a good point to make, Dax. I mean, what Team Secret do have at the very least is they've got Vash on that Sky, which gives them much more information gathering than SB have as a whole, honestly, combining all that they've got. The only real kind of information gather that SB have is the Boombot and the cams, the Cypher on Papi Chulo. So that's one thing that should help them out, especially on this attacking side of theirs. But lots of people would argue that on the attacking side, when you have a Chamber, barring his ult, obviously, he's kind of just like a lesser tuned Reyna. He does much better on the defensive side than the attacking side, one would argue, but on that defense, on that attack, it can be quite difficult for, as you said, for them to kind of entry their way on the sites. Now, it hasn't been proposing a big problem for Secret just yet. They're up 3-2. It is an eco, but they've got the tour de force, that sniper rifle on Dubstep available for this round, and that thing, we know, it can really cause a ruckus if you're not careful, especially if you don't expect it. But I mean, it's a very valid point to make, and one wonders if this is Team Secret coming into this matchup specifically prepared to play this composition, or if there's a bit more of a last minute thing or last week thing where they just suddenly think, hey, we're going up against SBE, let's pull a Chamber in, let's do Vash on Sky, let's change everything up, and if this is what they think is the right way to go specifically for this matchup.
No, I think it's both, honestly, because it is South built, but also at the same time, it is because they have to adjust again to the PH playstyle, and it's been that whole point of Team C that they're not in the global leagues anymore, and APAC plays it different. It's a bit more wild, so many different identities, trying to be the best that it is, and when you play in SEA, basically, it's just like, I wonder what kind of game we're gonna get here, compared where you have more structure in EMEA, where you get the NA Frag Fiesta when they want to, and it really goes to show that if you're looking from the out in, you're gonna like, what is going on? I don't really understand. But when you're in the know, and when you know what's going on, it does get sloppy, it does get dicey, but it is a pleasure to watch to see these teams fight. And I'm not gonna take it away from Team Secret. You mentioned it itself that they have the lead, and it's because they get to that site towards A. But also, that's where Southfield is trying to set up their retake potential in the first place. I haven't seen them get that mid to B take as properly as they would like because of that raise, that stage setup there in the first place. And if they don't kill Micro towards that B site from the garage anyway, then how do they expect to go for that B site? Right now, my only issue looking at the Team Secret roster is maybe the limitations that it gives. But, well, Team Secret, they're going to have to will themselves to victory, basically. It's kind of comp, and the fact of the matter is, you know that just play that chamber, shoot head, win game, headhunter, tour de force. Those are guns you can have ready at any time.
The thing is, you know, as you talked about, that lack of entry utility that they have. Yeah, they got the chamber, you got dry peek it and dismiss out, rather. Rendezvous out, to be correct. If you don't hit anything, or even if you do, just to make sure that you're in a safe position, that type of utility isn't the exact same as maybe a Jet would give here, where you get that corner clear dash. Case in point, you haven't really seen Team Secret successfully go and take that B heaven from mid, and you haven't even seen them try and fight for heaven towards A, which is something a lot of teams like to go for. It's something Southfield likes to do quite often as well. And Team Secret not having that much entry utility, even though they got the raise, even though they've got that Sky, especially for the hard flash, mind you, the only hard flash we have in this match, they still realize, I guess, what the faults of that are. And as you said, you know, that raise plus Astra plus the Sage combo is just something so oppressive for teams to go up against when trying to take that B heaven position. And Secret, they haven't even really attempted that so far, knowing just how difficult it is. And the only round where they did win B site plant is when they were able to get the kill on Micro from B main, and that was their only avenue in, and that was a pistol round as well.
I love your points, Black and Blue. You should really be an analyst.
Oh, I hope so. Thanks for vouching for me, Dax.
Of course.
Many would doubt.
I wonder what team would pick you up. I feel like a veteran team that knows your background, that knows your expertise, they'd love to have you. But hey, we're back into the game.
Want to play?
We've done
Let's
it.
play.
We talked about Smart. They're going to be seeing Southfield back on the way from the tower. Here we go again. The oppression is through. But you said it a while ago. Tour de Force comes online. And Dubstep at the ready to snipe some targets.
Want to play? Let's play, Dubstep says.
Wow. Wow. Chamber voice actor?
Oh, no. I know someone who can do it much better. Shout out to our host, Nomad, a while ago. Anyway, continuing on, we talked about how, hey, they've been kind of struggling to go for that B main site, but this time, that is seemingly where they want to aggress. Melting the wall down as soon as it pops. You have to know that Dubstep, he's crawling up this, and do not give him a peek. You give him one sliver, he's going to take a mile.
This is dangerous. They do know that the Tour de Force is out after the declaration of that chamber. But yeah, that operator basically in his hands. So very deadly and so very crucial for any kind of success Team Secret wants here. They have one Spectre for Borkum, but oh, that Spectre is down on the ground. Dubstep not picking it up, so he has pretty much all the arsenal here. Rachel still does bounce the wrong way.
30 seconds
It's okay,
left.
it's a zoning tool. That's fine. Dubstep still trying to keep things out. Team Secrets just playing it slow and steady, but they're running out of time, and they're gonna have to just go for that B side anyway.
Aziz, he has to be disciplined here. Don't overpeak. He knows there's a lot bearing down on him on his B main position. When Pro somehow finds a kill, he swings and dubstep. He's ready to try and repel this, but there's not much time left. All Pro has to do here is stay alive as long as possible. Micro gets the kill. Dubstep finding another. He's going to let them get the plant at the very least. He knows not to overpeak because Dubstep can completely run amok here. He gets a triple. He's got the headhunter. He's going to be looking for a head, but John's not going to give it to him just yet. Down to a 1v2. Vash all alone, but he's very consistent in these type of clutches. Even low HP, he's trapped between a rock and a hard place, and Southbuilt will equalize the round. But a good eco from Team Secret nonetheless.
Yeah, that was so much better than we expected with that timer. Dubstep putting in the impact with the tour de force. Vash there having the right ad that spiked down anyway. A little unfortunate though. He could have clutched it if he found those 1v1 situations. But did you see that timing from Southbuilt? One from the rafters, one from the side, and there was just no way Jesse Bash could win that even with the most monstrous of flicks. That's a 90-degree angle. If he still flicks that, I think that would be just disgusting. That would have been record-breaking. But reality sets in. We are tied up, and this oppression of Southbuilt lives on for the next round.
With Jeremy being right beside him, I don't even know he has enough table space to make that flick happen.
His mouse will go to Jeremy's keyboard. Like,
he just hits Jeremy's keyboard and flicks him out of the earth.
Well, no, Jeremy.
Oh,
Stay
poor
safe.
Jeremy.
Stay safe, Jeremy.
Stay safe, Jeremy. That's bad. Too mad that would happen. 3-3. Team Secret. They're not going to let this one slip on by idly, but Jaws got something to say. Yeah. They get the 5v4.
Is that how you laugh? Yeah. Yeah. But yeah. Oh, tripwire. Yeah. Jeremy now. Angel's gonna get thrown on over. Team Secret again, forced to back on away from this kind of setup. But Borkum, he's a little mischievous. He still wants to try and make a play towards the A tower. Got here though, holding it off. And watches out for the ropes yet again. Borkum now gets going down here. Stopachula trying to reinforce, but Ja gets 3. He's a one-man army. All you need is Ja here. And the page shells to force Jesse Bash on away. But look who's on the other side. His name is Pro. Can he get the takedown? Does find a shot off to Jesse Bash there to confirm the kill. And Bash looking for some help in the sewers. But Southbuilt, they have already found the pinches, found gets, and at least Bash right now trying to put that spike down for a bit more money here for Team Secret.
Well, in this case, no one to help in sewers for Vash. He does have the spike. He's got this Vandal in his hands.
10 seconds left.
All he really got to do here is hold on to it, stay alive, continue on for the fight next round. That rifle, who knows, could be the one thing that will maybe swing things around for them come round number 8. All things considered, though, still not a bad half from Secret just yet. We're only on round number 8, and they're only, I guess, around of disparity between Southbuilt and Team Secret. So Team Secret, if you can get like 2 more rounds, as I said a while ago, in this half, then they're not going to be too shabby for that second.
One enemy remaining.
I gotta give props there to Ja. Team Secret forced it out anyway. They wanted to will themselves towards that A site, and the Reyna just shut the door firmly there. And that's why he is towards that A site. Technically, utility-wise, the weaker side the Team Secret can get on, because they know there's a proper fragger there, and that's the Reyna. Also, one thing I want to point out, just SBE, very disciplined here on a map like this. It really goes to show their comp. As you mentioned, lack of intel. They're not going to be rushing on around to find those exits, as Team Secret now, not the best buys whatsoever.
Oh, this is the first time we've actually seen Team Secret kind of go for that ramp A heaven attack. And it seems like Southbuilt, for the meantime, are really ready to give it up. They know that, okay, we can give this up. It'll give them control of vents potentially, and obviously heaven, which is a very important part of a retake when it comes to that A site. But they know they have the weapons advantage. They know that facing that up front is going to be a big problem for them. Dubstep can do something fancy and teleport through this. Rendezvous through that trap. I'm not too sure if he's going to burn the utility for that yet specifically. They've got that B site wall, rather B heaven, barrier orb blocking B heaven, so there's no way they can crawl up there unnoticed. But Southbuilt, you can see just how far back they're playing. They do not want these engagements to be caught up close.
Yeah, just so suffocating again. You can see already ASUS ready here at the exit of the tower. Last back now gonna get thrown all over. Paintals are there as well. And Team Secret is either they go for the action dive towards that A site.
30 seconds left.
Give them that first pick anyway. PPGL goes down, but ASUS and Ja here. PPGL top build. The Esports looking to clean up nicely. Ja already with a cosmic divide protecting Jesse Bash just a little bit more. The dismiss now with the Empress. This is
one enemy remaining.
Will they see him coming? No, they cannot. This Besser sees it, but that's gonna get taken down. 4 here for Ja. And there's just no stopping him already. South build have a raid boss ready at A site, and the Reyna wreaking havoc towards Team Secrets.
One could argue the Reyna popping Empress there was a bit overkill, but hey, at least he secures the round, and it's not a super high impact ultimate, but my gosh, it's one of the best ultimates you want in a clutch situation. He uses it here early on in the half. Should have enough time to maybe get it by the end of this half, and a timeout called by Team Secret. Very well placed. I like this timeout from Team Secret. You've finally given up, 2 rounds to South Build side. Let's stop the bleeding just a bit.
Yeah, and Team Secret, in all honesty, they kept parity really well early on. They found their navigations toward the sites, but now they do have to break the momentum of the South Build house, because look at this. We saw a while ago the 2 duelists pretty much popped off in that last round. In case in point, 13 takedowns for Ja, ASUS there with 9. You gotta give it to ASUS also. His rotations from B tower towards A side have been exemplary to at least be a bother here to the Team Secret side. Ja also, how many times have we seen him just on side, clean up nicely, get those takedowns, and Team Secret just walking into the sidelines many a time. But for TS, I really feel like the problem right now has to be that lack of mobility to get up close and personal or get the off angles truly against the Reyna, the Raze, and all the frontline that South Build brings to the table, because Team Secret, they're gonna have potential flanks if South Build pushes. They're gonna have potential angles that they can take if South Build over rotates. But we have just seen absolute discipline from South Build, and they know with this composition, they don't need to go for those pushes to win these rounds. But ASUS wants to try at least.
I don't know if it's supposed to be ASUS doing that, considering he doesn't have a dismiss, he doesn't have a disengage tool. Those blast packs can be useful, but not as consistent as you might expect a tailwind or a dismiss might be. So, bit wayward there, doesn't get punished for it, fortunately for his sake. Dubstep almost finds the punish on Micro, going for that quick shoulder peek, just jump peeking him, making sure that he isn't being crept up on, kind of confirming suspicions. Now, Team Secret, this isn't too bad of a position, honestly, for them. They do have some control of B main. They've gotten all the way top mid, and this allows them to maybe flex towards that vent side or continue on forward onto B.
Well, they get to confirm towards B side that someone is there thanks to the guy in light. Bit of intel goes a long way. But here we go again. Slow Orb's gonna get thrown on over. ASUS here is just at the ready. Doesn't have the utilities anymore, so he's gonna have to fight for his life. And Jeremy will go down to start things off.
30 seconds left.
Too much.
Go on the other side.
I know
Secret will get the sheer courtesy of South position. A while ago, ASUS didn't get punished. This time he does. Bro and Jesse Flash though, it's ready, blows, dubstep there to get that takedown. And Team Secret, they finally are able to navigate towards the side. PPGL gets it covered in time though. Vash, you're right behind the boxes. But Ja is coming with the Lear thrown on over. Doesn't really see the blind onto anyone here. Guiding Light gonna be the call. Dubstep.
One enemy remaining.
Navigate the right hand side. It gets the headshot anyway. Team Secret, they're willing themselves towards the speed side, and they're trying to shoot away the opposition. Dubstep is there to step on PPGL in the end. And TS with that timeout, they find the opening that they need.
A bit of an overheat there from ASUS. Again, he got the kill, he was feeling it, they were pulled into it, but he has to expect that Secret, they're going to be ready for the swing, especially when you're all alone there. So, very, very good round to convert, and everything crumbled from that moment on forward. As soon as that heaven was given on up, very valiant effort from Ja, but Dubstep just one hit cleaner, one shot quicker. He goes for the swing. PPGL was even ready for it, but because of the information given, he knew exactly where PPGL was positioned. Now South Build forced to have to reinvest into another round, but they've got some ultimates to work with this time around.
And that's a problem here. We see for South Build, if they have to keep dueling with their utility agents, basically, they're not going to be able to take advantage of the comp they're running. And Team Secret, again, the South Build right now, fighting a bit more of they can really chew here. Dubstep with the takedown off the Micro, and with Team Secret getting hotter and hotter with the shots, the South Build setup, it's pretty much in shambles right now.
Micro not exactly having himself a great game here so far. Able to back off for the meantime. They do get the res up, but they're still down 5-4. They burn that res. They better make do good of it. They still have the showstopper here, especially on Zeal, but PPGL caught off guard, but still making the adjustment to land the shot to equalize things up 4-4. No such resurrection on Team Secret's side.
Reaction there from PPGL, and he's not done. Still once more, there's a third, and PPGL! Tip your hat, you already deserve the applause. Camera here to go for the competition. Spencer right here on the other side, and PPGL is not unstoppable. This is what Southfield is built on, the clutch king and the clutch genes. PPGL, of course, the enforcer of them all. And that's another round here for SPP.
Playing them like a fiddle there from the ropes, and that's where they hang them. Executed as well. 6-4, South built could be cleaner in this opening half of theirs, but hey, they get at least the advantage continuing on. We're going to round number 11. And this is where Secret really need to force around. You bring it 7-5, Secret have a really good chance of coming back in that second half. I believe they're going to keep this game close. There's no way we're not going to get at least, final round of regulation. Hell, even overtime. It's always going to be possible when it's these two teams up against each other. But what a masterclass of weaving and dodging there and finding his moments from PPGL.
No, I agree with you, because coming into the second half, the story is going to be completely different. Southbolt's not going to be able to press on the defense anymore. Team Secret, they don't need to push in with basically the chamber raise, and we'll see if Team Secret can catch up then. But for Southfield, building up that bank, very, very important. Upset here with the tour de force, though, setting up the rendezvous. While we're waiting for the action to kick off again, gotta say, Black and Blue, PPGL, ever since SPE got built, consistency clutch, and he has no signs of stopping whatsoever.
Well, seems like Twitch chat would agree with you, just based on the
delusional
fan accounts I've seen for him. Oh, he barely gets away with one there. He should have been dead to rights. It should have been dubstep pick. It just doesn't go that way. Luckily for Aziz, he's able to back off maybe an inch to the right, to the left. Things could have gone the other way. This is the third time he's used this angle, and he's got to get out of here. He knows he's double dipping way too much. Still somehow able to get the kill. The poke out of him shakes him and stirs him, but he's will get taken down eventually. Honestly, should have been a bit quicker.
What a chain of events. Aim correction there. Suddenly like, oh, there's a pull. Oh, he's here now. Okay, I'm going to shoot him there. And it kind of works out because they do have the numbers advantage. And PPGL,
one player standing.
No
30 seconds left.
PPGL, stop. Oh, okay, there. Jesse Bash, the real father for PH Esports, stopping him in his front there to get that takedown. And
you want to talk about old folk? Fathers?
Last round before the switch.
I'm not saying it. You're the one saying it.
I mean, let's be frank here. These are two of the biggest case in points that we're going to see of saying, like, it's a proper career.
It's gravity well. I don't understand. It helped the second time. It helped the first time, rather. It didn't help the second. This is like, wait a minute. He's sliding in. Wait a minute. The other guy's sliding in. And, well, still Southfield does go for the hold, though. Here,
what? Look at this. Double up.
Double up?
Wrong game, maybe? But hey, it's looking right. Okay.
You called him out. That's your fault.
Micro never really known for his operating
now he is
skills, but
this is it.
Okay.
You can always write a new chapter about your life. Career change, language change, identity change, whatever. You do whatever you want. And probably Southfield, they run the double off on the last round. Sapa dispenser taking out the job force. Thought they're flushed out by the Angel PPGL. Their assist though! Oh, that was an dash right in the middle of PPGL. Is just
take what's useful.
He's PPGL. Cage trigger. The Terminator. Truly. 8-4. Southfield with quite a lead built on the defense, and that is what you expect from their kind of setup on split.
Good defensive half at the very least coming from Southfield. Could have been cleaner. There were some rounds that should have assuredly been theirs, but slips away. But I will put the caveat that Southfield, they've let bigger leads be thrown. And Team Secret, they've come back from even larger odds than this. And if you guys are expecting that this is going to be a one-way show all the way through, then you are going to be proven wrong by the end of this round. By the end of, rather, of this half, more importantly. So let's go on to it, the pistol round. Let's get going. If things are going to be equalized, Dax, in terms of who's won the pistol, then maybe Southfield can get back one of them.
A harsh reality there, courtesy Black and Blue, but We'll see now, because I think really when the sides do swap the compositions, they're gonna change their focus. It really boils down to kind of this here for South Build, how they're gonna be playing those entries, see how they do rules anyway, and coming into the post plant, that's when Pop behind yet again. But here comes now the two-prong attack, perhaps. Will they commit all the resources towards the tower? No, they're gonna back on away, but at the same time, Black is a possibility. Jesse Bash will take that off the micro. Prepared for this, even though the tripwire was right in front of him. As is in the meantime, and off this goal. And here comes Starfield from Jesse Bash. Trying to shoot all the way. The goal is the better gun. With the takedown, PPGL still there, still consistent. As this finds Jeremy even. And Dubstep now all alone in this firefight. Backs on the way in the cover. Has the classic still. 2 guns to them. Picks up the ghost. Whips off the card. And 1 bullet in the chamber for this chamber. And as this will back on the way up to chaos right now. And this pistol round might see the leg finds. As this anyway towards the shoulder. And he's very dead. 1-on-1 between Dubstep and Pro. And this series of unfortunate events for both sides. Only one can be the victor. But from the high ground, Pro has the angle. And Dubstep, if he peeks, he is dead. There you go. SPE with the pistol win.
A bit too close for comfort, but hey, they wanted the kill. They're good friends with Dubstep. They all know him. They were like, yeah, you can see Poppy Jewel there even like, I want to one-tap this dude, and I don't want anything less than a one-tap. And maybe a bit of his camaraderie getting the best of him there in that last bit. Dubstep, dude, every time that he's the last player alive for Team Secret, there's always that bit of you that can believe that it's possible. No matter how low HP he is, no matter what weapon he's got, there's that sort of belief that he can make it happen. And looking at how our timer is stopped and everybody's AFK, welcome to the tech pause again.
Oh, we're back. But no, I agree. Dubstep really, the clutch potential is strong. Just a really good call to stay up on the high ground there for South Built in the end. Do have to say though, okay, we're keeping track of the stats. So guys, 3-3. This series is even on the pistol. Can you believe it? It's actually a 50 between these two teams. I mean, they're both so I think they just they just changed the coin. It's like your turn to lose. Oh, our turn to lose. Okay, no problem.
And neither of them have strung like 2 pistol rounds in a row. It's always back and forth. Who wins the first one is always going to lose the next one.
Those are your fun facts of this series. All the things that we keep tally of. I do want to say though, the true stats actually. The score line, who wins the series doesn't matter. It's all about the pistol, and they're dead even.
Our superstitions being confirmed.
I can't believe it's still working. Basically, that these tendencies they're there. I like what I'm seeing though from South Built for overall, because they know that they can go full send. But I want because you know, in that last round, it kind of reminds me of that one round we had on Haven, where Southfield decided to just go full send with Team Secret was roll. We actually see that breed of PH Valorant really rear its head between Southfield and Team Secret, the tactical squads that we have been touting play these utility and mind games for the first half. They just went in with pseudo reckless abandon and decided to go for the kills when the going got tough later on.
Yeah, it seems like them just, you know, throwing caution in the wind, taking a deep breath and putting out the sigh of defeat where like, you know, we want to play tactically, but this is Valorant. Sometimes you just gotta go for the shooty and win the bang bangs. And honestly, sometimes as much as tactics go that way, and I've talked to, you know, many other analysts in the scene about this, sometimes it's not about who had the better strat in that round or who had the better, I guess, setup or who had the better, I guess, use of utility and composition. Sometimes it's just simply the way that the timing and the kills go. And honestly, you can kind of divert things around, obviously, utilities in the game to try and influence those gunfights. But at some point, someone's going to peek someone and someone's going to get peeked. And more often than not, you got to win those peaks.
And just, we've seen here who's been winning the peaks. ASUS, Papi Chulo, and Ja. All South build right now. Technic pause. Hopefully everything's gonna get fixed. But this is actually a dangerous scenario here for Team Secret. From this point on, South build can start running away with it. They're already whipping out the Spectres to go for that full rush. They really have a big chance right now to make their setup work anyway with the double duelist entry that they're looking for. And for Team Secret, it's a bit of a coin flip. You need to have at least one of the, I'd say, suppressive agents that you have here. Jeremy, Sir, or Dubstep perhaps, to be in the way of that initial push just to get a few pickoffs. Because if Team Secret is forced to play the 5v5 retake, yes, they can have the better angles in that scenario. But Southbuilt, we're going to see that defense all over again. And we know how claustrophobic that was.
Well, we're definitely going to be able to witness that once more, potentially, as we're moving on over finally into another round. Everybody's back online in the server, in their computers, and ready to get going. Rather, on their computers. Grammatical errors here at BNB. 9-4, and SBE should be able to take this to a 10.
See now, as Southbuilt, they have the gun advantage.
Why is Borkum low?
Borkum?
I know what happened. He was probably trying to do the jump from B rafters and he fell. Yeah, that makes sense. I've seen
that makes sense. I've seen it makes sense. If he has like 85 HP, we will know. Everyone has done that if they ever played Split. But Southbuilt now, they're trying to split on the way. Sisto does get the heal. And he's going to be happy to be topped up here by Pro so far. SBE right now, trying to set up the firing range again. Ja would take down onto Borkum. Lear thrown on out to pave the way. So tap for Jewel 18 finding Dubstep. This gauge is through the window. And making play perhaps here from Jeremy, but he's spotted by the boom bot. And Ja will be making sure that enemy explosive finale for him. Just caught on the lurk. And Southbuilt just taking names and taking command. And I ask you here, Black and Blue. Right now, it's looking very, very solid for Southbuilt Esports. Can they keep up their run of just being the anti-Team Secret roster? And this is looking to be them again, understanding how their opponent plays very, very much in philosophical sense.
They certainly can, but will they actually be able to achieve that here in the VCT remains to be seen. It looks good for now, but we haven't really seen a full gun round from SB, and that is when they honestly crumble on this split attack, when, you know, they're not really known to be a great attack team on split specifically for a good reason. Just the statistics historically have not supported that claim. And so if they're able to get one on Secret here, yeah, it will add to that, but there still begs that question if, you know, well, I mean, it's not really Secret's best map either. So once they go up against another team that's great on split, like Oasis or something, or Naos, for example, or rather Zeal, apparently, that's when you really will find out if that will remain true. But Team Secret, another timeout called here. And was this the only timeout that they've called so far in this map?
You know, sometimes timeouts, they kind of blur with the technicals, I'll be honest. When the game starts, like, oh, what's going on? Oh, okay. Cool. We're going to be playing the waiting game again. But you make a good point. This is Team Secret needing to take a timeout right now, because this is the make or break moment of the series. If Team Secret loses this, I don't think they can really come back unless they have that sheer force of will to basically either play an eco state and get a thrifty win, or play for overtime. And those are not scenarios that you would want to be in if you were Team Secret. I see here for TS, though, that it does feel like they're not getting as much on the kill counts, really, with their agents. You can see Jeremy not having the pop-off game that we're kind of expecting from him. Vash here getting the assist, yes, getting the intel, but I really don't think that the intel that the Sky gets here for Team Secret leads to any kind of semblance of kills for SBE, for Team Secret rather, onto SBE. They just know that, oh, SBE is here, and that's it. That's all they get.
Well, they do have a round to convert here, and they do have the advantage as well, especially with them being a defensive side. They can pick and choose their fights, and this is a fight they certainly want. Dubstep, see, he gets that opening early pick, and he knows that he can just rendezvous away from that. He knows that that long-range engagement is one that certainly favors him, and he's going to try and take that duel every time.
Just crush them before they even start. And the beauty of the chamber now, we're seeing it's finessed in form towards the defending side. So instead, Southbuilt willing to rotate. They still have the potential to go for the entry with the raise anyway. They're going to be banking on the fact that that B site is going to be a little more clear than they would expect. Team Secret, though, did leave some traps for them. A few goodies along the way. The garage, as well as the tower take, perhaps. Going to be having that Cypher tripwire, and that's the beauty of playing the Cypher. No need to be like the Killjoy. You can just be across the map and make things work.
See Vash, it's a second flash, and that's going to confirm their suspicions that there's something to be sent through the mail here. Can we use this? Oh, spots out Tripwire at the last second. Nade on out here. He knows he's kind of trapped between the rock and a hard place, and Jeremy's going to get that kill on the pro. They get the opener on the Poppy Chulo, retrieving that rifle, which is going to be huge for their hold here on the site. But Borkum's so consistent in being that anchor here. He's going to catch Resist off guard. They're going to get the trade-off from Micro at the very least, but he's got a lot to deal with, but not much to work with. The flash comes on through. He just runs and guns him down. He knows the spike is out of reach. He gets the kill and almost brings it to the clutch. The dispenser will get the win at the end of things. 10-5, Team Secret. That's a round they should have won, and they have a bit more, I guess, expensive than they would have liked.
Yeah, that's a big bonus win there for South Build overall, because they take down 4. Could have actually been a win for Micro if he only flicked over to the right-hand side instead, but he had no intel. But this was the call to action. You want to see that. You see the guy that let you just rush on in. You didn't get flashed anyway. With a bit more punishment there towards Team Secret, as the guns are going to be out. Bulldogs, though, the buffer. Vash also with the judge. So bias right now. Team Secret has to be very cheeky on how they play this, and it's already looking good for Southfield because they're towards the garage. They take down Borkum, and this will force immediate here from Team Secret.
They have information of that. Was that just a blind spam? He gets a tag on so many of them. He's trying to retrieve that rifle. They know, actually, he knows that all he's got is a judge, and it's going to be very difficult to try and contest that site from long range with it. Jesse Vash pretty much putting himself in his own coffin. They've gotten 2 picks, just spamming the back of that site over and over.
Just jumping there, way too ambitious, looking for that rifle. And he was seen there. Ill timing, in all honesty, because Southfield has already crossed out in the open there. And Jeremy trying to hold things off. Bulldog from Jeremy! Fighting 2 immediately. Seems like a watchdog. It's an order. There's the 3rd with a burst! And Poppy Jewel now through the middle. Catches out the Spencer, but dubstep! Bulldog best rifle looking to be the truth of this series. All left now to Poppy Chulo. We've seen him clutching before in a 1v2 slate. But a sheer force of will from Team Secret keeping them alive. Dubstep now in the back. One shot for the garage, and Jeremy will get the quad there. Dude, I'm becoming a believer of the burst fire because these Bulldogs have saved the day for Team Secret.
Bulldog, a very underrated weapon, to be quite honest with you. We've been seeing it being picked up a lot more often, especially with the love that it's gotten in the past few recent weeks. And you can see that thing is super accurate when ADSing like that, can burst anybody down immediately. Jeremy was low, but he finds a perfect timing here in the Poppy Chulo. That's such a huge round for Team Secret to win, especially after giving up those 2 opening picks. They still somehow converted just basically off of the firepower that a young gun like Jeremy brings to the table.
This is what Team Secret can do. It's that real comeback potential. And they will make sure that you have to be on your A game every single time. No assumptions. All about being absolutely awake. Gotta give props though to Jeremy again. He has proven that he really fits this Team Secret mold and then some. Thing is though, TS right now will be having a bit of an interesting setup again towards this middle. You have Jesse Vash there waiting with the judge. This time he's gonna try to use it for a surprise. But I'm liking the fact that the entry points here that Southfield wants to go through immediately tripwired on up, and even if they break that trip, Jesse Vash can push on in to go for a takedown.
Yeah, this is going to be so difficult. That star is going to be very, very problematic for Southfield as soon as they ring the alarm bells. They're going to pull this Lear out, and they're going to get pulled back, and actually that works out for them. They're able to bait out all the utility here and make Jesse Vash vulnerable. And yeah, importantly, they burn that utility. They now know that there's no more star to replace, but they have to be careful because of this judge. And Jesse Vash, he's going to win that fight every single time, and he's going to still stay on it. So if you're SBE right now, you're kind of in a kerfuffle. Do we continue here and face that judge? Or do we back on off?
Yeah, there you go. Back on off. Will he actually decide to go for the back chip up on in dispenser for the takedown? Poppy Chulo at least making the classic count, but the action shots there from Team Secret allow them to capitalize on, well, this action. Poppy Chulo
10
pro
seconds
though.
left.
And the
One
action
enemy
goes to
remaining.
the side. Jeremy already shooting down Poppy Chulo. And Team Secret, the stations are true. Get past 1. There's still more to come on the other side. And Team Secret now, they're stringing along these wins here, Black and Blue. They're getting the victories that they need to get back to the...
Inching closer and closer. Now would be a pretty good time for Southfield to call timeout. Don't even let them get within reaching distance, because they're a few breaths away from potentially doing that. Only 3 rounds separates these 2 teams, and we know that Southfield, they do struggle on these attacking sides more often than not. And more importantly, now Dubstep, he's got his tour de force. He's got the operator to use here, and that is something that Southfield could really want to take offline.
Yeah, this is where
You want to
Satchel
fight
needs
it?
to
Okay.
hit those right targets at the right time, basically. They know who will pop them off, and who is going to be the biggest threat here. And if they can catch out, perhaps that Raze even, it's going to be a big help. But Showstoppers looking to clash. Fireworks Fiesta yet again. Jeremy finding shot after the takedown on Spencer, and here comes Dubstep for the whittle down fire. Gets a bit of help along the way. Team Secret now back in formation. Trailblazers searching on around behind the Cosmic Divide. No one cheeky though, courtesy of Salts. They're trying to crawl their way towards this high ground, but this is Pro right now looking for any kind of targets. Team Secret though concentrating his forces towards that A site specifically. If Southfield realizes the numbers here, they might be able to go for a potential rotation. The ropes are still there if they can get on through to the other side. And Papi Chulo, he's the one who's willing to dare and go for the push.
They haven't made a single sound, but Jeremy, you can see him watching that. Here comes a flash, and that's going to give him away. It actually does pop and give him the information that someone's there. Papi Chulo almost getting his hat
left.
taken off by Jeremy.
Trap
He's able to
destroyed.
continue on. They do spot some of the gadgets here, some of the traps that were placed by SB, but now they're going towards that B side. Borkum is here, very close though. He has to be able to win this fight. He's able to only take down one, and Fro only an orb away from his ultimate. Unfortunately, it's not going to come online when they need it the most. They can get the plant here,
10
but it's still a
seconds left.
2v3. Something we haven't really seen from Southfield work out in their favor.
Yeah, he's gonna get the reds here, but the problem is where are the corpses? Give him a course, as the Cypher usually says. And will he make the trek all the way to the spawn? I don't think so. Instead, watch out for the alleyway and be a bother from any tower takes here from Team Secret. Chamber though at the ready again. Gonna be alongside Jeremy. Dubstep and Jeremy have been so potent together so far. But if they line up here, Micro
player
potentially
standing.
go for the collab. But look at that, the crouch on one, the aim on the other, and Jeremy will get the get that takedown. Here comes Probe, and down he goes. Jeshi Bash with the kill, and it's another one from Team Secret. They're still alive here. They're getting back into it, and Southfield, the wolves on the side, are hurting them where they're trying to finish off the job.
This is what we talked about, Dax. They're never out till it's done. And Team Secret, you can expect that they're going to come back and bring us a close game. Whoever thought this would be a one-sided show, well, you are going to be very, very mistaken here. Jeremy and Dubstep, with them sticking together on so many of these fights, is such a big problem for Southfield right now. That two-headed spear has been a big force that Team Secret have relied on time and time again throughout the group stage week number 2. And once again, you can see them relying on that duo to make things happen here in the playoffs. So Team Secret, weapons advantage, everything going their way right now. They should be able to tie this within a single round of each other.
Look, the thing is, they're part pro player and part Cerberus right now. These guys are just guarding these gates many a times together. Now, Jesse Bash will get the confirmation. That's Southfield trying to go for a bit of those mid takes. A while ago, you know, the intel that Team Secret could guard, oh, okay, they're there. But it really didn't matter as much because Team Secret was forced out anyway towards the other side. They just got that earlier intel. But here and now, it's more effective on the defense. They notice when they have to stay. They'll notice when they can actually go for the rotation with those guiding lights. And it's up to Southfield to try and outplay and outfox perhaps that intel garnering from Team Secret, as Papi Chulo, he's a hero this team needs.
Well, Ja, he's lurking all the way towards the other side on his lonesome. This Cam from Dispenser should spot them out if they ever move on forward towards that heaven position. Has spotted them. Hasn't tagged them up just yet, though. They do find that camera, and now the jig is up. Now they know what is up, and Ja, you can see him running away there from
30
B
seconds
main.
left.
Nate is going to keep him at bay. But there isn't much time to work with. Not much to use as well in terms of the arsenal that they've got. Walling off this CT to make sure nobody comes in on the free rotate. Nate is going to make Jeremy vulnerable on that pull. They do spot Micro out with a tag as well, but Dispenser, he's very consistent, and they line up for him. He finds a double for one. 2 birds, 1 stone. Dispenser finds. He's within the sight. They know he's somewhere here. He can't find the time. He gets the 3rd and the 4th potentially at the end of things. As the clock is running out, Dubstep will help him, and that connection working out for Team Secret. SBE only have a round to give right now before they're tied up.
DNZ are there again. Dubstep and Dispenser, the support system still works here and absolutely online. Another wolf for Southfield. Timer ticking, they were forced on out. And you mentioned it, it was just perfectly placed here by Dispenser. Got the trip on one, and well, Micro, that's it. They landed there by Dispenser. Team Secret playing really well now on the defense. This is where they're shining with basically the harder set in terms of composition. But Dubstep, where did you go? Did you disappear? Because Ja erases the chamber from existence immediately. No rendezvous whatsoever, no exit. As that was such a quick pick off here for Southfield.
They pull the, well, I guess the pull basically to kind of burn itself beforehand by using that boombot to bait out the utility here. There's a one-way already prepped, as you can see. In case they do continue to aggress on site, they're waiting for a response. Borkum does find that information with the jump peak. The rest of Team Secret are already prepared to fend them off. They do have the ultimates here. They've got that Cosmic Divide, and they do have the Neural Theft as well on Dispenser, who's still on the A site. South Build, they take their time on this a lot. They live and die by the timer, but the clock could send them knocking.
Yeah, that's the thing. They haven't seen the clock be their friend this series. And while PPGL is trying to bank on the potential anti-lurk there, flank rather, it's SB now so it's that fight. Shot with the kick down onto Jerry. Borkum though with the answer. And the ass pop off here for the high ground of PPGL. Here comes the Zeal, who catches out Jesse Bash. Borkum tries to go for the spray. The flashback will fend him off. And Micro is there for the takedown. All left out to Dispenser. Micro gonna be on the board yet again. And that's what Southfield has been looking for. The trade system comes back online. And it's 2 more rounds till their potential victory.
That's the trademark Southfield execute. They get that space, they get that control, and even with only one avenue in their control, just B main. Normally, you'd kind of want to have a split at the very least. You know, you split B main and you have someone go throughout that Kevin position, which late lurk PPGL did do. Even with that, they just wait and wait and bide their time. Wait for the proper moment to pull it out, and when they do, they make it work out in the end. But now, the operator has come out from Dubstep, and this is where he can be terrifying. This is where he's the most formidable in Southfield. They have to be prepared to counter this.
Yeah, technically the next 2 rounds you can have an operator one, Sword of Force ready on the other. Force to be reckoned with truly here. That Southfield needs to read as soon as possible. B&B, that was a good BPB from Assist a while ago.
BPB?
Blast back boop.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, remember? Borkum got flung over. It's like, oh, okay.
He loves doing that. He loves messing about them with that blast back. But this is something Jesse Vash loves, but Job this time prepared. He died to it once a while ago, and Vash pulled it out. He's not going to let that repeat.
Yeah, not going to be a fool there twice. And well played indeed by Southfield to get that read. Borkum, though. Nebula doesn't see PPGL in time. Yes, he does. But the trade comes in from Micro yet again. Southfield enters system, working out well for now to give them the advantage. Here for Team Secret to go for the retake with that operator, and Jeremy will try, but Dubstep to the forward despite 5 down, gets rid of Micro. Jeremy with 2, the patients are perfect, and he's ready with the fireworks yet again. Now the lob comes, Dispenser gets the intel, and the pink guard there, but John with the takedown onto the race. There we go with the disengage. Dispenser right now going for the shots, Fulger, and Team Secret, they still set it up well anyway, 11-10. But you can see celebrations abound on the arrival of Jeremy. That raise was the biggest part of that defense.
That wouldn't have worked out on that retake if not for the perfectly placed pain shell there coming from Jeremy. Borkum, he was able to find that one towards B main, and you would have thought that maybe Pro, he'd go for the res immediately, run to B main, confirm that 5v4 at the very least, or 5v3 rather, and make things work out, but it doesn't turn out that way. And just Jeremy turning things around. And they are going to be keeping the hairs abound for Southfield up on the back of their necks. Timeout. First one called for Southfield. Maybe a bit too late. But hey, the damage has been done. And Secret, they're 1 away from tying the game.
Yeah, the wishes be granted perhaps here for Team Secret. Southfield, though, they're understanding that Team Secret is back on it. I really feel like the momentum built by Dubstep and Jeremy has brought out their best talents yet again. And we're seeing here from Team Secret right now that they have such a reliable duo between those two, especially perfectly placed, perfectly timed. And the sync is one of the best parts here between Dubstep and Jeremy, basically. They're always ready to either go for either double peek or the crossfire. When one is watching one angle, they have the other for the utilities for either the navigation, the flush out, or just the flank coverage. And Team Secret, they just have a complete package right now from what we see from them. Southfield, they're gonna need to unbox this soon, or else it's gonna be Team Secret looking for that win.
They've got some ultimates here for South Built, but they have to be careful to not overcommit them on a potentially losing round here, especially when you're on the eco. It's not a round you're expected to win, and so I know that sometimes they like to turn things around with those ultimates, but it can be misguided and misplaced. The operator, once again, alive for dubstep here, so they're gonna leave him all alone towards this A side. Oh, Jump was a mishap there, but he gets to the side, and Borgum's able to defend as this off for the meantime. But the double kill comes in for the Southwell side, even with the frenzy. Still, all is not done. We've seen Secret come back from these type of rounds, and even against the eco, you have to know that Secret can turn things around.
But this is huge here from South Built. Optimism abound in the 4v2 slate, picking up a few rifles along the way. Make that 5 with the resurrection, and they're gonna need to clean up nicely. Dubsto with a takedown. Jeremy is right there to play bodyguard, perhaps, and there you have it again. The dynamic duo still keeping it on in the first place. Dubsto staying on the high ground. Papichulo now finds the raise. Thrifty all alone, given Phantom is down with 3, and a thrifty win from Southfield to break the bank and decide to win out this round. Match points for South Built Esports. It's been a long, winding road to get here, Black and Blue, but SPE are finally here.
I know exactly. Well, when the going gets rough, this South Built squad gets up. They've built their foundations from the ground up to be able to counteract this Team Secret squad, even when they were Bren Esports before under that banner. They're one round away from doing that, but Dax, we predicted an overtime. I think this is what we're going to get. Dubstep, he's got his tour de force, which has to come in crucial in this round. This is the only round he's gonna be able to really use it in, and so let's see how will that play into effect.
And because of that, they also have a bit of money to go for the triple rifle here. Bucky on Jeremy. A gamble, perhaps. A showstopper at the ready. But Team Secret, they need to work with whatever they have. Trademarks now. Get the detection. Southfield here looking to go towards that A site. Pinch is already ready here between Aziz and Ja. The only wonder is where's the other rendezvous? Okay, it's a kill here. You get on out safely, and there you go immediately. No stab on the fingers, though. He's still watching for the angle even more so. Southfield right now, they didn't go for the push. They can't go for the pinch. And instead, they have to go for the rotation.
Big mistake. You can see he's got the camera there. Why dry peek it? He did check it, and here now comes out that neural theft. And they now know every single piece of information. The vial is up. The guys has been given away, and now Southbuilt, they have a very difficult option here. Do they continue to that B site, knowing that Team Secret are going to expect the push? They spot Vash out to drops in hell, but he's spotting them more importantly, and he can get back to a safe position.
30
you can see
seconds
Southbuilt really trying to be dire for timing. Michael, what is he doing? Why does he have his knife out? Borkum punishing him. Are we going to that final round of regulations? It does seem to be the case. John's going to get punished. Jesse Vash getting the kill. Here comes the Secret to try and find everything, and they're really getting everything going their way. As Jesse Vash gets a triple, we're going to the final round of regulations.
Have you ever seen an Intel swing? Because that was an Intel swing! Just running, gunning, dropping down to get confirmation that, oh, they're pusher. And Jesse Bass, but yeah, Micro, what's up, my friend? A little unfortunate there. Borkum with the punish, but this was just Jesse Bash getting out of dodge and getting in position for a beautiful triple. Showstopper did come on out though, so at least a small silver lining perhaps here for the side of Southfield. Of course, Tour de Force used and the Neural Theft. So a few less utilities here, ultimates rather, for Team Secret to work with. But this is it. Perilous fates of Southfield here hanging on the seesaw. One round. Team Secret forces overtime when we continue on.
That is certainly a possibility. Look at how many guns are trained towards that B main filter as they come on in. That's an angle that's certainly not going to go on Southfield's side. They want to go for this B site knowing all they've got is a bunch of Spectres and 3 rifles. So they want to keep the fight close, but Team Secret, they're readily accepting of that fact. They know that, hey, you want to really play this thing close, let's do it. Put out the wall to try and bait out utility. Here comes that pull. Won't really catch much off of it, though. They've got 50 seconds left on the clock to work with. Ja, trying to peek on it. I'm not too sure how much success he'll find.
Well, Team Secret now realizing they're still up there. Neither side, though, did bite on. that V-long push basically.
You want
Team
to
Secret
fight it?
not going for the off angle on the side. Southbuilt not going to be rushing through it, and the wall now gonna get used by Southbuilt
30 seconds
over on the
left.
left side of the barrier orb. But they're trying to bait out something towards the A side with the Cosmic Divide instead. Team Secret though, still no fools. Assist now. Going for the tower take here. Jeremy the utilities. And this is where it can get dicey, but Jeremy has to back completely. This gives tower control to Southfield. Papi Chulo would take out the Spencer! He finds two there! Barkham is in position wall! But Cyclone's down with the trade! And they have to rush on down! Spike needs to be retrieved! Jeremy Gale and Micro! You only had microseconds of time to put this one down! Team Secret though with the regroup. No! Oh! He didn't make it in time! And that's it! That's overtime!
Switching
I
sides.
thought for sure he got the plant
Overtime.
down within just a sliver of it, but it doesn't work out in the end. Dispenser, what a transfer! And that's why you buy the Phantom, kids. We're going to overtime. We predicted it, we called it, and that's what we're given. In that scramble, Micro and Ja fight back, but just couldn't get it in the end. That small kind of stumble, that small fraction of a second was more than enough for Team Secret to secure the round.
Dude, it's heartbreaking though. It looked to be 4 seconds on the timer, but in a blink of an eye, we go to overtime. Yeah, hope close for Southbuilt, but you mentioned it. Dispenser, the Phantom at the ready. It was already a great effort there from Southbuilt to flush out the tower holds from Jeremy, but it still didn't go up to par, and we're not done. After all these tech pauses, after 2 incredible maps, and a third one that's still here. The series that was promised. For better or for worse, round number 1 here, Black and Blue.
25, really.
No, I mean, the
yeah, I
upper
know,
bracket.
I know.
No, I want to make sure you...
Let's clear things up, but yes, opening round of day 1. And still, obviously, this is such an exciting match. Tension is high. And these guys, they have high aspirations of what to convert. ASUS is playing this angle. He's made his presence known. He has to pull on back. That pull could be crucial. Could be a concuss as it comes into it. Here comes the nade. ASUS completely blind. He's going to get picked off by this if he's not careful. And that's a perfect nade and a perfect combo coming in. But Pro goes on the trade.
Combo there from Team Secret. Shades of perhaps different kind of shooters, but they made it work to get that takedown for free. Borkum though trying to set things up. Pro dropping on down, but he's still dead. And this
30
knocked down
seconds left.
with that Phantom. He is making the absolute mysteries here. But down from above finds 2 even. 2v2 right now in high octane action. Papi Chulo finds the Spencer there. And it's all left to dubstep with only 18 seconds left. Smoke though covering his push. Papi Chulo really show on up. Missing with the cards. Now dubstep gonna make it out the flat. Clear the play. Finds the headshot anyway, but Papi Chulo, he will not fall. And Southbuilt keep themselves in the lead
Switching
here after
sides.
that first round of overtime.
Match
Holy goodness! Dubstep, you believed after he hit that flick versus Ja, I thought he had Papi Chulo's name right next to
30
him.
seconds
But
left.
still, Papi Chulo coming in the end. Ja, what a great time for
down,
him
B.
to come in from the
One enemy
Raptors there
remains.
and apply pressure. Papi Chulo, of course,
found my
finding
trap.
the last 2 kills of that one.
enemy
And this is where you can just see all of these players are so on point, are so capable of turning any round right around their way. And here we go. Do we go to another overtime, or will this be the last?
Yeah, Team Secret, they're over chasing, honestly. Ja found the opportunity after Southfield realized everyone went after that Raptors position as they dropped down. Team Secret, they got hit in the back. They got hit in
There.
front there in the end by Papi Chulo. But truly now, will we go for more? Southfield here at the present victory. Can they do it yet again versus Team Secret? Borkum now. Do or die time. Gonna get peeked by Pro and Southfield. That's the first pickup that they need. No more controller options here for Team Secret. Gravity Wall's gone. Smokes are gone. And Southfield building up more and more of a potential victory here.
The Battle Sage and Pro, he's definitely a mage of wisdom. Making sure to check that corner. He knows every play in the book, and that one might have even created back maybe 10 years ago. 13-12. And Team Secret looking to tie things up. We asked for overtime. We predicted it by all means, and that's what we're given here. And now Southbuilt crawling their way towards this A site. This cap one that has been very powerful for Team Secret a while ago. They can try and make her enemies able to dodge all those tripwires. Fortunately for him, and he gets the kill on Dispenser. He was trying to remove the Leer from being effective, and that opens up every single trap that was placed here. He's still running on Dispenser, but that's this! He's gonna go insane! And he pulls out the showstopper to end this shebang! And South Built make it happen!
Attackers
Finally
win.
in the VCT, they take Team Secret 2-1.
Built beat Team Secrets, and they've done it finally on the official circuit. Southfield Esports moves on to face off against Now Esports tomorrow. Team Secret to the bracket, but that was the matchup that was promised. The prophecy has been foretold. And there you go, Southfield does it again, but finally in the stage they're supposed to do it on
That's not a single
overtime.
smile. Not a single smile.
Dude, all business there from Southfield. Oh.
They know the job isn't done just yet. This is only the first step for their domination. Very wonky start in the group stages. Very wonky start for this series. But as we know, sometimes Sleeping Lion just takes a bit of a while to wake up, and that is when their roar can be heard. MVP on the side of SBE for Ja, and I still have to commend dude Dubstep. What a performance from him. This is the first time we've seen him on the chamber. It's a very good case for him to stick to it.
He's gonna be potent there, especially when he has Jeremy right beside him. There were rounds that they kept together, but I also give props to both ciphers. Spencer there keeping Team Secret alive, and Papachulo clutch per usual. What else is there to say? But really, that was just perfect Reina play from Southfield. The timing was perfect on the defense, on the attacking side. Opportunities that Southfield would never go to really waste when they found them with the Reina. And while Team Secret mounted that comeback there in the second half, you can see here in the first Black and Blue, that Southfield defense is one of the scariest things to deal with when you don't have the sudden speed to get on through.
And if it wasn't for that ironclad defense of Southfield, honestly, it should have been cleaner. It could have been a 9-3 by all means, or even more, because of those swings that were given up that should have been in their favor. If he did get that lead early on, we could have been looking at a very, very different end of the series, because the attacking side was rough by all means for that Southfield side, just really struggling to get anything much going. It was Team Secret with that momentum, even taking quite a while for Southfield to call that timeout. In the end, they get the job done, but they know the battle isn't over just yet. They do it finally here in the official circuit tax, one that has eluded them so far. This matchup, we haven't seen it yet till the day in the official VCT, but my God, does it deliver.
I can't believe they're moving forward. That's the thing. Is the curse finally broken? Is this Southfield's time to show themselves to the region? They have defeated Team Secrets, but in all honesty, they're not even the biggest threat right now based on the momentum from the group stage. There's so many more other teams that Southfield needs to prove themselves, but this has been a long time coming. This has been basically a year of a prophecy, something Southfield has been wanting to do for so very long in VCT. And let's just let them enjoy a sweet taste of victory, even though they know right now that the job is done. But can't believe much overtime, so much clutch potential from every single one of them. And this is a match that deserves a rematch down the line. This is a match that hopefully can happen yet again in the near future. Because if this is what Southfield are really meant to be, well, this is just going to be peak VCTPH, basically.
Exactly, and you know, we talked about the Dispenser, Dubstep, everybody, you know, Jeremy especially from that final map, but I still really want to give props to Jesse Vash on map number 1, especially when people, you know, tout him as not a flashy player, a player that maybe gun skill wise isn't as to the same level as Dubstep and Dispenser and all these other players are. Jeremy, Witz, you name him, Borkum, but still he gets the job done during bind. And honestly, if it wasn't for him, I do think it would have been a lot more closer on that bind map, and he was the biggest reason in my book for why they won bind. But in the end, if Southfield comes out 2-1, Dax, we asked for overtime. I thought we are gonna get a second overtime by all means, but we are far overdue overtime. We've only had 2 series a day, and we're already almost, you know, halfway through the night. So anyway, guys, before we continue on, Dax, we're gonna go to the panel in just a bit. Let's take a bit of a breather. We'll come back to you with the panel for this to talk about the game.
Test me.
Yeah. 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 The rise before the fall, the glide before the rule, the eyes that saw the soul, the cheer before the goal. I'm here to let you know. I'm here to let you know. Yeah, I sky gaze over my taste. Like Peter, this is my space. I'm spacey, I'm crazy over breakbeats. Space gazing in my safe haven. I make statements that embrace waking. Awaken, I'm woke. Taking the road to pull you ashore. The celestial scope. The stars explore in your inner. The starts at the core. Inner space and more. Your body's a planet for sure. Nurture it with the words I've written. Scribe like highlights. Flying saucer. Supply the order, it's the author. Walking on air. Walking on water. Blending between borders to let you know. This is here to support you. The blend. The blend. The blend. Uh-huh. The blend. The blend. Uh-huh. The blend. Yeah, yeah. Yeah. Second verse after the first. Take control with words, roll reverse, the rebirth of verb from inside out, outside in. We control the earth frequency. The heart of the world beats in me. It beats on beats as we breathe deep. Oxygen from trees feed. Gift in our gift. This right here, proof we exist. Mind state is gravity, the way you uplift. Across seas swift, water quench thirst. There's a shift. Set sail like shit to find other lands. The motherland, sun is planned. With the words I'm writing, I'm fertilizing. The earth to rising, realizing. Global warming and the sea is rising. Pollution the planet needs metabolizing. Full of fire like a dragon fighting. Creating hot springs when the pressure rising. It's ever rising, but I'm never frightened. Cause the days will brighten. Yeah, the blend.
Everywhere I go, the people really wanna know who I is and who I be. They stop and stare when they see me. If I said it once, no need to repeat. Run up on me, watch you fall to your knees. Tip my hat when it's time for the kill. Ain't no beast when you're really real. I am the boss, I am the dawn. I am the one they call Lucky Charm. Got my own shit, I don't need your farm. Life was so hard, it made me weak. Built to last, this girl ain't weak. Sturdy and still when I plant my feet. Got it out the mud, now it's racks in my sleep. Look to God, he supplies my needs. Endless faith is what brought me next level prosperity. Silent power moves is what I'm giving. They love to hate the world they can't live in. Always present for the high roads. Go swim within the deep lows. Low. What told the future? Who knows? I don't do it for the likes, I do it for the love. Do it for the ones who really needed a hug, cause they had it tough, never had enough. Feared, loved, and respected. Using words as a weapon. Test and she. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is
Wow, it came down to the wire. It came down to not regulation. We went to overtime. It was a 3-game series. It was a nail biter series, but we still have the story here. The trilogy of the South Built Esports and Team Secret, the matchup is still going on to the side of South Built Esports 2-1. And what better way to discuss the post game here than with the casters that casted that game with Black and Blue and Dax. I'm Nomad, by the way, and Black and Blue. South Built Esports really came out swinging. They finally proved their worth here, that they're better than Team Secret in terms of resetting their mindset in the playoffs.
At least on their specific matchup between these two teams, yes, that is the case. But one remains to be seen if they can replicate that success internationally. But so far here in the playoffs, they get step 1 of the job done. We'll continue on. Dax, I think you have some opinions on this.
We saw so much already, all throughout the process. But in all honesty, I'm just amazed that it's finally happened. That it's both like, oh, it finally happened on February 2022. Then VCT Southwell has taken down Team Secret, but better late than never. And this has just been really one of the bigger reasons why Southwell has been gunning for Team Secret and that top crown with PH scene.
Yeah, and it's a long day coming. Finally on the official circuit, South Built Esports finally got their victory against Team Secret, but we kind of have to look at the highlights of what happened there, because a lot of things happened. Like, all the maps were nail biters. I would say that Haven was a little bit of a nail biter for myself, but let's focus on Bind here. It was close fight in the first half. Second half, things started going on Team Secret's way, and Dax, what was the main takeaway here? Was it really the working time that made everything possible?
I really think here, coming into Bind, for Team Secret, it just was those penultimate rounds on their attacking side. As soon as they got the economic advantage, they just never let it go. And really, Jeremy, Jesse, Bash, big proponents of success. When they got that gun advantage, they also took site advantage. And from that point on, their offense just did not spot them. But here on Even, it had to be a bit of a reversal of fortunes, because South Built, they're the ones hungry on the attacking side. And it really looked to me that they were proving that they understand this Team Secret playstyle, that they have trade system at the ready. And honestly, that epic finale from South Built with the Blade Storm, with the shots there from the Jet of Assist, that is going to be a memorable moment. I do want to give this point out though, for South Built, there still are those struggles to close out these games, but at the same time, the way that they finish it off, it's just incredible to see.
That was just
yeah. Go.
Yeah, sorry. I was just about to say, because from Haven all the way to Split, it kind of looked like South Built Esports were kind of struggling in closing out the maps there, Black and Blue.
Definitely so. It's a symptom of their playstyle, very high risk, very high reward. They really like running that clock on down. So as I said, they live and die by the sands of time, and sometimes they just hollow away a bit too much. Something that has bit them in the back time and time again for these rounds. It almost did end the series in this case. You see that late round push, you see these late round kills, and Micro, because of that late time, I guess push from them on that B site. Who knows, if they had more time, maybe he could have gotten that plant down. I mean, he was like a fraction of a second away from it. Assist, though, as we saw, he ended that map number 2 in such spectacular fashion. But consistently throughout this series, it was Ja giving them that lifeline. No matter on the Smoker, no matter if he's on that Reyna, he's always been so consistent, and he gets them to the finish line. Maybe a bit slower than they would have thought, maybe a bit longer than it should have been, but they get the job done anyways.
He always has something to say. Nomad, he always has something to say about South Built, this Black and Blue.
Yeah, I know, right? But I'm pretty sure that our Republic of Gamers Series MVP, Ja, has a lot more to say. 228 ACS to him, 1.5 KDA, and an average of 18 kills per game all throughout this 3-game series. That's still a feat that's still a feat that's hard to come by, especially here in the playoffs of Challengers 1. Now, this is a better looking South Built Esports. It was, we pointed it out that they kind of struggle in closing out the games. They run down the time. And tomorrow, they're going to be going up against NOW's Esports, and we'll touch that up a little bit. But I just want to say that this might be playoffs contention, South Built Esports. Is this a playoffs mode, South Built Esports, Black and Blue?
We have to kind of see a bit more to really be able to claim that, but they're looking a bit more in form for that secret match. But then again, you know, it's a known fact that there's the one team that South Built are the most prepared for is that Team Secret squad. And so going up against Naos, it's a team that it's the only team that they haven't been able to win a series against during their Group B stages. They lost, yeah, of course, to every single team during their week 1, but week 2 they came back against every single team as well, aside from Naos. So Naos, if South Built is the kryptonite from Secret, Naos could be the same exact weakness for South Built.
It's redemption, man. Just redemption time possibility for South Built. And if they take that momentum, simply put, from Team Secret, the victory they've been looking for, they can focus on the other contenders right now to those APAC slots.
Yeah, well, with all that being said, South Built Esports is going to be facing off against Naos, and Team Secret is going to be on the lower bracket, waiting for their opponents. And with that, we just have to have a word with the man of the hour himself, our ROG MVP. Ja is on the line here with Donut with an exclusive interview to give us his insights.
I am honored to be here with the ROG MVP. Hi, Ja.
Hello.
This is Ja from South Built Esports. Actually, the panel was saying that they were very, very excited for this matchup. So, how did you express the comeback in the matches earlier on?
I think parang ano kami, nag-reset lang ulit kami. Kumbaga kung ano yung ginagawa namin sa practice, ayun na yung dapat gawin. Kumbaga by the book na dapat kami. Ganun.
So a mental reset and also reset in terms of the strats is very, very important for you to get back on track. But I do have a question though. So they're your nemesis in 2021. Do you think they were playing the same game back last year as to this stage now in VCT?
Medyo yung parang ngayon mas ano sila, mas mabilis sila mag-react sa mga nangyayari. Kaya medyo parang kami nahihirapan din kami. Ayan.
Fast to react, and I think that was shown in the map of Bind because it was a slow map for you guys. Initially, losing the first series would be a feels bad, man. But did you feel that when Jeremy got the ace, was it really more of a threat or a loss of hope for you guys?
Siguro hindi. Same pa rin yung ano namin, iniisip namin kahit naman naka-ace or something, parang ito, gawin pa rin namin yung kung ano yung role namin eh.
Okay, that's good. At least you have that mental reset, which is quite important. But feels good, man, was map number 2. In terms of your holds, I think it was very stellar. Can you tell us more about the anchors and how you were able to defend the sites properly?
Siguro yung nangyari nun, parang ano lang, maganda kasi yung comms namin that time eh, na kung ano yung mga nakikita namin, sinasabi namin sa kanila kung ano yung dapat gawin, ganun.
So communication is key for everything else, especially for the map of Haven with 3 sites in the mix. It's good, and it was shown very well in map number 2. But I do want to go to map number 3, which is split. So I want to know your opinion about the chamber pick of dubstep. So do you think that it worked out for some rounds, and why do you think it didn't?
Siguro depende rin kasi sa sa playstyle nila eh, kung paano nila lalaruin si chamber eh. Kumbaga parang nasa sa kanila na talaga yun eh. Ganun.
So did you feel that it worked for some of the rounds? Can you express more?
May mga times na talagang nagagamit siya si chamber, pero may mga times din na hindi eh. Ganun.
So it really would depend on the playstyle and depending on the response of your opponents. But you did respond well. But now it's going to be a different response for tomorrow's game. What do you think about your games against Naos tomorrow? You think you'll break the bond of the Paro G gang?
Siguro kung ano yung mentality namin ngayon, kung ano yung ginagawa namin kanina, confident kami na ayun, makakalaban namin sila din. Confident nga kami na siguro may feel ako na mananalo kami bukas eh. Ganun.
Confidence against confidence, but I really like your mindset that even though there are losses coming from the group stages, even here in the first game of the playoffs, you still managed to reset yourselves and prepare to win this series. So again, we'll see your confidence tomorrow. Thank you so much,
Thank you.
Jack, for joining us for the interview. That concludes our exclusive peek at SBE, but we go back to the panel. Nomad, Black and Blue Dax, to the panel.
Thank you so much for that wonderful interview, and Ja, the ever so concise person that he is, still delivers his point across. But with that being said, we're gonna have a look at the brackets tomorrow. Everything has been shooketh in terms of, well, me personally, from what I'm expecting to go in the upper bracket because my predictions weren't right. And now here we go. Oasis versus Action PH tomorrow. Naos Esports versus South Built Esports. And then the losers of those two games will go up against Zeal Esports and Team Secret. They're going to be knocked down to the lower bracket. And every single match from the lower bracket is that. One last try to maintain their composure in the lower bracket. One last gauntlet to make it into the grand finals. And Black and Blue, it's going to be one hell of a show tomorrow.
For sure. And, you know, coming into this, thinking of the group stage, thinking of VCT, you know, PH stage 1, nobody would have expected Team Secret to be in that lower bracket this early on. And I would even argue that most other teams here probably wouldn't have been able to do that, and Team Secret would have continued on. But South Built, they might not be the best team in this playoffs right now, but they are the best team to counteract Team Secret. And so far, historically, they are statistically as well, you know, the most successful at doing that. So maybe they just met the wrong matchup early on here, but for teams like Zeal, for teams like Team Secret, teams that have represented the Philippines time and time over and over again during C Challengers last year, we expect them to at least give us a really good run and make it out of these brackets.
Look. It's the right matchup for Southbelt. They finally got in there. Happy to get that victory. But I do have to say, it's going to be a gauntlet for whoever team loses in the upper bracket. They still need to play on for their lives in the lower bracket.
Yeah, and speaking of which, let's have a look at the matches tomorrow and see how many matches do we really have in store for tomorrow, because I feel like it's going to be a jam-packed day. As we prepare, the match schedule is popping up on your screen right now. It is going to be a jam-packed day. All 4 series are going to be played off. Oasis, Action PH is the first one to go, followed by Naos Esports and South Built Esports. And then the lower bracket matches, the elimination matches, will continue on with Team Secret and the Zeal Esports waiting for their opponent. I'm looking forward to the Naos SBE matchup. I want to see South Built Esports continue on with this, but Naos being the I guess the not the unstoppable force that we have right now, I think Dax, things are going to be tough for the first few matches.
Yeah, it's going to be difficult for Southbelt in all honesty, because they're having to deal with a wild card that they haven't found the answer to as of yet. So maybe that week break from the group stage can give them that reservation, to give them that understanding and look forward to the matchup. But honestly, I'm hyped for Oasis APH. That's a rematch that was very hyped from Group A especially.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, looking at things, we know that Naos versus South Built really haven't been too super, I guess, competitive. It's been more of a one-way show, if anything. Double sweeps coming in Naos' favor. But Action versus Oasis, no such thing. That is a match I'm looking forward to the most tomorrow as well, to kind of echo the same statements as Dax, because those are the two teams who are honestly kind of topping that group right now, at least for their groups during the group stages during week number 1 and 2. And I'm only going to expect that we're going to get another series just as potentially close as this one we just saw.
Yeah, we're going to be in it for a long day, a lot of fighting, a lot of upsets potentially, a lot of expected results, a lot of unexpected results as well is going to hit us tomorrow. Of course, it's going to be very impactful, and we have nothing but thanks for our sponsors for giving us VCT 2022, and it's brought to us by ASUS Republic of Gamers. Stay tuned for the arrival of the newest upcoming Tough Dash F15, powered by up to the latest 12th generation Intel Core i7 processor to help you unleash the legend inside. With high performance for its thin and light form factor and military-grade durability, the Tough Dash F15 stands out as the best bang for your buck gaming laptop ready for your esports needs. Check out the link in the pinned comment for more information. And lastly, this giveaway is going to be happening every single day during the playoffs, because you can get ASUS ROG swags. All you have to do is like and follow the PPGL and ASUS ROG Republic of Gamers at Facebook and Twitter pages. Post a photo on your Facebook or Twitter wall watching VCTPH on your ROG products. You can share the live stream on your timeline with the hashtags PPGLXROG, ROG, Intel Gaming, unleash that legend inside. Make sure the share stream is on public. And share your predictions in the stream chat and comment which top 3 teams will make it to the Asia Pacific Challenger Playoffs. And the winners will be announced on February 28, 2022. And we are going to be getting 3 winners of the shirt and 3 winners of the cap. And that's ongoing up until Sunday. So you have all the chances that you want. But with that being said, the day is done. It's been a long day, but it's going to be a longer day for all the teams involved tomorrow. On behalf of the English broadcast, as well as the Filipino broadcast that's broadcasting at the same time, as well as the production crew, I'm Nomad. Alongside with me is Black and Blue and Dax. We'll see you tomorrow. But before that, let's have a look at the highlights of the entire day. Good night, people.
Queendom, please respect her rule. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is a queen.
planted. One enemy remaining. 30 seconds left. One enemy remaining. Spike planted.
Please respect her rule. Smile in my face, Woody my place, but act gully on cyberspace. Let's pump brakes, let's be frank. Running after him when you're the chase. You are the catch and he's the net. How quickly do we all forget to honor these small policies, my darling? You are the empress queen. Man, respect or he'll neglect. You are the wind beneath his wings. You are the season, you are the reason why this world can breathe. Giving sons eyes to see and daughters dreams to believe. Anything less than the best for you is high treason, queen. Hurry Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is her queendom, please respect her rule. Hurry up quick, El Jefe's coming soon. Sit up straight when she enters the room. Be enthused, but don't look too amused. This is a queendom.